The hero of this story is that guy who is always the best in any video game. Kang Jin-yak was the master of the absurdly difficult game Tower of Trials, which was popular for a while. He even became a streamer, but the game soon lost its popularity because it was simply impossible to complete. Everyone started calling it trash, accusing it of being designed not to bring joy, but to torture people. However, Kang Jin-yak didn't give up like the others. He eventually became the only one who completed the game successfully. Immediately after that, our hero quit the game and the profession of streamer, hoping to rest and do something else. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. This day, an impossible game became a reality. The Tower of Trials appeared right in the center of the capital. But to make matters worse, the people of Earth faced an ultimatum. Someone has to pass the tower in 90 days, or else humanity will perish. But that's not a problem for a pro like Kang Jin-yak, who knows all the secrets, tricks, and skills. About 30 minutes after receiving the terrible news, the world plunged into chaos. As for Kang, he didn't waste any time at all. So, he puts on his navy blue jacket and bursts out of his room, rushing to the nearest event area to get the first valuable item of the game. While chaos surrounds him, Kang's heart races with excitement. He's finally getting to play one of the shittiest and hardest games he's ever experienced in real life. When he steps onto the streets of central Seoul, Korea, Kang dashes past several panicking citizens heading toward the nearest subway. As soon as he arrives, he recognizes the space as one of the external regions from the Korean server. Although there are 30 such regions throughout the country, this one seems to be the closest to his place. Without wasting a second, Kang descends into the subway and makes his way into the central underground shopping center. There he finds several players just like him standing and staring at the fountain at one end of the room, as if waiting for something to happen. Kang eventually keeps calm and studies everyone. After getting a good read on the people in the room, he figures that most of them have at least played the beginning of the Tower of Trials before. As for why they're so tense, Kang realizes that this is the spot where a very limited supply of the first valuable item is supposed to spawn. If they're lucky, then they'll get about 5 items to go around. Just then, Kang is snatched out of his thoughts when someone recognizes him from the crowd and calls him out. When Kang turns back, he recognizes Lee Jong-soo, Paprika TV partner, streamer, and YouTuber with over 500,000 subscribers. Unofficially, the man who acts as the representative of the company Kang supposedly belongs to. Disappointed to see his disgusting face, Kang asks, "What are you doing with the real players when you should be streaming or trying to destroy another dreamer's life?" The man replies, "I won't pass on an amazing chance to prove my talents to the world." Moving on, he asks Kang a few questions about his experience playing the game, hoping Kang would share some information. Kang keeps silent. The Nimrod tries to cajole him into talking. As we'd have it, Lee Jong-soo is a bastard who tricks streamers into signing unfair contracts, making them fall into debt the more they stream. When they all try to protest, this idiot snuffed them all out with his so-called hotshot lawyers. To date, countless streamers and Kang's day one have all left the company in search of a better life, leaving Kang to his terrible fate at Jong-soo's hands. Anyways, Jong-soo tries to strike a deal with Kang on the condition that he'll give him better terms on his contract if he helps him. Tired of Lee Jong-soo's beat, Kang headbutts the bastard's nose, taking him by surprise. Once reality sets in for Lee, he holds his bleeding nose, coughs profusely, and needles to balance himself. Meanwhile, Kang just ignores the fool and waits for the magic to happen, as it's about time the first monster appeared. In a few seconds, a water from the fountain starts bubbling. Soon, a gigantic mangrove tree springs out of the depths of the fountain. Everyone at the event area recognizes the tree to be exactly the same as the one in the game. As for Kang, he just smiles and gets a system notification informing him that the Mangrove of Greed, aka the tree in front of him, is growing. Just then, the tree blooms and produces only 4 fruits for all the players to share. As it turns out, eating such fruit is sure to raise one of the players' stats, including strength, agility, stamina, and magic. Kang recognizes the fruit's importance in the game. But the only problem now is that there are only 4 fruits left. Since there are obviously more than 4 players around, Kang stands guard, watching every player in the room to see who's first. After the awkward silence, the whole event area erupts in chaos as every other player, except Kang, rushes to the tree to grab a fruit for themselves. For the next few minutes, Kang and Lee watch the other players push, pull, slap, and punch this out of each other just to get their hands on a piece of fruit. In the meantime, Lee blames Kang for slacking off and not working together with him in the first place. "If you'd avoided hitting your nose earlier, we might have gotten a piece of fruit and shared it between us," Lee complains. Now, the fool thinks we're too late and there's no way forward. Kang chuckles and tells the Nimrod to stay put if he doesn't know anything yet. "You're still clueless," he says. While everyone thought getting a fruit was the main goal, Kang knows that the real prize lies beyond the pesky fruit everyone's fighting for. So for now, he just stands there, smiling at the other idiots grasping at straws. After a few more minutes of chaos, someone finally gets one of the fruits. Upon eating, the man gets a +3 boost in agility, confirming the rumors everyone had heard about the tree earlier. Apparently, not everybody knew the fruit existed in the first place. So seeing one man try the fruit and gain the rumored powers made everyone go even crazier to get it. Kang, on the other hand, is one of the few players who's played the game well. He knows that the true prize in this part of the challenge isn't the fruit. A few moments later, once all the fruit's been eaten, the mangrove tree comes alive and transforms into a monster to terrorize those who ate its fruit. The greedy bastards stop to remember how dangerous the tree was. When they figure it out, they turn their backs on the monster mangrove and yeet themselves out of there, leaving just Kang and Lai Jiang-su all alone in the area. With everyone gone, Lee gets up and decides to join the losers. But Kang calls him back and talks him into working with him to get the huge reward left by the others, knowing fully well the exact kind of person he is. This realization piques Lee's curiosity, so he asks Kang a few times to make sure this cool bastard isn't trying to set him up. Kang gives an expression that seals the deal for Lee, so he gives up on trying to leave Kang alone, and starts thinking of a sneaky way to get what he wants. After cooking up his wicked plan, Lee asks Kang what he's suggesting they do about the mangrove monster problem. Kang tells him that they have to get close to the mangrove. However, to avoid being easy targets, they will have to attack the monster from opposite sides at the same time. Lee figures Kang is trying to distract the monster, so he asks him if that's the case. Kang tells him yes and urges him to get ready to ride the monster. As both of them take their stances, Kang warns Lee against hesitating so they don't end up dying. Leia assures Kang that he's up and ready to fight this monster. So when the time is right, Kang gives the signal and the duo dashes towards the monster from opposite sides, just like they planned earlier. The monster tree creates spiky vines and attacks both Kang and Lee to protect its main tree. Kang dodges the vines and waits for Lee to do his part. Sadly, Lee's nowhere to be found as he's already betrayed Kang. Upon searching the room for a while, Kang finds the idiot smirking. Just then, Kang heaves a sigh of relief and thanks his guardian angel that Lai Jiang-su is still his normal self. You see, Kang had intentionally tricked Lai Jiang-su into thinking he trusted him, so he formulated his entire plan to ensure it succeeded with Lee betraying him. Now that the dumbass has betrayed him, Kang is happy that his plan is finally going to work. To enact his plan, Kang stands between the monster and Lee. When the monster extends its vines to attack Kang, he dodges them and redirects the vines to capture Lee, who is standing behind him. Before the fool can even realize it, Lee is covered in the spiky vines and begs Kang for help as the tree monster squeezes him to death. Rather than feeling any remorse for the dimwit, Kang bids him farewell, letting him know that the world will be better without assholes like him. Right after that, Kang moves on to face the next big problem standing right in front of him, the Mangrove of Greed. As the monster extends its vines to attack him, Kang recalls the exact movements he needs to make to successfully dodge this specific attack. Over the next few seconds, he alternates these movements easily, dodging every single attack the vines have against him. Eventually, the monster tree gets confused and stabs itself with its vines. Exposing the soft, beating heart of the entire tree, Kang sees the mangrove's core and steps up his game, determined to finish the tree off as quickly as possible. Just as the tree is about to launch another attack, Kang grabs a twig from the same tree lying on the ground and arms himself with it. Around that time, the mangrove uses its skill, Blood-Sucking Vine, to amplify its vines with vampiric traits before sending them toward Kang. With the vines fast approaching, Kang thinks on his feet and deflects them with the twig he picked up earlier. After deflecting a few attacks, the tree grows furious at Kang for dodging all its strikes. It becomes much faster than before. Kang refuses to be afraid of what feels like child's play. He braces himself for round 2, deflecting every single one of the blood-sucking vines like a pro. Having been playing the game for the past 11 years, this is a piece of cake for him. After the first wave, Kang senses something stronger coming for him. With just minutes left before the next big attack, he preps himself and patiently waits. Then, the tree hums, releasing a bright cyan light as graphic butterflies flock around it. Kang recognizes the butterflies from the game. They emit sleeping powder that sparkles like glitter. To avoid breathing it in, Kang ducks and covers his nose. While he's at it, he holds his breath to stop any specks that manage to slip past his jacket from getting into his nostrils. Soon after, he dashes toward the mangrove's heart. He stabs it with the twig he got earlier and squashes the mangrove's heart with his hand, killing the mangrove monster. Minutes after defeating the Mangrove of Greed, Kang receives a system pop-up notification congratulating him for being the first player to defeat the Mangrove of Greed. At this point, Kang rests easy, grateful for everything he's been through. As he fills himself with positive thoughts, another system pop-up message notifies him to input his name and details so his video can be uploaded to the Hall of Fame. Kang, however, decides against it. He doesn't want to be distracted by unwanted attention once word gets out that he's a Seton player. For now, he keeps his anonymity intact, letting the system blur out his face and distort his voice. Once he's done submitting his details, Kang dips his hand into the mangrove carcass and harvests the shiny green ore he called the tree's essence. For context, ingesting the tree essence is sure to give the said player no less than 12 bonus stats. This means that if a player considers getting 3 points per level, then he's leveling up 4 times. Kang stares at the little pearl ball and brings himself to understand the lengths he had to go to get the little green ball in his hands. Anyway, Kang swallows the ball and glows green as he feels a strange power welling inside of him. Once the glowing stops, Kang opens his system screen and navigates his way to the status menu. There, he finds the usual details he's supposed to find, but then scrolls downward to see that he has about 12 available stat points. Although he's still a level 1 player, Kang knows that he's still the strongest level 1 player there can be. About an hour later, Kang returns to his room, and an article with the title First Defeat of Mangrove of Greed gets posted online. At the time, a video recording of Kang fighting and defeating the Mangrove of Greed was yet to be uploaded. Comments soon start pouring in on the article, some talking and others praising the anonymous fighter. However, when the full video was uploaded to the internet, the doubtful responses instantly disappeared and everyone started thanking the unknown savior. After the first 5 minutes of the video being posted online, Kang soon started receiving offers from the big shots in the gaming and manufacturing industries. All of them were begging him to be their brand ambassador so they could pay him huge amounts of money. Kang was shocked by the hype surrounding the completion of just the easiest level in the game. He didn't think defeating the Mangrove of Greed was that big of a deal. Anyways, he tried to make sense of it and realized how pathetic most players had been over the years. Earlier, someone had promised to pay him $1 billion if he'd come out and let them use his name and newfound fame. Sadly, Kang just couldn't risk letting the world know what he'd spent 11 years of his life trying to figure out. With that said, Kang grew concerned about his next destination. The moment the game updated, mana leaked out from the tower and spread throughout Seoul. Although the mana leak had little to no significant effect, there was one notable difference. The artifacts outside the tower became relics. Just for clarity, these so-called relics are not real. However, these legendary items have powers inside the tower. Currently, the ones outside the tower are replicas, aka copied versions. But even at that, Kang still needs to get his hands on one of them to see if they'll work well in the tower. For starters, he has to get to the National Museum of Korea to find the replicas he's searching for. Since it's rich in countless artifacts, he's almost sure to find something of use there. As Kang makes his way to the museum, he gets worried about competitors who might have figured it all out as well. Since there's only one museum in Korea, he needs to be extra careful this time, especially with the seasoned players. When he gets there, he opens the door to reveal a quiet but eerie scene. While he was expecting some thieves to be there before him, the sight before him is something straight out of a horror movie. Upon getting further into the museum, Kang finds the charred body of what seems to be a former security guard. This can only mean one thing: someone's been there before him. Before doing anything, Kang pauses to understand the philosophy of people now that the world has changed. In just one day, most people or players have gone from decent and crime-fearing to full-blown bastards and criminals. The expectations of the change are far wider than a reality Kang is now seeing. Anyways, judging by how stupid and inexperienced most of them are at this game, Kang figured most of them would be aiming for the relics kept in the medieval and modern era showroom. Moving on, Kang also figured out that particular relic everyone would want: the Great Map. Now, an average NPC would think the map is just an ordinary map of Korea and whatnot. However, real players want this map because it's an ancient magical map that also contains information about the Tower of Trials. Not only does it tell you where the labyrinths and ruins are, but it also reveals what kinds of items and monsters are out there. Even though the map only covers up to the 10th floor, it's still more than enough to win the hearts of those searching for an easy run to the 10th floor. Having established the fact that the map is what most players would be after, Kang recognizes where the real treasure is kept, and that's in the mud somewhere around the museum. In the showroom for medieval and modern era art, more than a dozen players are seen trashing each other and the rich history around them. For several minutes, the monsters in human flesh are seen punching and hacking this out of each other with blood everywhere. Just then, a huge manly voice streamed across the room, ordering everybody to freeze. For a moment, the entire room fell silent as everyone stared at this big bully who was clearly there to school them. Knowing he had their attention, the big bastard threatened to kill anyone who moved a muscle from then on. In about a minute or two brutes spoke up, letting the big guy know that nobody was scared of his empty threats. One of them even went as far as threatening to kill the guy if he moved a single toe. The big guy sighed and decided to show this idiot what he was made of. In preparation for the fight, the man ripped his shirt, exposing his unique ability, which made his arms much harder and stronger. The dumbass who had talked big earlier suddenly cowered in fear after seeing how dangerous this guy was. With a voice seething with rage and eyes red like those of a dragon, the big guy let everyone in the room know that the map was his. "So, you have a problem with that?" he snarled. "Then you should pick it up with me." With that, he told the others to step aside and let him pass through. Before he got far, however, another wrinkly old voice told him to stop his search and just hand the map over to him. The guy turns back to see an old geyser. Surprised by the boldness of the man, the big guy waits and listens to what the man has to say. The man introduces himself as Min Jong-woo, which means to be friendly and kind, and expects a formal reply from the big guy. Sadly, the big guy has no time for respect now. He tells the old man to get lost and stop disturbing his precious search. Or else, he says, "I'll snap your neck like the neck of a chicken." The man insults the big bastard for having a foul mouth and decides to return the threat. "What do you think would be faster?" he asks. "Me snapping your neck or you turning into a lump of coal?" Before the big guy can answer, the old geyser cooks up a flare right in his palms. The big buffoon soon recognizes that power has magic. He knows he's messed with the wrong person, but it's already too late. He's gotten the man pissed. In a split second, the man spreads the flare toward the big guy. Everyone watches as the small lump of fire engulfs his entire body, turning him into a huge lump of coal, just like the man promised. After teaching the big guy some manners, the geyser walks out on everybody, leaving the rest to his assistant. The assistant shows up at that time to glaze the man's magic abilities. The old man calls his assistant Miss Lee Yuri and asks if she's already secured the items they'll need for the rest of the journey. When she says yes, he leaves her to wrap things up there while he gets on his merry way. Lee Yuri assures him that nothing's going to go wrong on her watch. So once the man's gone, she steps out to face everybody. She brings out a small statue of Anubis, the Egyptian god of death. She then places the statue on the floor and breathes life into it. This makes the statue grow as large as hell. Soon, the small, harmless statue turns into a big monster that threatens to eat the heads of anybody who moves an inch. On a final note, Lee Yuri smiles and tells the others to play nice and be good. The other small fries start wondering why there are so many experienced players in there, asking if they've all awakened their powers or not. The next minute, the cowards drop the towel and decide to let the better players have the map and everything else. They're not prepared to die for something that might not be real. While Yuri erupts in happiness, her celebration stops abruptly when she hears someone nonchalantly walking through the shards of glass and ceramic on the floor. He turns to see the chill dude walking through like nobody's business. Just then, Kang speaks up and reminds everyone just how stupid they are for making a mess of the museum. He then moves on to ask them if they have any iota of respect for historical artifacts and whatnot. He finds a piece of papyrus on the floor and picks it up, thanking his stars that these bastards didn't rip it apart. Around that time, Yuri gets pissed and calls Kang out for being so nonchalant about the situation in a room. When Kang glances back at her, she asks him if he thinks she's joking. Without getting any replies, Yuri goes offensive and urges her deadly servant to get Kang. Anubis throws his spear at Kang, fully expecting him to get torn to pieces by the sharp blade. To their surprise, Kang does not attempt to dodge the incoming spear. Rather, he deflects the spear from its trajectory with his bare hands and smacks it out of sight. Yuri couldn't believe what her eyes were seeing. Not just her, but every other player in the room was busy wondering what the hell the new guy just did. Some of them were even worried about the condition of his hand after deflecting such a powerful magical spear barehanded. However, when they find his hand smooth, they're flabbergasted. Anyway, Kang understands the reaction he's getting from the stunned players, as he knows most of them don't even know his stats yet. More importantly, he needs to take care of this in front of him so she doesn't waste any more of his time. To do this, he taunts Yuri. "What will you do now that your little puppy's gone?" Yuri flinches, searching through her backpack. She pulls out 4 more Anubis statues, each carrying a different weapon. Upon retrieving them, Yuri uses the same magic trick, bringing all of them back to life. As she does this, a system notification pops up. It informs everyone in the room that the relic, the incarnation of Anubis replica, has awakened. For the most part, Kang is surprised to see a player capable of what Yuri just did. After giving her little plaything some life, Yuri turns to Kang. "How do you like your situation now?" she asks, hoping his response will wipe that smile off his face. On the contrary, Kang gives her a neutral answer. The relics aren't that bad, considering you're able to activate all 5 of them at once. By now, it's pretty clear she's not your average player at all. He pauses, thinking about that old man and the things he did to that big goofball ear using his magic. Kang knows he needs to tread carefully to avoid getting disturbed by those two in the future. When he snaps back to reality, he meets a very pissed Yuri, angry at the comments he made about magic tricks earlier. Any pro player knows that it took guts and skill to breathe life into 5 statues at once. But Kang, calling her trick average at best, was just way off. She glares at him as if expecting something to fall on him and kill him. But then Kang makes things worse. He tells her that her trick earlier was somewhere between impressive and mediocre, to be exact, further pissing her off. Yuri calls him a prick and a load of crap for not respecting true magical art when he sees it. Kang responds, "Is that what you really think about me?" Yuri snaps back, "Yes." Moving on, Kang decides to show her a proper demonstration of what true power means. He lifts the papyrus sheet he picked up earlier when he walked into the room and tosses it in the air. If the difference between your skills is too great, then it's hard to notice. For now, Kang will just have to show her who's boss before heading out. With the papyrus sheet in the air, Kang activates the relic. The pine tree and the tiger replica were infused with some of his magic. After that, he left a smirk on his face as the ruler of the mountains morphed into its physical form. With the air in the room crackling with raw power, Yuri and the other players knew they were in deep trouble if they ever moved a muscle. At the tiger's first roar, Yuri nearly crapped herself. Once the physical transformation was complete, the tiger, nicknamed the ruler of the mountains from the Joseon period, showed itself its identity unknown. In response to the tiger's roar earlier, Yuri's Anubis statues growled like scared dogs. Kang, while stroking the tiger, then related the Anubis dogs to desert jackals and asked, do they dare bare their teeth at the ruler of the mountain? To test this theory, he ordered his tiger to devour the jackals. The tiger snarled at the dogs, Anubis statues, and took the fight to them. Over the next few minutes, both Yuri and Kang watched their monsters brawl it out like a Chihuahua would with a Doberman. After a few jabs, slashes, and punches, the ruler of the mountains finally sank his teeth into the statues. Finishing them off one by one, Yuri watches as Kang's tiger destroys her life's work in just mere minutes. She keeps questioning her reality, asking herself how it was even possible for this tiger to exist in the first place. That's power, baby. She's heard there are various uses for each relic, but she's never heard of anything like this in her entire life. The magical energy alone is enough to make her feel like her skin is being torn apart. Yuri stands there, trembling under the effect of a power far greater than hers. In the end, the tiger looms over her petite form, preparing to eat her alive if she does anything funny. At that moment, Yuri finally figures it out. She can't ever win against Kang. She rises to her feet, disappointed by how far she's come. Initially, she was sure she had an unbeatable hand, but this strange, mysterious bastard, who couldn't stop that smug look on his face, made her realize she was nowhere near strong enough. After a long pause, Kang stares at her and asks, "Give me what I'm searching for." At first, Yuri plays the fool, feigning confusion. "What are you asking for?" Out of the blue. Kang bends forward, his voice cold. "Give me Kamun's mask." Yuri frowns, telling him that it's useless in Korea anyway. Before handing it over to him, she asks, "What do you plan to use it for?" But Kang doesn't have time to explain shit to anybody. Upon threatening her with the huge tiger, Yuri searches her backpack and finally gives Kang the mask. Kang soon gets a notification. He's acquired a replica of Tutankhamun's mask. Upon checking it out a little further, Kang realizes that he's secured the second relic he needs. Yuri continues asking him if he's after the Great Map as well. Kang says he's forgotten about it. Now that he's gotten his second item, he instructs the tiger to stand guard at the museum to make sure nobody follows him. The tiger lets out another roar, announcing that he's the new guard of the museum. Following that, Kang gets himself ready to acquire the greatest skill in the Tower of Trials. Shortly afterward, Kang makes his way to Floor 3F, a floor where special relics are kept. There, he finds the old geyser who uses magic. The geyser, looks shocked to see Kang, wonders how he bested Yuri. Before uttering a word, however, he keeps his cool and waits for Kang to speak. Just then, Kang and the old man stared at the barrier in front of them, analyzing it carefully. Shortly afterward, Kang explained the nature of the barrier to the old man. "It's pretty easily weakened with offensive magic," he said. After a thorough analysis, the old man realized that this barrier was unlike anything he had ever seen before. Both physical and magical attacks were useless against it. Kang felt the barrier again, this time more intently. He finally detected the spot where the flow of magic was distorted. In the next few minutes, he figured out the word he needed to speak to get past the barrier. "Carpo," Kang muttered. Following that, he memorized the word and turned to the geyser. "Keep using your flame magic on the barrier," Kang instructed. "Keep the space open while I collect the relics I need." The geyser chuckled, his voice tinged with sarcasm. So, you think you'll just let me keep the barrier open while you take all the good stuff and leave me with nothing? Like a good little slave. Hearing a pain in the geyser's voice, Kang softened. I promise I'll let you have the ancient magic map as a reward for keeping the barrier open. I'm in there searching for something else anyway. The geyser considered this for a moment. After hearing Kang's promise, he finally agreed. Fine, but only if you deliver the map to me once you're done. With the stage set, Kang places his trust in the geyser's power to keep the barrier open while he's inside. Moments later, the man unleashes his fire magic, pouring every bit of his strength into weakening the barrier just long enough for Kang to pass through. After a few tense seconds, the barrier finally begins to crack, and Kang spots it immediately. In a split second, he shouts, "Carpo," and leaps through the opening. Once inside, Kang wastes no time searching for the relics. The old man urges him to hurry. Before touching anything, Kang carefully examines the state of the relics in the room. It doesn't take long for him to realize that someone has been there before him. The engraved iron sword of Chanlong is missing. Kang concludes that the thief must have slipped in while everyone else was busy fighting downstairs, snatching the sword without facing any danger. He also figures out that the same thief set up the barrier in the first place to keep other players out of the relic room and stop them from stealing the remaining treasures. What a shameless move. Still, now that the culprit is long gone, Kang won't have any trouble getting what he's truly after rummaging through the room. Kang finally finds what he's looking for and presents the final piece of the puzzle, the Sangpong Tongbo. For some context, the Sangpong Tongbo is an ancient currency used in Korea during the Joseon period, so it makes sense that it would have some magical powers. Now that he's acquired everything he needs, Kang prepares himself to create the greatest skill ever recorded in the history of time and space. Next, he gathers the ingredients needed to make the skill, the Persian ritual mold and Tutankhamun's mask. As he combines the relics, a pop-up message appears recognizing how compatible these relics are during the fusion process. Before the fusion is complete, Kang decides to add a third ingredient into the mix. He snaps the small rope holding the Tongbo coins together and sprinkles each coin over the combining relics. The resulting reaction causes a bright yellow glow that lights up the whole room. After several minutes of waiting, Kang finally gets his end product, the Eye of Trust. He takes a moment to admire the gleam on his precious new Eye of Trust, marveling at how something so small can hold such significant value. He soon gets a system notification about the new ability. As it turns out, this rare new relic gives Kang the ability to view other players' information and tell apart their lies from their truths. The only downside to the skill is that he can only use it 3 times per day. However, if used in the right circumstances, then Kang might have just gotten his cheat code to speedrunning this Tower of Trials thingy. Upon harvesting the eye as his prize, Kang gets another system notification granting him access to a hidden quest. After combining 3 replicas of the B-grade item here, he creates an item of S-grade or higher. Kang meets the requirements to copy and save countless skills in the world he's in. Not only that, but he can also combine every skill he's copied to create even stronger skills. With that said, Kang is satisfied to finally get all he needs to climb the tower and reach the top before anybody else. Soon after, he acquires the unique ability Fusion and gets to create his version of the memory of the world. Upon receiving another description of what fusion is, which is the ability to copy other skills, Kang gets a warning about the conditions of this new skill. If peradventure, the condition for copying the skill is too high, then some things will have to be modified by Kang himself before he gets to copy the skill. Around that time, the geyser, who's batshit tired, calls out to Kang and urges him to be quick with his stuff as he can't keep holding the barrier up much longer. Kang pauses again to think of his next move. Just then, he gets the crazy idea to copy the poor old man's fire skill. To do that, however, Kang realizes that he must get the old man, M. Jong-woo, to reveal his true self, as he's always hiding his emotions behind a mask. In a nutshell, Kang needs to piss Min off. Shortly afterward, Kang intentionally takes much longer than needed to make Min annoy at him. A few minutes later, his plan works, as Min angrily tells him, "Get the f out of the room so I can stop using my powers to keep a barrier open." In response, Kang tells him, "Stop using that skill for now so you can rest easy." Shocked by Kang's response, Min looks at him, puzzled. Kang adds more salt to the wound by telling Min that he didn't need to use his powers in the first place. Min asks him to elaborate on his statement, asking Kang, "Why did you suggest I use it initially?" Before answering that, Kang lets Min know that the word Carpo, which he shouted earlier, is a Latin deactivation spell he used to easily break through the barrier. So, in reality, the man did nothing but waste his time trying to disable the barrier, Kang says with a smirk. As Min stands there with a pissed-off look on his face, Kang stops to wonder if the man thought attacking an impenetrable barrier would even leave a scratch. To be honest, all Min did from the start was waste his freaking mana. and the worst part of it all is that the man was none the wiser. At least Kang took every precaution he was supposed to take to prevent getting into a fight with a magic user. Now that the old man's nearly out of mana, Kang needs to seriously piss him off even further. Since he already knows the tower's layout like the back of his hand, the so-called map, supposedly containing all the information regarding the tower up to the 10th floor, is completely useless to him. From there, Kang starts getting crazy ideas to just destroy the map, making Min, the old man, waste his time and effort searching for it. Moving on, he sparks up a lighter and points it towards the said map. Min, who can see what Kang is about to do, freezes in place, calls Kang out for going back on his promise. Kang turns back, sneering into the man's eyes, and helps Min remember that he doesn't need the map in the first place. So, if the map is of no use to you, Kang says coldly, then it surely isn't of any use to anybody. At that moment, Kang sets the map ablaze, reducing the chances of his advantage being put at risk by skilled players trying to get a spot in the limelight. Min screams his guts out when he sees Kang burning the entire map to a crisp. In a fit of rage, he asks, "Why are you burning the map?" But just as Kang's about to respond, Min loses his temper. "I'll kill you for this, you piece of crap," he shouts. At that point, a system notification informs Kang that he's already met the conditions needed to copy Min's skill. Without wasting any time, Kang copies Min's skill, the Element of Fire, and saves it in his book, The Memory of the World. Soon after, he gets a notification describing his new ability to control flames and raise his affinity for them. Following that, he absorbs the skill and faces his first enemy since this whole mess started. Min, however, cooks up a giant flame with his hair and promises to make Kang regret ever double-crossing him. Moments before the chaos, Kang shoots back, asking the old man if he even cared to find out why he burned the map. With no response from Min, Kang decides to use his newly copied skill for the first time. He activates the level 1 skill and shocks Min with how intense his version of fire magic is. Min pauses his spell to analyze Kang's power. He's pretty sure Kang's using the same technique as him, but the difference in their power levels is like night and day. Having seen what Kang could do with his magical abilities, Min realizes that Kang isn't your average person or player. He's different. Someone like him won't even need the map at all. After this sudden epiphany, Min summons the courage to ask Kang the million-dollar question. "Who are you?" Kang ignores the question and warns the old man to listen very carefully if he wants to climb the tower with ease. Min grants him the audience he needs, and Kang explains everything he must know to continue climbing the tower smoothly. Once he's done with the man, Kang steps outside, his new powers and experience in hand. Moving on, he thinks about the 4 high rankers, including himself, who visited the museum earlier. He finally understands why most would want to reduce risks. After a quick stretch, Kang explains, even the most professional players can't get ahead by playing it safe. He then takes another look at his information and stats, smiling at how far he's come. Once he's done celebrating his small win, Kang continues encouraging himself to keep gaining as many skills and unique abilities as he can to make it to the top. Right after getting Min's powers earlier, Kang got in touch with Yuri and acquired her powers as well. Now he's made them both into his pawns, ones he can order around freely. However, he still has a long way to go. He needs to prioritize and collect only the abilities he truly needs, avoiding overwhelming himself with tuning opportunities. For now, though, all the attractive and important opportunities are going to be his. Kang's moment of glory is short-lived as his stomach growls for attention. He realizes he hasn't eaten anything since the tower appeared in real life. The craving for soup hits him hard. An hour later, he finds a soup restaurant and steps inside. Once inside, he notices a bunch of people murmuring and chattering, their eyes glued to the TV. Naturally, Kang becomes curious, eager to find out what's causing all the hubbub. He begins investigating further. He finds out that the murmuring people just learned about the incident at the National Museum of Korea, which left about 23 people dead and over 50 others injured. Currently, the newsman says the number of deaths is expected to rise as there are a higher number of people who sustained severe injuries. As for the cause of such a massacre, the man says the police suspect the group was targeting the artifacts being kept at the museum. Not only that, but he also states that the same incidents have been happening in museums all over the world. Hearing this, Kang understands that the otherworld players must be getting ready to ascend the tower. Just then, the newsman plays the footage from the scene of the massacre. Everyone gets to see a blurred Kang fight Yuri's Anubis statues with his Beba tiger. After watching the Anubis statues get ripped to shreds by the Beba tiger, everybody gets confused over who this is. One of them recognizes him as the same guy who beat the life out of the mangrove tree earlier, and the others agree that the dude's got sick moves. Kang, on the other hand, gets irritated by how popular he's become lately. If anything, he has to find a better way to mask his identity. After showing the footage, The newsman informs the masses that the government has just created a special department called the Association of the Awakened. They are currently trying to figure out how the Tower of Trials came to life, as well as why several civil servants suddenly gained special powers. Kang frowns at the government's attempt to stop them. He figures they've already accepted this new change, especially with the new department they've created staffed by people who've awakened unique skills. With the news still on, the reporter brings the head of the Association of the Awakened on air to give his speech about the matter. The man introduces himself as Han Sang-jin and states that he's there to recruit only those who've awakened. All other positions are highly dependent on rank. Han mentions that the government is willing to break the bank just to serve their needs and control them. As for the person who's been appearing in the videos online, Han Sang-jin swears on his life that the government will support him in any way if he joins them. After watching the news broadcast, Kang listens to the idiots in the soup joint murmur, revealing just how jealous they are of the guy who's been promised everything by the government. He must be one lucky guy. Once he's had his fill of ignorant comments, he starts thinking about the government's plans for him. Now that he's figured out who the government is truly after, he needs to be very careful moving forward. Firstly, he's not as gullible as the government thinks he is. Simply put, no matter what he's offered, Kang would be doing himself a huge favor by remaining solo and avoiding too much interaction with useless people. One highly skilled player is far more valuable than 100 average players. Kang knows that, Han knows that, and the entire government knows that. That's the reason why he has come forward with such a vague offer to win the special player over. Following this thought process, Kang starts thinking about the skill Han has that made him head of such an important association. That, or maybe he's head of the association simply because he's played the Tower of Trials for a long time. Whatever it may be that got him into that position, Kang wishes it was a nice skill so he could copy it when the time comes. After hatching his evil plan, Kang snaps back to reality and turns to check the time to make sure he's not running late. As it turns out, the Tower of Trials will be open by 7:00 p.m. that night, and anyone who's not within the zone by then should kiss the game goodbye. About a few minutes to 7, Kang and a few other people make it to the zone on time. Once the timer hits 7:00, he and the others are yeeted into the tower through a portal. Kang's first few minutes in the tower are met with nostalgia, as things suddenly start looking familiar in a world he once explored in a game. While the others chatter and murmur amongst themselves, Kang smiles. He brings himself to believe that everything around him is real as hell. When he stops gazing at the world inside the tower, he continues analyzing the skill level of the buffoons around him. So far, they all seem like total noobs compared to what he's been through. Up next, the system's control issues a total of 100 coins to commemorate the player's entrance into the tower. These coins are the currency to be used in the tower and can be multiplied by uploading personal achievement videos. For every 10,000 views, a player receives 100 more coins. However, the fee received from every view is largely dependent on the player's ranking. After mentioning the nature of the viewers, the system's control informs everyone about the live broadcast feature and lets them know that it can only be used during a battle with the boss before moving on to the next floor. Before ending the broadcast, it warns every player against manipulating views and engaging in misconduct. Anybody who's caught will face the music fair and square. With that, the broadcast ends. Kang acknowledges every single thing the system talked about in its short speech. Just as he's about to start his ascension to the top of the tower, Kang figures out the bridge between those currently in the tower and those spectating outside. He calls it the broadcasting system. It's a no-brainer that the viewers will automatically increase the view count of the players who have a higher chance of reaching the top of the tower. But then again, that seems to be the most exciting part of the Tower of Trials. When all has been said and done, the players start making plans on which exciting parts of the tower they get to visit first. While most of them choose to go to the Goblin Cave to farm coins, Kang chooses to go somewhere else. He waits for everyone to run towards the fun side of the tower and pauses to think about how foolish and idiotic they all have to be to think the game will start them off that easily. Earning coins is easier for him since he knows the ins and outs of this tower. Even at that, he's not planning on uploading any videos yet. Leaking all this knowledge he has in him just for a few coins is an even bigger loss in the long run. Once the crowd is cleared out, Kang picks up the pace and heads toward the road. Nobody would dare to pass. The first time he found out about the road about 6 or so years ago, Kang was at an impasse after trying desperately and failing to reach the 30th floor. Back then, he had to come back to scour the lower floors, gathering the hidden pieces he needed to get to the next level. Over time, he tracked his footsteps, going in circles several times before finally finding his answer in a ruin. In that single moment of realization, Kang discovered that the character he had spent years developing was flawed. Immediately after figuring it all out, Kang went through a major identity crisis before finally deleting the character forever. The next time he created his character, though, he came back stronger and better at all margins. That upgraded character is the one that got him to the top of the tower. After the flashback, Kang leaves Ground Zero to get to Labyrinthos, a labyrinth with a B-level difficulty. Despite its location on the ground floor, Labyrinthos is as hard as hell and almost impossible to pass through. At the entrance, Kang gets disgusted after remembering all this he went through the last time he was there. Even at that, he stops and reminds himself just how important surviving a labyrinth like this is to the overall development of his skills in the game. Once he gets past all the negative feelings, however, Kang returns to normal and unlocks the big door to the labyrinth using magic at his fingertips. Soon, the door is unlocked and Kang makes his way into the labyrinth. Inside, Kang takes a moment to feel the scenery, smell, and atmosphere of the entire place. Everything looks the same, just like he remembers it. A few seconds later, the luminous moths fill the atmosphere around the place with their glowing, beautiful selves. Kang admires every single thing about this place, as they almost make him forget how terrible this place was the last time he was there. Sadly, his moment of weakness is short-lived when a bunch of people show up in the same labyrinth he's in. Kang turns when he notices their presence and demands, "Introduce yourselves." The girl, who appears to be the amateur leading the group, says hello in a friendly manner. She introduces herself and her group as a few lost dumbasses who wandered into the labyrinth while searching for a place to farm. Kang sees through her lies and suspects something fishy about her story. Apparently, they'd stalked Kang about 10 minutes earlier, back when he opened the door to the labyrinth with just his fingers. Having seen what the young man could do with just his raw power, the newbies were shocked at what they'd stumbled upon. They followed him just because he looked like he was onto something at their spawn point and were shocked at what they saw him do. After stating how surprised they were, the amateur leader girl, who happened to be a sassy fool, suggested they go after him before the door to the labyrinth closed up. Initially, her stupid suggestion was met with justifiable arguments, as the others didn't know what they would get into. Sadly, the girl convinced everybody to follow Kang into the labyrinth so they could steal whatever relics he found there after fighting him. Firstly, he's a level 1 player who opened an entire labyrinth without a key, meaning the labyrinth shouldn't be that difficult to clear. So they had nothing to be afraid of, right? Well, that's how the lady got all of her friends in trouble by following Kang into Labyrinthos. When they asked her how she planned on getting Kang to give up the relics, the lady said they would trap Kang and make the labyrinth his new forever home. After all, he's just one guy against all of them, so nothing can go wrong. So, that's what happened, folks. Now, about 6 or so brain-dead McDonald's graduates set themselves up against their worst nightmare, a level 999 boss who can literally read their minds. Anyway, after her surreal introduction, the lady suggests they all move as a group so they can be safe in numbers. Kang, on the other hand, remains cautious. He activates his hidden ability, the Eye of Truth, to find out her information and figure out what she's after. Once the Eye of Truth is activated, Kang gets her name and age. Park Hana, a 22-year-old who's been to the 2nd floor of the Tower of Trials before. At the same time, Hana introduces herself, fitting the description Kang is getting from his info log. Moving on, Kang checks out her skill and realizes she's a commune user who can also speedwalk and heal herself sparingly. The commune skill in particular piques Kang's interest as he continues to investigate what it's all about. As it turns out, commune is a skill that allows its users to be friendly with almost anybody right from the first time they meet. After just a few minutes of talking with a person, the caster can also erase the person's sense of uncertainty. To copy her skill, however, Kang is conditioned to spend at least 240 hours with Hana. By the end of the stipulated period, no other person can be with her besides Kang. Kang thinks about the usefulness of such a skill and decides it's worth the risk of having a sidekick for 10 days. As both sides make progress on their plans, the other people accompanying Hannah Park introduce themselves as well. The first one, Jaeyeong, played the first floor before he gave up. The next one, Liang, also played the first floor. The third, Jang Mina, has already been to the 3rd floor. But as for the 4th and 5th, Cheon and D, they're total noobs. After the introductions, Kang smiles and tells them his real name. Knowing fully well that they're going to stab him in the back later, Kang decides not to remember their names since they're pieces of... Anyways, with the small talk out of the way, Park Hannah loves herself with Kang, secretly activating her Kongan skill right before asking Kang to tell them how high he's gotten in the Tower of Trials. Thankfully, Kang got notified by his system that Park had secretly activated Commune just to make him reveal more about himself. For the next few seconds, Kang fights the compulsion to be overly friendly with this as B. Fortunately for him, he wins the battle and shows her side after telling her nothing. If he hadn't known about her ability beforehand, he might have gotten too friendly with her and spilled everything. Hana is surprised by this strange young man's reaction to her compulsive spell. She sweats profusely, wondering who this guy is to resist her commune skill so smoothly. Well, since he's obviously smart, Hana sheepishly asked her mystery man to tell them what monsters and features are in the labyrinth. Even that shouldn't be too hard for Kang to explain. She was right. Kang sees no downside to explaining what they should expect, so he prepares their minds and tells them that the labyrinth changes shape at certain times. Hearing this, Hana and the others ask him to repeat it, but before he can do that, there's a little rumble underneath their feet, which startles them. Before they know it, the entire labyrinth starts shapeshifting. Hana asks Kang to tell them why a labyrinth on the first floor would be shapeshifting, as if it's dangerous. Moments before getting her answer, the labyrinth shapeshifts and nearly crushes her. Fortunately for her, she's able to grab onto a ledge and hop to a safer spot in time before turning into red mush. Elsewhere, another nearly gets crushed by a boulder from the ceiling. Luckily for him, his friend called him back to Earth and helped him save himself before it was too late. Once the rumbling and shape-shifting stops, Hana and the others catch their breath. They soon realize that man is absent. Maybe she was crushed by a boulder with nobody there to save her. Nobody could tell at the moment. Anyway, Jen gets pissed and asks Kang why whoever's behind this gimmick would play such a tough labyrinth on the first floor. Contrary to what they know about games and trials, everything is usually easier at the beginning to help noobs like themselves get used to the game. Kang scoffs at such a lackluster attempt to silence them. He asks the noobs if they've ever experienced a shape-shifting maze at least once in their pathetic lives. Han replies, telling him that this labyrinth is too dangerous for a level 1 player. She then tells them that they have to leave and fast. Moving on, she turns to Heyman and asks if she can use her skill to find the exit. Just then, Haman tells Dark that she lost control over her skill when the labyrinth changed earlier. Hearing this, Hana asks to confirm if Haimin knows what she's talking about. When she gets her confirmation, the girls start arguing. From what he just witnessed, Kang understands that the noobs were relying on Heyman's weak all-navigation skills to get through the labyrinth. Talk about stupid and senseless littles trying to act all cool and big. Anyway, now's not the time to worry about those idiots, as Kang knows what's coming next and has to prepare for its arrival. At that point, Hana's lost sense of accountability shoots up, and she glares at Kang right before blaming him for everything that's happened to them ever since they followed him into the labyrinth. According to her negative IQ thinking, the labyrinth shifting earlier was Kang's fault just because he didn't tell them about it before it all happened. She strides up close to him and gaslights him for nearly killing them for following him into the labyrinth. To make matters worse, the sewing boys and sissies she brought along with her stroked her ego by also blaming Kang for their demise as well. Kang sighs after hearing their dumb comments about him and asks them why they followed him into the dungeon in the first place. If they all had working brains, they needed to remember that Kang never forced them into the labyrinth earlier. They just wandered in thinking Captain America was coming to save them from their idiotic selves. Hana is taken aback. That's the first time someone ever called her out on her B. But then, Kang doubles down, letting them know that he never forced them to follow him in the first place. Just then, Chan, your average Nick, throws a tantrum like a 3-year-old. He calls Kang a jerk and conjures a Baton from his empty head to fight him. After muttering a few more jargons from his rotten mouth, Bro gets ready to throw it down with Kang. However, before he gets his chance, a familiar axe swoops in from his side and slices the upper half of his body, killing him instantly. Hana couldn't believe what her eyes just saw. She screams at the top of her voice, asking Kang to explain what just happened. Around that time, the boss of the first level, Akka the Minotaur, shows up, destroying every single boulder in his path with his stomp and roar. After establishing his presence and getting his axe back, the Minotaur stares down at the noobs, who just stand there frozen and scared for their lives. Hana had already lost every feeling in her legs, but just as they were about to give up, Kang the Savior lunged at the Minotaur and dodged one of its swing attacks. Hana, who had initially thought the man was on a suicide mission, soon changed her mind when she saw him matching skills with the Minotaur. After evading an attack from the Minotaur, Kang acquired the hidden stat Gap. Gap was a stat that reduced the level gap against significantly stronger opponents and increased the gap against weaker ones. In other words, Kang had just acquired another cheat code to ascend the tower. As the fight raged on, Kang considered the points he'd have to sacrifice just to activate Gap and make the battle fairer for him. Currently, he could reduce the level difference between him and the Minotaur by 1 level, but it would cost him 3 points. Still airborne, Kang grabbed one of the Minotaur's horns and swung around it, landing safely on the ground below. The Minotaur, after countless failed attempts to kill its enemy, grew more enraged and let out a roar that sent chills down Kang's spine. For Kang, this gap skill was the only way to grow stronger at level 1 back when he had been playing the game. During the Minotaur's next attack, Kang grinned. He recognized the exact swing the massive beast was about to use. It was the same one from the game. Since he's already gone up against the guy's attack several times, Kang easily dodges this one to increase his gap stats by 0.05. Over the next few attacks, Kang dodges them all like clockwork, increasing his gap stats by 0.05 each time he dodges an attack. As the Minotaur's attacks grow stronger by the minute, Kang gives us an idea of why he's dodging them so easily. Although the Minotaur's attack looks like something from the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, Kang is still able to dodge them all flawlessly. And that's because he's a hardcore gamer. So, no matter how strong the Minotaur's attacks are, they're all useless if it can't land one. At the time of the fight, the foolish spectators, Parkana, and whoever's left get to see how strong Kang actually is. They soon start regretting trying to mess with the guy, as he has already surpassed their wildest expectations while using only 10% of his total power. The ringleader of their little Girl Scout parade, Park Hana, finally admits how stupid and delusional she was to think she could steal from the man himself, Kang Jin-hyuk, as they continue admiring their hero. Kang just keeps dodging every single one of the Minotaur's attacks. Too slow, says Kang as he taunts the pissed-off Minotaur, urging it to keep hitting him harder. Hearing this, the Minotaur roars at the top of its lungs and takes one more swing at Kang with its big axe. Right before dodging the swing, Kang places a risky bet on his life in a bid to get stronger much quicker. To him, the higher the risk, the bigger the reward. Upon dodging the attack, Kang gets nicked in the neck by the tip of the Minotaur's axe. For narrowly dodging the specific attack, he gets his gap stat increased by 1 level, instead of the usual 0.05. Sacrificing a little skin for a stat point is risky, but worth it. At least now he can activate Gap and reduce the levels almost twice as fast. Upon gaining the stat point, Kang gets back up and continues dodging the Minotaur's attacks. After doing this a few more times, Kang begins to feel like his luck is about to run out. Before that happens, he needs to wrap things up quickly. Just then, he takes a quick glance at the supporting characters and figures they're trying to sneak out of the labyrinth without his permission. At that moment, the scaredy cats, Hana and Heyman, were desperately trying to find an exit out of the crazy labyrinth. Heyman begged Hana to figure out an escape route, but Hana just told her, "Keep your hands on the wall until we find an exit." Before she could blink, Kang appeared behind her and asked, "Where do you think you're going?" Hana froze, struggling to find words to speak to the almighty Kang. Before she could say anything, the Minor started coming toward them, and Hana was paralyzed with fear for her life. As the Minor closed in, Kang offered them a chance. "Join me if you want to earn stat points," he said. "If you manage to avoid my attacks, you'll unlock hidden stats." Moving on, Kang continued, "Evading the big guy's attacks is much easier than it looks. You should give it a try." After all, he added with a sly grin, sharing is caring, right? The next moment, the Minor reached Hana and raised his axe, aiming for her life. Just before the axe could strike the frozen idiot, Kang yanked Hana out of harm's way, scaring the hell out of the others. He then taunted them further. "Try dodging the attacks next time," he mocked. "Standing in one place is sure to get you killed." By this time, Hana was already crying like the little that she is. Kang ignored the fool and faced the little calf he was fighting. Before the Minotaur's next attack, the labyrinth started shifting again, but this time the Minotaur seemed to be the one in trouble. In a split second, the boulders began changing shape. They screeched between spaces, crushing whatever was in their way. Once all the thumping, screeching, and sliding stopped, Kang lost sight of the Minotaur without even fighting it. In a fit of rage, the Minotaur let out a roar. It raised its axe, thumping it on the ground beneath it. Kang and many others could feel the quake from their side as the rumble resonated throughout the labyrinth. In the aftermath of the battle, Hana and Jaeyeong remained the sole survivors of the attacks alongside Kang. Hana sincerely hoped they'd lost the Minotaur and wished it wouldn't come after them again. Sadly, Kang explained to them that it probably would since he'd already touched the powder from the Lunas months earlier. Shocked, Hana asked him why he would do something so insane to himself. Kang looked at her, puzzled, and said, "I need to raise my stats. Once the labyrinth shifts," he continued, "I'll finally rest and recover my stamina. Once he and the Minotaur cross paths again, they will play with each other once more." With that, he picks up a small dagger, points it at the other two, and asks them if they find his strategy effective. Hana could literally taste the chills running up her spine as she asked Kang how long he planned on doing things like this. Well, Kang replies, "We have to do this until we make it out of the labyrinth in 1 month. The last remaining two weigh their odds and decide to separate from Kang. At least if they don't follow him for the next 30 days, the Minotaur won't come after them." Kang watches them leave and lets them know they're telling the truth. However, he says if you're looking to go through the labyrinth alone, it must mean you know which way to go. If anything, wandering around the large labyrinth can be dangerous, especially if one doesn't know where they're going. Walking blindly could be more perilous than ever. Hana then asks him if he knows where the exit is. Kang, caressing his new dagger weapon, replies, "Yes, I do. I know the labyrinth better than anyone." By this time, Hana realizes there's no way they can make it through the dungeon alone. As such, she acts bossy and tries to make it seem like she's settling for Kang. Kang takes note of this and lets her know that there will be a fee for hitching a ride with him. While pointing his dagger at them, he orders both Jaeyeong and Hana to cough up all their coins and give them to him if they plan on moving with him henceforth. In the meantime, other players continue to have fun killing goblins and posting videos of their battles online for their supporters outside the tower. One player in particular, named Hamosu, who is also a master of theatrics, becomes the new online fave. His battles get watched by over 1 million people in just a few hours and earn him about 1,000 coins. Not just that, but the comments and glazing by the NPCs fuel the player's ego. As Hamosu watches his video and his popularity grows by the second, he becomes proud of himself and his team for buffing him up to that level. The nerd in the group glazes Hamosu, telling him that he's now the talk of the town as everybody wants to know him. Following that, the nerd tells Hamosu that he's already made 1,000 coins from the views alone and that their numbers keep rising by the hour. After taking in all that success, Hamosu gives his partners an appreciation speech and dedicates the win to them. Having heard the appreciation speech from the star, one of them talks about the clever way they buffed him up without even appearing in the video. As the celebrations continue, disaster strikes. Hamosu finds a naysayer talking trash about his speedrun. He reacts positively to the troll's comments. As if that wasn't enough, the nerd sees something different on his screen. He calls their star by his last name, Mongwen, and urges him to check out the new video that's just been uploaded to the Hall of Fame. As it turns out, the 5-minute video is from Kang, who was still an anonymous player at that time. It was titled World's First Plus 10 Successful Item Enchantment. In just a few minutes since the video was released, it already had over 1.3 million views. It tanked Hamosu's video, which used to be the most popular, making it the second most popular video since the Tower Trials began. Seeing this, Hamosu loses his mind, struggling to understand how a single person could enchant an item 10 times. Comments soon start pouring in as the video gains more views by the minute. Hamosu, on the other hand, can't believe someone like this even exists. He just stands there in shock when he sees the view count skyrocketing in just a few seconds. About 10 minutes ago, before the video was uploaded, Kang sent his new servants Jaeyeong and Hana out to gather supplies needed to survive the night in the dungeon. Once they were out of sight, he got to work on acquiring the items he needed to upgrade his new weapon, the ordinary dagger. After taking a good look at the coins he had left, Kang bought 3 enchanted tarot cards, old and battered bronze key fragments, a wooden wheel fragment, and 10 lottery enchantment scrolls. Though they may seem like trash, Kang knew exactly how to use them. After purchasing these items, he combined the bronze key fragments, the tarot cards, and the broken wooden wheel fragment. Altogether, they formed an imperfect replica of the goddess Fortuna's Wheel of Fortune. This artifact allowed the user to raise their luck stats to max capacity for just 10 minutes. The only 2 downsides were that the scope was limited due to its imperfect state, and the user could only use its powers once. After acquiring the Wheel of Fortune, Kang took out his dagger. He grabs the wheel and spins it for a few minutes, making sure he doesn't exceed the limits set by the wheel. As it starts spinning, Kang finally increases his luck to its maximum capacity for 10 minutes. Around that time, he takes out the 10 lottery enchantment scrolls and boosts his chances of getting a weapon upgrade in all the scrolls by 100%. This means Kang can now use those scrolls to upgrade any ordinary weapon by 10 levels for the next 10 minutes. With that done, he uses all 10 scrolls to upgrade the dagger by 10 levels, transforming it into a mythical weapon of some sort. Once the upgrade is complete, Kang acquires a new version of his old dagger, now with a plus 10 level upgrade. As a reward for being the first person to achieve this feat on the Korean server, Kang receives 5,000 coins and gets his achievement video uploaded to the Hall of Fame. Shortly afterward, he tests out his new weapon. On day 10 of being stuck in the labyrinth, Jaeyeong and Han are already stoked at this point. As they sit calmly, Hana recounts all the terrible things they've had to do for Kang ever since he bested them about 10 days ago. If anything, Hana is getting fed up as this wasn't what she signed up for when she came to the tower and all. While awake with her buddy Jaeyeong, Hana stares at Kang, who is fast asleep. She's scared that she's going to die if she continues with him. When she expresses her feelings to her partner, Yang starts thinking of a way out. Just then, the guild members Hana's been secretly chatting with all this time begin telling her to give up. They tell her to chill with some of the others, warning her against double-crossing such a psycho. Curious, she asked them, were you able to dig up any information about him? Unfortunately for her, the answer is no. All his personal information and achievements have been blocked from the internet. Hana gets disappointed by her supporters outside and wishes she had more competent people working for her. After listening to their chatter for a while, Hana asks, "Have you informed my brother about the situation in the Labyrinth?" One of the anonymous users responds, "The guild is currently investigating the Labyrinth, though it's been hard since there's almost no information on it. For now, we'll need about 3 weeks before we can come up with tangible information we can use in clearing the Labyrinth." Hana falls deeper into her depression when she finds out she still has to endure this suffering for 3 more weeks. After she meets with the anonymous members, Jaeyeong asks her for an update from the guild. Hana tells him everything she was told and realizes that they're in deeper than they imagine. Seconds later, she suggests killing the freak while he's sleeping and hiding inside the crypt they found earlier to wait for her brother to show up so they can make it out alive. The only issue is how they're going to kill him. Just then, Jaeyeong picks up a rock and starts creeping closer to Kang to bash his skull in and kill him. Hana watches him carry out the act for a few seconds. However, just as Jaeyeong is about to strike, she stops him and urges him to think things through. From what they know, Kang's reaction speed is inhumane, so whether they ambush or fight him, they have no chance of winning. Bro probably will spring up the second he's attacked and off them faster than they can blink. Jen understands her plight, but then asks her what her plan is, seeing as they can't just sit back and let him keep using them. At that point, Hana rummages through her backpack for something her brother, who's in the Black Crow Guild, gave her to use anytime she's in danger. When she finds what she's searching for, she brings it out and calls it the giant Sichi beasting. Just 1 drop of its venom is enough to kill 100 trolls, so there's no reason why it shouldn't kill this bastard. If they're going to kill Kang, they need to make sure the man can't come back to haunt them. For now, they wait for the right opportunity to poison him somehow. After waiting a few more hours, the two finally get their chance. They have stir-fried mushrooms for dinner and secretly poison Kang's food before feeding it to him. Before taking a bite of the food, however, Kang senses something very wrong with what he's being served. Since he can't trust those two with his life, he figures out a way to switch the food without them knowing. To do this, he complains about the food being plain and bland. Hana finds offense in his comments and starts talking trash as usual. Just then, Kang asks her to pass him the water behind her and also turns to Jang Cholik, asking him for more mushrooms and moss. For a second, the duo is confused about why he would ask them for such things. Eventually, they decide nothing could go wrong with their plan at that moment. So Jen gives Kang more of his food and Hana gives him the water. Shortly afterward, Kang urges them all to eat their food. Hana sits there and watches both boys munch on their food like hungry bats. She and her partner observe Kang as he devours the food on his plate, watching with growing anticipation, as if expecting something to happen to him. Even the anonymous idiots Hana had secretly been chatting with were all waiting for Kang to fall and die. The moment Kang swallows his first bite of food, Jaeyeong begins to feel strange. Confused, Hana wonders what could be wrong. But before she gets an answer, Jaeyeong's plate slips from his hands and he starts convulsing. In the next few seconds, Jang Cheels crashes to the floor, vomiting black goo and smoke spilling everywhere. By then, Kang smirks and calls Hana an idiot for thinking he'd actually eat anything they gave him. Shocked, Hana asked him, "Did you know it was poison?" Kang replies, "I've known it all along. I only switched plates with Yang when you were distracted earlier." He then adds, "And I know you've been secretly broadcasting our lives to some anonymous viewers this whole time. Since live broadcasting is against the rules, except during a boss fight, you'll have to pay the price." Hana goes on the defensive and asks, "Do you have definitive proof?" Thinking Kang has none, Kang starts by reading out the rule against broadcasting to Hana. After reading that, he presses the report button, waits for the pop-up asking if he surely wants to report, and insults her for exposing herself so easily. By this time, Hana was sweating like a turkey about to be slaughtered for Thanksgiving. Moments before pressing the yes button, Kang lets Hana know that he's disappointed in her flimsy methods. "So far as I know, you could have done better than be a piece of all your life." With that said, he presses the yes button and waits for the aftermath. If Kang was lying and the report wasn't valid, he would have received a penalty. However, since he's obviously right, Hana receives the penalty instead. Once the system confirms Kang's accusations, it revokes the anonymity of every single viewer Hana was secretly broadcasting to. At that moment, Hana was secretly broadcasting her life in the Labyrinth to 10 people who just had their arses exposed by an AI program. Hana watches in fear as everyone who once vowed to help her ascend the tower with ease disappears from her screen. After a few seconds, the system bans those 10 viewers from watching any videos for a month. And if they're caught again, then they will get perma-banned. With her 10 fans gone, Hana has the audacity to ask Kang where they went, not knowing her punishment is coming for her. When it's time for her to be punished, the system brings the Minotaur back to attack and kill her. Almost immediately, the Minotaur shows up and charges at her to do its job. Moments before the Minotaur reaches her, Hana turns to Kang and shamelessly asks, "Are you going to help me fight this thing again?" She even goes as far as asking Kang to tell her where to go while trying to cling to his back. In response, Kang calls Hana a shameless human because she just tried to poison him less than an hour ago. But now, when she needs his help, she's desperately acting like she's not a totalby. He asked her to give reasons why he should help her. Hana replies, "Because you've been the one helping me all this time." As Kang is about to give her a piece of his mind, his condition for copying her skill, commune, is finally met. Since he's already spent about 10 days with her and now has her all to himself, Kang can flawlessly copy her skill and dispose of her however he wishes. As the Minotaur continues charging at them, Kang copies Hana's commune and saves it to his memory of the world book before letting her know that she's become useless to him. Hana gets super pissed off at Kang for the disrespect and starts blabbing all about her brother being part of one of the most dangerous guilds in Korea, the Black Crow Guild. By that time, Minotaur gets to them and slams his axe on the ground where they stand. Thankfully, Kang leaped into the air to dodge the attack and Hana avoided getting nicked by the blade just in time. While in the air, Kang lets Hana watch him do awesome things from the ground. Maybe if he shows her how to deal with monsters like this one, she'll come to fear him and not that stupid guild of weaklings her brother belongs to. With that said, Kang clenches his powerful dagger, inhales some life-giving oxygen, and spirals down toward the Minotaur's neck to land a devastating attack. Unfortunately, that single attack was too shallow to unalive the big monster. Even at that, the Minotaur still took enough damage to weaken it a little bit. Following his recent attack, Kang soon realizes that he can't kill the Minotaur just yet. As such, he dodges a few more of its attacks and roasts it a little with some of Min's fire spell. Well, once the Minotaur recovers from the fire attack, Kang moves to his heels and damages some of the tendons there. This causes the Minotaur to fall to its knees, shortening the height difference between it and Kang for a moment. At this point, Kang takes a breather and advises the monster, "Stop moving too much. You don't want to build up too much muscle." With that, he grips the enchanted dagger and waits for the Minotaur to play its trump card before engaging in the fight. Just then, the Labyrinth Guardian, the Minotaur, activates its trump card, a level 10 berserk. Almost immediately, the Minotaur's body morphs into a much stronger and faster version of itself, emitting green Hulk-like goo as it reaches its final form. Kang, on the other hand, remains focused, standing his ground. He waits for the Minotaur's transformation to complete before attacking. Meanwhile, Hana grows even more scared, wondering how in hell Kang plans on defeating such a terrible creature. Once the transformation is complete, the Minotaur's attack, damage, attack speed, and agility increase by 30% for 5 minutes. As an additional feature, the Minotaur also gains momentary intelligence, enabling it to use language and speak. All for 5 minutes, of course. Without wasting any time, the Minotaur calls out to Kang and makes empty promises to scatter his body parts all over the dungeon. As for Kang, he just stands there waiting for his mana efficiency to increase. Once he gets that much-needed feel, Kang raises his dagger and prepares for a fight. The Minotaur draws first blood by taking a swing at Kang, landing his axe on him. Kang, who's already seen the attack coming, parries it with his enchanted dagger, sending the axe smashing into the ground. Frustrated by his failure, the Minotaur launches a series of attacks swinging at Kang, but Kang parries them all away as if they were nothing. Hana stands in the safest spot on the battlefield, watching Kang do the impossible with nothing but a glowing dagger. Seeing that the Minotaur is now a boss-level monster, Hana knows her brother's guild can't do a thing to it at this point. When she gets a closer look at Kang's face during the fight, she's even more surprised to find him smiling as if he was enjoying the battle. What she didn't know was that life had never been easy for Kang. To get to this level, he had to fail both in the game and in real life. As he keeps parrying every single one of the Berserk Minotaur's attacks, Kang's gap stat points rise to 57. He continues acquiring even more stat points with each parry. A few minutes later, after another series of wordless battles, Kang finally lunges at the Minotaur and unleashes a series of consecutive attacks. Soon after, the Minotaur recovers from those blows and braces itself for a counterattack. Before delivering the counter, the Minotaur speaks. "I've seen through your cheap tricks. Don't expect them to work again." With that, the monster raises its fist to strike Kang in the back. Kang dodges quickly and lands on the ground. On the Minotaur's next attack, it feels a strange quiver in its joints. It soon realizes its 5 minutes are up. At this point, Kang stands right in front of the Minotaur. "Game over," he says. That's what you get for using the Berserk skill. When it expires, the user falls asleep for 24 hours. The Minotaur immediately slips into deep sleep mode, exiting the fight. Shortly after it's gone, Kang checks his gap stat points and figures he can now bridge up to 19 levels with the 57 stat points he's acquired so far. Since he still has 20 days before leaving the Labyrinth, Kang realizes that he should meet his goal of 100 gap skill points if he keeps at this pace. At that moment, Hana calls him and asks if it's already over. Kang, who's completely forgotten about her, remembers she's still there and tells her the Minotaur is taking a break. Once the Labyrinth shifts and a day passes, the Minotaur will come for us again. He also lets her know we have 20 sweet days left. I plan on spending every single hour increasing my stat points. Over the next 20 days, Kang continues fighting the Minotaur now and then, making sure to dodge and parry every attack. By the end of the 20-day run, Kang finally gets his gap stat points to 100. He's collected enough gap points to advance to the next floor. On the Minotaur's final Berserk attack, Kang lands a devastating uppercut on the monster's chin, sending it crashing down onto its ass. With problem number 1 out of the way, all that's left for him now is how to deal with problem number 2, Hana. Firstly, he stares down at her and says, "I want to recruit you into my hardcore gamer company." Hana looks confused and asks, "Can you explain that better?" But Kang taunts her into thinking she's no longer needed. Hana freaks out and begs him, "Please, keep me as your employee." Kang then calms down and urges her, "Tell me what you think you could do for the company going forward." Hana stammers and says the first thing that comes to her mind, I can. Kang interrupts, "I've already heard that." On her next attempt, Hana promises, "I swear I'll never betray you." But again, her words carry no weight. Kang, unimpressed, threatens coldly, "I'll unalive you." Fear grips Hana and she begs for more time. "Please, just give me more time." But Kang isn't having any of it. Then, in a split second, she blurts out, "I have Bram's ring. I'll give it to you." She continues, "My brother was going to trade it for special gins from a Chinese guild. But now, since my life's in danger, you can have it." Hearing this, Kang realizes, "I'll be getting one of the best items on the first floor for free." As for the ring's powers, it's said to increase agility, magic resistance, and even nullify monster magic altogether. Before accepting her offer, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to verify Hana's words. Luckily for her, she's telling the truth. As such, Kang congratulates Hana for being the first intern for the Hardcore Gamer Company. Moving on, he lets Hana know that the company currently doesn't pay their interns any salary. She'll have to rush to decide each time he calls for her whether she likes it or not. Before letting her go, Kang tells her, "You're going to sign a contract with me to seal our deal." Surprised, Hana asks, "Am I going to sign a piece of paper or something?" Just then, Kang takes out the Skills Commune and Element of Fire from his Memory of the World book. He combines them to create an even stronger skill, a brand of obedience. With blue flames crackling in his hand, Kang grabs Hana by the shoulder. He pulls his other hand toward her, preparing to brand her as his slave forever. As he does the deed, he says, "Welcome to the black industry," and leaves his mark on her face. The blue flames leave Hana screaming like a baby from the pain. Now branded, Hana must obey his commands without question and must not harm him in any way. If she decides to disobey him, she'll experience excruciating pain throughout her body. A few hours after signing the contract, Kang and Hana successfully find the exit and become the first players to clear the labyrinth on the first floor. Hana's first breath of fresh air is exactly as you'd expect it, gasping and panting like she just got out of the sauna after 5 hours. Following their success, the system informs them that their achievement will be recorded in the Hall of Fame the next day. As a reward for clearing the labyrinth on the first floor, they each receive 5,000 coins. Hana stares at her account balance with a wide smile of relief on her face. Sadly, she's not worth anything to Kang right now. He knows she might go behind his back to backstab him, grab all that money in her possession and run. To avoid that, Kang calls her and demands she hand over all the money to him. Unable to disobey his commands, Hana gives Kang every single cent she was given. With over 10,000 coins now in his bank account, Kang knows he has more coins than any player in the tower. Thereafter, Kang turns to his new intern and orders her to go get Bram's ring and bring it to him within 3 days. Hana complains, saying, "3 days is far too little for me to get the ring." Unfortunately for her, this makes Kang reduce the time limit to just 2 days, as Hana's about to complain again. He activates that bluish glow, and soon enough, Hana's face turns red with Kang's fingerprint imprinted on her skin. She instantly obeys her master and gets right to work. Later on, Kang and his intern exit the tower after spending a month there. As they walk the streets, Kang stops to listen to the news on a large screen on a building. In a week, Korea's representative guild Dangan will attempt to take on the third floor boss. Dangan is currently the #1 guild in Korea, and since the guilds from other countries aren't performing well, all eyes are on Dangan to ensure they don't mess things up. Kang watches the reporters discuss China's silence on the entire Tower of Trials situation. He finds it suspicious that they're not communicating with other countries. One of the reporters tells the other to forget about asking other countries for help and to place their faith in Dangan's ability to clear the third-floor boss. As for Kang, he's concerned about why Dangan is rushing to reach the third floor. After considering their actions, he realizes they must be looking to monopolize the tower's resources and keep the best items for themselves. However, if they don't calm down, they will regret their decision later on. Since they have about 90 days to clear each floor, it's far advisable for any player to build a solid foundation on the first floor before moving up to the next. If they don't, they'll eventually hit a wall and fall victim to the pressure of the game. Since he still has a little time before getting back to the tower, Kang decides to collect information on what's happened during the past month. To do that, however, he needs to consult with people he can trust to avoid getting fed fake news and bullshit. Knowing this, Kang recalls 2 people he's played the game with in the past and picks up his phone to contact them. 2 hours after chatting and discussing with them, the trio finally agrees to meet at a public place. The first person, Human Baldy from earlier, shows up and introduces his real name as Lee Tommy. The second, whose in-game name was Bol Guangdong Nuclear Fist, introduces herself as Yu Yunhua. Kang's taken aback by how chill these two are in real life. He used to think most gamers were assholes, but after seeing these two look so calm and composed, he's happy he played the game with them. Before releasing any of his personal information, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to check their details. As for Lee Taman, he's a 23-year-old on level 11 with a total of 2,500 coins. His unique ability, Mechanical King, is next to none, and some of his skills are pretty decent. Kang's not surprised about Lee's unique ability, as he was pretty good with it in the game too. On the other hand, Yanhua is pretty much on the explosive side. She's a 25-year-old level 12 female with amazing stamina and agility, alongside over 4,000 coins. It's no surprise that her unique ability is Earthquake Taekwondo, which is specially designed for proximity tanking and damage dealing. As for her skills, they're above average and good for surviving as well. Seeing as their levels are so similar, Kang figures they must have been hunting together. That means they make a good team. To copy their abilities, Kang finds out he has to reach the 20th floor with them in one piece. Just then, Lee calls Kang and urges him to introduce himself. Kang snaps out of his soliloquy and tells them his name, GN Poopy Fart, only realizing now how idiotic he was 11 years ago. Moving on, Kang calls himself a former streamer who used to stream on Paprika TV. This catches Lee by surprise, as he's also been a fan of Paprika TV for a while now. Kang lets him know he's quit streaming, but then Lee tells him to relax and feel comfy with them since they've played before. Kang nods in agreement, comparing these peaceful people to these who tried to use him before. Now that he's finally found gamers like himself, he can rest easy. Over the next few minutes, the duo fills him in on everything that's happened so far. Guild movements worldwide, streamer trends, and a weird group who call themselves the Demonic Ones. They go around kidnapping people to operate coin factories. Shortly after that, Lee asked Kang if he's taken the test yet. Kang says no, since he was somewhere else the past month. Once they fill him in on the details, the trio gets into a taxi to head to the test venue. On the way there, Lee explains the reason why the Association of the Awakened put forward the test. Since the casualties from the towers have skyrocketed, only those who pass the test can go up the tower. If Kang passes, he will receive a barcode and be added to the database. Kang quickly understands Han's carefully planned strategy, one aimed at reducing the number of lives lost while also recruiting skilled players. Since he has no choice but to take the test, he decides to make the most of the flawed system the Association has built. From its very beginning, the Association has always favored players with higher rankings. Those who rank above Frank receive offers from the government and prestigious guilds. As a result, 3 kinds of people can be found at the testing site. Those who are eager for a chance to climb the Tower of Trials. Those who are there to assess whether others are worthy to climb the tower. Those who simply want to show their skills to the world. Around this time, Park Hana and her brother Park Haejin, the rising star of the Black Crow Guild, make their way through the crowd of photographers at the entrance to the Association's testing venue. Following them is Kim Gai from the Warriors Guild, instantly recognized by those around. As they walk into the building, Kim frowns, irritated by the large number of people. Haejin explains it's because many of them are hoping for a big opportunity. But then Kim doesn't have time to wait for anyone, so he urges his bodyguards to clear those people standing in line so they can get their stuff done. He then reminds Haejin that he's there stressing only because of himself and his sister, so if they mess things up, they'll have to face the consequences. Haejin and Park Hana, his sister, nod in fear and promise not to mess up. By then, their bodyguards were already pushing everyone around. When they get to Kang, they demand he give up his spot in line and make way for Kim and the Parks to pass through. Kang, however, lets them know that he's not moving a single inch since he got that spot legally. At this point, Haejin gets super pissed at Kang and steps up to handle the situation. He jabs his finger at Kang's shoulder, giving him one last chance to move before it's too late. By this time, people were already noticing the scene Haejin was causing. As the murmurs increased, Kang activates the Eye of Truth and figures out Haejin's information. Haejin notices him glaring and asks, "Why are you staring like that?" Just then, Kang gets the copy conditions for his ability and realizes he has to get Haejin to hate him to death before he can copy one of his skills. Seeing this, Kang smiles at how easy this is going to be. In the meantime, Hana notices her brother jabbing at someone's shoulder. However, when she finds out who the person is, she exclaims in shock. She never expected him to be there with her. She calls her brother, asking him to explain why he's causing trouble. But before Haejin can answer, Kang breaks his pointer finger. While Haejin screams out in pain over his broken finger, Kang sips some water to stay hydrated. Seconds later, Haejin regains his consciousness and rains all sorts of insults on poor Kang, who's just minding his business. Shortly afterward, he raises his fist and activates one of his special powers to give Kang a piece of his mind. With the tension in the air growing each second, people around begin to move back when they find Haejin taking his infamous stance. Kang, on the other hand, keeps cool and prepares himself for Haejin's attack. When it comes, he not only counters it, but also kicks these out of Haejin's leg, all in one movement. In the end, Haejin is the one lying in pain on the floor. Since Kang was too fast with the kick, people standing just a few feet away from the two were confused. They didn't see Kang kick Haejin's leg. While the hubbub increases, Hana keeps wondering what the hell Kang is doing in the association's test building. Moments before things go out of hand, Kim Guy shows up and orders everyone to stop talking. Up next, Kang checks him out with the Eye of Truth and soon finds out the hard way that Guy's level is way too high for his eyes to see after getting warning notifications and red alerts. Kang figures Kim must be at least over level 20 for this to happen. Moving on, he speaks up and calls Kim Hun's babysitter. Rather than getting pissed by his comment, Kim doubles down on the sarcasm and lets Kang know that while Haejin's a handful of manage, he does have his uses. Kang takes note of the phrase and asks Kim if he knows anything or two about the Goro Gins that his guild supplies to China. Shocked, Kim asks, "How do you know about that?" In response, Kang tells him the how doesn't matter. What matters now is how we deal with the side effects of Goro Ginseng. Before Kang continues spilling all the guild's secrets, Kim activates a level 3 blackout barrier to engulf himself and Kang, so nothing they discussed henceforth is heard by those around them. As the barrier encloses Kang and Kim, Lee Taman and Yanmo rush towards Kang to get him out. Unfortunately for them, they don't get there in time. Now inside the barrier, Kang states his conditions for the deal. If you can reveal information on 10 of their exclusive dungeons around the world, I will give you all the information I have on the Goryeo-gins. Before proceeding with the deal, Kim asks Kang, "How can I prove that your information on the ginseng is accurate?" Just then, Kang begins the crash course on what Goryeo-gins is all about. After describing the physical structure, Kang tells Kim that it's an edible item useful for recovering stamina and mana. The only side effect of this useful item is that it can cause mana poisoning if taken raw. By now, you're probably sure that the side effects are giving you hell. Thankfully, there's a cure. Kang names 3 ingredients Kim needs to make it: cashin juice, moonstone, and mandaroot. Moving on, he tells Kim that he knows his team is having trouble finding mandaroots. Luckily for you, I know where you can find some. But before he can say more, Kang needs to hear Kim's take on what he just said. Based on everything Kang said, Kim fact-checks the information and soon realizes that it matches everything the guild's researchers found. Surprised by the new guy's knowledge, Kim accepts his condition and makes a deal with Kang. Moving forward, he warns Kang against doing any funny business behind his back so he doesn't end up facing dire consequences. Soon after, Kim thinks about Kang's condition and realizes giving up 10 dungeons just for that little piece of information is too high a price to pay. As such, he draws the line and tries to stay firm in his conditions while pointing his yellow glow. Just then, Kang fires back and lets Kim know that he's the one making offers and giving chances, not Kim. In the meantime, Yanhua and Lee Taman continue kicking these out of anybody trying to disturb Kang and his moment with Kim. Upon kicking one of the guards, Yanhua stares at the rest and commands them all to step back if they still want to keep their balls intact. Minutes later, Kim's barrier is deactivated and Kang steps out unscathed. The concerned duo asks Kang if he's okay, so they know what to do with Kim and his people next. Kang waves them off after assuring them that he's fine, even lying to them by saying Kim was more reasonable than he thought. As Kim walks out of the building, Haejin calls him back. Are you just going to let Kang go with that disrespect? He asks. Kim turns around and replies, one more chance to deal with Kang? Show him who's boss. But then Kim grabs Haejin's neck and lets him know, you're no match for someone like Kang. Before putting him down, Kim threatens, if you ever act out on your own again, Haejin gets the warning loud and clear. Kim drops him and moves out. Afterward, Haejin wonders what could have happened in the barrier to make Kim respect Kang like this. Now it doesn't matter. He's going to do everything in his power to kill Kang, no matter what. Around that time, Kang meets the conditions to copy Haein's skill. He chooses the deal skill, shallow breathing, which allows the user to control a target's breathing and heart rate, and copies it. Shortly after copying it, Kang heads into the testing area feeling like a boss, ready to take the test. At the entrance, he finds Park Hana's score ranking first so far, and is impressed by how far she's come. Such a high score count. Once he's inside the evaluation room, the instructor tells him to hit the magic crystal in front of him, using any technique he wants as they're just measuring his potential and whatnot. Kang takes out his dagger and prepares it for a swing. The instructor, upon noticing this, asks Kang if he's okay using a dagger. Kang replies, yes. With that, the instructor gives him the go-ahead to get things done. However, Kang ignores the smaller crystal and gets closer to the larger one. Seeing this, the instructor advises avoid hitting the intermediate crystal. It's too hard for most people. Just then, Kang activates his stat gap to the max, takes his stance, and swings his dagger at the crystal. He cuts it into two perfect halves. The instructor, witnessing this, asks, how could you slice an intermediate crystal clean in half? This is the first time I've seen something like this. Moments later, Kang's results come out and the instructor gives him an S rank. The instructor prepares to send a report to his superiors, but Kang stops him. Hold on, Kang says, only send the report after a week. The instructor, confused, asks, come again? Kang nods and says, this time, wait a bit longer. Kang threatens to do something bad to his life if he doesn't hold off on the reports. Eventually, the instructor obeys Kang and holds the report for a week. Upon finishing his business at the evaluation office, Kang heads out of the room and finds Park Hana standing right there. After some small talk, Hana hands over the item she promised him, Bram's ring, and waits for him to make his comments. Kang collects the ring and checks its information to make sure it's authentic. Soon after, he congratulates Hana for completing her first job and activates the mark of obedience on her face. Please remove the mark, Anna begs, now that she's kept her promise. But Kang can't trust her yet, so he leaves it there and heads out of the building. Before leaving, he lies to Taman and Yanhwa, telling them his results came out as an F-rank warrior and that he will try again next week since it's a temporary rank. That eases Taman and Yanhwa's mind, so they stop talking about it. Moving on, they ask him about the second test, clearing a dungeon, and wonder what he will do about it. At that point, Kang leaves them with a vague answer and enters a taxi. On his way, he starts recounting the details about the first and second tests, claiming that while the first test is to classify one's ranking by measuring magic, only those who pass it can move on to the second test. Not that it's tough though, as clearing the dungeons in the tower is one of the easiest things to do. Since the level doesn't matter, most people will choose ones with goblins and orcs. As for him, he'll be going to the ruins only on the first floor as it's been untouched for a while now. The Corridor or the Corrupt, as he calls it, is the next place Kang prepares to visit for his second test. For now, he disguises himself as a guild porter and finds his way into the Tower of Trials for his next run. After a few days, Kang manages to sneak into the mountain ruins on the first floor of the Tower of Trials disguised as a porter for a guild since he can't be allowed to get into the ruins alone as an F-rank player. As he walks with the other losers, someone takes an interest in him and asks how he ended up there with the other porters. Surprised by the question, Kang says he's there because he needs money to support his lifestyle. This lie works as the old man smiles at Kang and lets him know he's not alone. Moving on, the man explains he's there to make enough cash to feed his family. Kang knows the man's nonchalant because saying stuff like that to just anybody will get you killed in this world. After that, he warns Kang to be very careful as they can die from making just one wrong move. And since there are no electronics or ambulances, there's no telling what can happen. Kang assures him not to worry about dying. He can guarantee that everyone there will make it out of the ruins alive. The man's a bit shocked by Kang's confidence, but he still thanks him for the sweet words and compliments his ballsy nature. Soon after, an exclusive quest pops up for the strike team of the guild Kang's working for. To complete it, they have to clear the ruins and defeat the boss monster in the deepest reaches of the ruins. If they defeat the boss, they get to choose one relic they'd like to keep. Otherwise, they're in deep trouble. Moments later, Kang and the other porters finally arrive at the rendezvous point for the guild strike team. While they all get some rest, Kang receives a special reward for being the first person to conquer the tower. This piques his interest as he opens it and finds plus 10 upgrades for his luck and adaptability stats. Also, he acquires a unique ability, Cold Heart, which allows him to maintain composure during intense situations at the cost of his human emotions. Even after acquiring such a cool, unique skill, Kang unlocks yet another passive skill, Monopoly. This skill lets him receive the best reward available if he can claim the final reward without sharing it with others. Having received all these skills and rewards in one go, Kang admires his achievements and a bright light illuminates the space in front of him. In seconds, a strike team is teleported to that exact location. Upon the completion of the teleportation spell, the strike team leader Chiama complains about the dizziness he experiences from the teleportation. He then does a head count. Once he's sure all 50 men have arrived safely, they step off the platform almost immediately. Everybody's gaze is fixated on them, even Kang's, as he's eager to get a read on the leader. He activates the Eye of Truth and figures out the leader's name, Sung Chien Hoa, a level 14 player with decent stats and the unique ability Item Weight Lightning. As for the copy conditions, the system tells Kang to earn Chien Hoa's loyalty by leading the raid first. Before he's allowed to copy his ability, Kang knows this is the hardest one yet. He's not sure how to go about earning a proud bastard's loyalty in a freaking raid. Then again, he stops to think about why the leader of such a prominent guild strike team is that weak. Well, as of now, that doesn't matter as long as Song doesn't slow him down. Over the next few days, the porters continue walking the entire journey to get to the advanced team in the ruins. When they finally get there, the magician lights an orb to reveal what lurks within the darkness. Upon lighting up the space, the others are finally able to see the harsh reality of the ruins. They find the bodies and remains of both monsters and fallen heroes. As they press on, the porters notice the monsters the advanced team crushed earlier and thank their stars that they're still alive. As one of the losers starts raising his voice, another person tells him, "Shut the hell up so we don't wake any sleeping monsters." Over the next few scenes, they tread carefully until they finally reunite with the advanced team. There, Kang is shocked to see everybody looking fresh and without injury. He soon gets carried away wondering how they look so good until he's smacked in the back by an angry fella who's about had it with lazy porters. Apparently, Kang had forgotten he was posing as a porter, so the man reminded him to pass some ice water to the foreigners who helped defeat the monsters. Before doing that, Kang checks the foreigners out and notices the symbol on their armor. It's from Guild Zion, a small group of elite warriors. He then notices one single warrior with a slight build standing out. Kang decides to hand out ice water to that particular person, hoping to befriend them. When he gets the attention of the warrior, he commends their work in the ruins. He urges them to drink the water. While he's at it, he activates Commune and finds out that the Tarpon has a slightly favorable impression of him so far. When they remove their helmet, Kang gets to see what a wonderful beauty the warrior is. He instantly recognizes her. The warrior is the youngest daughter of the Lorenzia family, a European noble family. According to what he knows, she is an all-rounded player who wields divine powers. She possesses great attack, defense, and healing skills. Also, she's the hero who saved Amsterdam from becoming a wasteland due to an outbreak. To crown it all up, she's almost the most famous player across Europe. If he remembers correctly, her name is Teresa de Laurentia. Now, Kang understands why nobody was harmed during this first raid. Her abilities are most effective when facing the undead. Anyways, he activates the Eye of Truth to see her information and find out why she's not on the 3rd floor yet with the other hotshot. Again, he gets the red alerts since the difference in their levels is too high. Just then, his luck and adaptability stats cancel out the level difference, enabling Kang to see her information window. He then activates at level 2 Eye of Truth and finds out that she's currently on a quest with these bozos to obtain a class. Not just that, but she's also got the Blessing of the Stars as a unique ability. Everything else is exactly as you'd expect for a level 29 warrior. To copy any one of her skills, Kang has to rescue her from a life-threatening situation and make sure she's truly indebted to him. Kang gulps as he soon realizes how hard life's about to get for him. When he notices the class quest, he finally understands why she's there with the small fries instead of being up there with the other hotshot. After drinking the entire cup, Teresa returns the empty cup and thanks Kang for the water. Kang speaks normally to her and appreciates her even more for being there and giving him a chance to copy the Blessing of the Stars, the best unique ability amongst other Holy Knights. The only problem in his plan now is how to stage a situation where she seems to be in danger, so he can save her. Minutes later, Song Chi-anwa is called to check something out. When he gets there, he finds out that the people who were keeping an eye on the Guardian were all taken out, and they're too late. Moments later, they realize that the Guardian of the ruins is now watching the intruders. They have 10 minutes to get the hell out of there or face the wrath of the Guardian. Since it's already too late to point fingers, his mind races as he tries to figure a way out of this mess he's in. He can't fight them with his current manpower, as it will be suicide, and he can't quit or else people will think lowly of him. Eventually, he makes his decision and tells his subordinates to keep moving. Despite all the warning signs from his men afterward, Manhwa urges his bro to shut the hell up and follow him. If things go their way, then they'll win without backup. After all, they have Saint Teresa on their side. Following the leader's decision, the warriors warn themselves to be ready to face anything that comes their way. One of them tells the other not to be scared of whatever's coming for them, as there's no way Manhwa won't have a plan. The scaredy cat asks the arrogant bastard if he's sure about that, and another solo player says they can trust the strike team's leader to lead them towards the right path. Just then, a guardian shows up behind the idiot talking and squishes him into red mush. The others soon realize that they're screwed, so they gear up and prepare themselves for battle. Before the guardians get to them, Manhwa takes charge and immediately starts creating a battle formation. Without fail, he orders all tanks to move to the front to defend the others. At the same time, he urges all porters and non-combatant personnel to fall to the rear side so they can be safer there. With no time to waste, he makes sure everyone gets to their stations within 2 minutes so they can be ready for the guardians once they show up. While the move is underway, Manhwa moves to the dealers and orders them to buff the tank's powers to the max, all while saving their mana for any surprises. In a few seconds, the tanks get amped up and ready for anything that comes their way. Manhwa also activates a level 3 Iron Shield skill, as well as a level 2 wedge formation for himself and the rest of his men, all in preparation for the Guardians. Moments before the chaos begins, Lee Yunmi, a magician, stands amongst them. Activates a level 2 Warrior's Song skill, which further increases the attack power of the warriors on the battlefield. Seconds later, the entire room begins to shake as the Guardians approach the intruders. Shiana gives his men one last command to maintain formation. At that instant, armored guardian giants arrive on the battlefield and begin the war against the intruders. The first person to get hit is Manhwa, but fortunately for him, his shield and formation were enough to completely defend against the guardians' attack. The next minute, about 5 or 6 other guardians attack the formation from all sides. In just a few seconds, the solo players are stranded. Scared shitless, the solo players, who are not part of the formation, scream out for help from the captain, hoping he will send in tanks and healers to protect and heal them. Jaeyeong gets the message but decides to ignore them, since they're not part of his team. As always, casualties are inevitable, but Manhwa would rather see them come from the solo players who don't know how to work in a team than from his guild members. As such, he abandons the solo players and urges his guild members to continue facing the monsters ahead of them. Knowing fully well that they've been abandoned, the solo players accept their fate and surrender their lives to the Guardians. Just as things are about to go sour for them, Teresa, the Saints, shows up after activating the level 4 skill, Sign of the Cross, and destroys all 3 Guardians, threatening to off the solo players. Shortly afterward, Teresa takes a peek at the rear side of the battlefront, and soon notices that about 2 other Guardians slip past the main strike team. This means that the non-combatants are in danger. If she doesn't do something about it quickly, they will die as well. So she dashed straight for the rear side, not knowing that she was already too late. Moments before Teresa's arrival, the rear supply team faces a fate far worse than the warriors fighting up front. Just seconds after the Guardians' invasion, almost every porter who came along was already dead, with more of them getting severely injured by the minute. A few meters away from the massacre site, a man who befriended Kang back when they first entered the tower sits down, injured, and smiles at a Guardian that's about to chop his head off. Luckily for him, Kang gets to the scene as quickly as possible, and knocks down the Guardian before it can finish off the man. The man stares at Kang in disbelief as he never once thought Kang was hiding his power all this while. Kang gets his 2 seconds of recognition as a background character and spends it all gloating about the promise he made to the man earlier. Soon after, the Guardian gets back up and readies itself for another swing at Kang. Kang sees the attack and dodges it just in time before activating the Element of Fire spell to use on it. When he gets his chance, Kang blasts the Guardian to smithereens, making sure to avoid killing it completely. Currently, he has to stay at level 1, so he needs to avoid finishing any low-level monsters to prevent collecting too much XP. While thinking about the fool who woke the Guardian up, Kang turns to the man to check up on him and make sure he's okay. Moving further, he realizes that the bastard who activated the Guardian doesn't have anything to gain at all. So why would they just do it? As he thinks his way to the answer, Teresa stomps into the scene and carries the wounded man away from Kang. After getting the man to safety, she opens her dirty, holy mouth and starts accusing Kang of threatening a non-combatant with a dagger. Her accusations don't stop there, as if that wasn't enough. She moves on to blame him for waking the Guardians and promises to restrain him with all her power. Shocked by her stupidity, Kang tries to explain himself, but Teresa attacks him without question and urges him not to resist her attacks as she doesn't want to hurt him. Kang still tries talking to her amidst the fight, but then Teresa tells him to defend himself at the association when she's done with him. After several more attempts, Kang soon realizes there's no reasoning with an angry bee, so he shoves her to the ground and points his dagger at her face. Now that he's got her attention, he lets her know he didn't awaken the Guardian. If he was the culprit, he would have killed her moments ago. Around that time, the man Teresa took from Kang screams out her name and lets her know that Kang was the one who saved him earlier, not the other way around. Hearing this, Teresa gets very sober and starts apologizing like crazy to Kang for being stupid earlier. Kang lets her off the hook this time and continues doing his thing. After apologizing, Teresa asks Kang why he's hiding his identity from the others. Rather than giving her a tangible answer, Kang tells her his reason is similar to her own. Thereafter, he tells her that he knows she's been using the Guild Zion as a smokescreen to secretly get Peter's covenant. For her class quest, he's also on a mission to find something without others knowing. Teresa's stupefied, as she never would have thought Kang would even know that. Moving on, he lets her know that he can clear the ruins and would love to work with someone like her since the items they're looking for are probably in the same place. Kang asks Teresa to let him accompany her on her secret quest. Before giving her a full response, Teresa gets to Chanhua and asked if he could let her move separately from the rest of them, just for a short time. Well, initially, Chaeana refuses to let her leave the main strike team, as he fears they'd be lost without her. But then Teresa reminds him that the map they have covers about 20 kilometers of the ruin, and since almost everyone knows how to clear the ruins, her being gone for a while won't change anything. Moreover, there are clauses in the contract that allow her to do as she wants for a good cause. Chaeana tries to argue the facts, but then Teresa gives him a stern look, as if warning him not to even go there. Eventually, Chaeana lets her go on the condition that she returns to them before they reach the point that hasn't been mapped out yet. Teresa thanks him for the opportunity and promises to be back before that. Before leaving, she asks Chien-Hua to let her pick a porter to move with. Chien-Hua gives her the go-ahead to do so, and Teresa searches amongst the porters for Kang. The powerless porters all move away, so they go get picked. But when Teresa starts taking her sweet time searching for Kang, Kang raises his hand and offers to go with her. Just then, a few other losers and failures in life try to advise Kang against following his heart. They all thought he was following her because he was in love with her or something. Kang thinks of a lie to tell them so they can leave him the freaking alone. Since they already got the wrong idea about things, he doubles down on the PD and puts on a display for the geysers to look up to. After setting the mood, he somehow lets the geysers know that he wants to burn for the person he loves. When they ask for a plausible explanation, Kang screams out, telling them that this is the moment he must burn for the one he loves. Even if I'm not strong enough and die in the process, I still wish to go. This curate moves the hearts of the geysers around him, so they all let him follow his heart, adoring him as the last romantic of that pathetic generation. Finally relieved to have fooled the geysers, Kang joins the puzzled Teresa as they trek to their next big destination. After walking for a few hours, the duo finally arrives at a tomb filled with undead monsters. Seconds after their arrival, Teresa notices the sarcophagus enclosed within a red barrier in the center of the tomb. She calls Kang's attention to it, telling him that Peter's covenant is hidden inside it. Upon seeing it, Kang asks, "Do you know how to disable the barrier around the sarcophagus?" Luckily for them, Teresa says yes. Just as they're about to begin their plan, they each get a red alert from the system, telling them that the master of the corridor of the corrupt is watching them. Seeing this, Kang figures they just received an indirect message from the boss monster. He pauses, wondering why the monster would show any interest in players now more than ever. Around that time, Teresa asked him, "Can you also see the red alert message I just received?" When Kang says yes, Teresa tells him, "I think it's from the boss monster. But what I don't understand is why it's watching us. Does that mean it's acknowledged us?" At that point, they both fall silent, each pondering the same unsettling question. Kang interrupts her. He tells her that the monster has acknowledged only him, not both of them. Surprised, Teresa wonders why Kang's so confident in himself. Rather than hate the cocky guy, she asks, "Do you really know all the ways to clear the ruins?" Kang replies, "I've cleared the ruins before in the game, but it's been a while since I last came here." Just then, an awkward silence falls between them. Teresa breaks it by asking, "So, what do you think I should do?" Kang explains his plan to her. Teresa leaps into action, ready to carry out the first phase of the plan, distracting the small fries. She activates Battle Song to increase all of her stats by 3 points for 10 minutes. Soon after, she reviews the plan Kang had explained to her earlier, then gets to work. The next minute, every monster in the room turns its sights toward her. As they charge at her, Teresa raises her sword and assumes a unique stance, emitting divine power, so the undead monsters lose their minds. Without wasting any time, she activates a level 5 skill called Divinity Reinforcement. The yellow divine light around her shines much brighter than it should. The bright light causes the undead monsters around her to lose their minds and go even more berserk. With her plan working just fine, Teresa slices through a good chunk of them in one fell swoop and moves in to continue attacking the rest. While she continues killing the undead monsters, Kang sees his opportunity and yeets himself toward the barrier around the sarcophagus, stepping on the skulls of the undead monsters while he's at it. Since most of them are focused on Teresa, Kang can avoid having to fight them and risk leveling up. Unfortunately for him, as he's about to reach the barrier to work his magic, black lightning appears out of nowhere and nearly strikes him dead. Kang dodges the lightning just in time and soon stops to notice who their new enemy is. As it turns out, the hidden dead of the ruins, the elite lich, has just appeared on the scene. So far, it's the baddest monster around. No one, not even Kang, should wish to fight it. Upon its arrival, Kang recognizes the nature of the monster facing him and welcomes it in his own way. Before the duo can even get to see eye to eye, a guardian Durahan shows up and attacks Kang out of the blue. Kang dodges again, wondering why the Durahan is even there to begin with. This isn't how the event played out in the game. The pattern changed because he brought Teresa with him. Kang wonders as several thoughts race through his mind. If that's the case, then Kang figures he needs to be very careful in considering any changes to scenarios next time he goes on another secret mission. Just then, Elite Lich's black lightning strikes Durahan and shatters the crazy guardian to pieces. This makes Kang remember just how dangerous Lich lightning can be. If they're not careful, even the most seasoned players could die if the lightning struck them. With that said, Kang keeps his wits about him and prepares himself for Lich's next attack. Before it comes, he stations himself in between Lich and the red barrier, protecting the sarcophagus. So when the lightning attack comes in again, Kang dodges it and allows the same attack to hit and destroy the red barrier. With the level 5 magic barrier destroyed, Lich gets frozen in place and Kang rushes towards the guardians to take the rest of them down with his enchanted dagger. When he's done with them, he realizes that he might have killed a little more than necessary. Before doing anything, he checks up on Teresa and realizes that she's almost done with destroying the undead. Now he has to face the large skeleton in front of him and finish it off. Just as he's about to proceed with his plan, someone shows up from behind and slices the skeleton's body cleanly into equal halves. Shocked, Kang keeps his cool as he tries to figure out who could have stolen his kill from him. Just then, someone's voice emanates from the shadows, stating that he's finally found his arch-nemesis Kang. After crushing what's left of Lich's skull, our John Doe starts yapping and telling Kang that he knows he's the only person who can predict the behavior of monsters. Moving on, John Doe says he knew that he'd be there. As the man's face comes to the light, he lets Kang know that he's been searching for him for so long. Kang keeps his stern face and tries to remember the man's face. After trying and failing for so long, Kang finally asks the million-dollar question, "Who are you?" This reply takes the other man by surprise. He asks Kang again to know if he's telling the truth and truly doesn't recognize him. Before responding to the guy, Kang activates the level 2 Eye of Truth with a luck boost to discover that he's a level 29 male named Chan Yun, also a seasoned swordsman with a unique ability, Song of the Sword. Upon checking his other normal skills, Kang checks the copy condition and finds out that he has to challenge the bozo to a sword fight and defeat him fair and square. Furthermore, Chan seems to have the engraved Iron Sword of Chan Long, which was missing from the museum. If he has that, then that means he's these who used to challenge him repeatedly back when the Tower of Trials was a virtual reality game. Around that time, Chan starts yapping at Kang, feeling bad that Kang doesn't remember him. Kang lets him know how pathetic his life as a gamer was for always coming back to challenge him despite losing every single time. He urges him to just give it up already. As we know it, the bastard challenges Kang to another sword fight, promising that things will be different this time. Just then, Teresa runs towards Chin to take him, but he just scoffs, activates his level 5 battlefield selection skill, and creates a wormhole that teleports himself and Kang to a quieter, much safer battlefield. Seconds before Kang gets sucked into Chan's world, he tips his finger into a crack in the sarcophagus and picks up a small black orb emitting some purple aura, all while telling Teresa not to worry about him. Just then, both Nemrids get zapped to the next location and Teresa's left all alone to chill out and relax. When they get to the new battlefield, Chain arms himself with the legendary engraved sword and continues challenging Kang to another fight. While he's at it, he activates another level 5 skill, one-on-one, a skill that increases all of his stats by 10% and at the same time, reduces the stats of his enemy Kang by 10% as well. Kang notes the effects of the one-on-one skill dawning on his body, and soon figures out the fool Chan has used this skill against him before. Notwithstanding, the situation is still unfavorable for him, so he needs to do something quickly before Chan draws first blood. A few seconds later after the nerf attempt, Kang gets a system notification recognizing the overwhelmingly disadvantageous situation he's in. In light of this, his system awakens a special condition skill, Fusion, which enables Kang to copy any of Chan's skills before fulfilling the copy conditions. Without wasting any time, Kang copies Chan's unique ability. Song of the Sword increases his understanding of swords by 200%. Not only that, but his body will naturally find the most effective sword movements, and his senses will become extremely sharp. Upon saving this new skill to his Memory of the World book, Kang smirks, knowing fully well that this guy in front of him is toast. By then, the guy charges at Kang blindly. Moments before reaching him, Cheon warns, "Take me seriously, Kang. This attack might kill you." As Cheon approaches, Kang draws his dagger and counters all of Cheon's first 3 attacks. Surprised, Cheon is taken aback by Kang's choice of weapon. "You're using a dagger," he thinks. "Not your usual mid-range style from the game." Kang replies with a grin, "I prefer using the dagger now. It's pretty fun and easy to use." Cheon interprets this as Kang trying to patronize him, and his anger only grows. Enraged, he decides to unleash one of his engraved swords, a special technique, the level 6 soul-chasing sword aura. Upon activating this dangerous skill, Cheon shoots more long-range attacks, harnessing the wind's energy and flow. Kang teases him by asking for mercy, but then Cheon notices the way he dodged the first strike and concludes he needs none. With that, Kang starts to think about the long-term effects of deflecting Cheon's sword aura with his dagger. If he keeps at it, he's pretty sure the blade will chip. To prevent that, Kang takes out the small black ore he took from the coffin earlier, the demon spirit marble, and fuses it with the sword song skill embedded in his dagger to create a skill that counters Cheon's sword aura. The combination technique, once completed, grants Kang the ability Grave of Swords. This is an S-rank skill that increases his understanding of swords by 500%, enhances his body movements related to swords, and maximizes all of his senses. Furthermore, the system informs Kang that this skill is one of the talents he needs to receive the title of Sword Demon, so Kang just needs to keep at it. Moments after acquiring the new ability, Kang activates it, along with another skill, a level 1 skill called Night of the Black Moon. By using only a tenth of the skill's original power, Kang starts feeling its effect on his nerves and tendons. As his magic isn't enough to handle such immense power, Kang decides to work on it. He emits an unbelievable magical aura, one so powerful it scares even Chan. Before making his next move, Chan wonders why things are working against him this time. So far, he's brought them to the battlefield he specifically chose, just to suit his needs and to use skills that even nerfed Kang himself. Why is he still unable to beat the bastard, even after sacrificing so much? The thought of powerlessness alone pisses Chan off so much that he starts recalling how many times he's died to Kang after challenging him to random sword fights in the game. Unable to accept another loss, Chan loses his temper and releases several sword aura attacks, all aimed at taking Kang down. Kang, on the other hand, destroys all the aura attacks with just a few swings of his dagger before Chan could even notice it. Kang then appears behind him and lets him know that he's fought several people who are faster and stronger than Chan's lazy ass. After that, he swings his dagger and launches another strike at Chan, which he blocks effortlessly. With both of them within range, Kang works on disrupting Chan's balance and yanking his so-called legendary sword away from him. His plan works and Chan eventually loses his sword in the match. After the whole charade, Kang wins and asks Chan for the battle count. As you'd expect, the loser tells him, "I've fought and lost against you 138 times. Soon after, Chan asks Kang to kill him and end his suffering, but Kang decides to prey on Chan's vulnerable state. He does this by sweet-talking Chan into believing he's much stronger than he gives himself credit for. Kang asks for Chan's loyalty so they can ascend and clear the dungeons and ruins together. As Chan considers Kang's offer, Kang thinks about the benefits of having someone with such a large number of skills close by. Since he can only copy a skill from the same player once every 60 days, why search for other players when he can just keep Chan close? To get Chan to accept his proposal, Kang activates Commune, which works just fine. In time, Chan takes his hand and accepts defeat for now. After making a promise to make their next fight much better, he walks off into the horizon, leaving Kang with an evil smirk on his face. After the battle, Chan deactivates the battlefield selection and returns Kang to his friend Teresa. Before leaving both of them, Chan asks Kang to tell him his real name. But since Kang was so cocky about giving out his real name, Jaeyeong chooses to call in by his username, Poopy Fart. Kang tries to get him to pause so Teresa won't hear the crazy name, but it's already too late. Teresa has already heard it all. In the meantime, Jaeyeong and his peeps return from clearing out all the monsters up ahead of them, only for the magician amongst them to detect another magical creature racing toward them as fast as possible. Jaeyeong, who's just as stoked, says, "Is anybody else there?" He tells the magician to shut the hell up and avoid pretense. However, minutes later, the entire group hears stomps in the distance. Before the monster shows up, they all arm themselves and wait for whatever happens next. After a few seconds, an iron golem shows up with a man standing on top of it. The men immediately notice the strange figure riding the golem and bring Chiana's attention to it. Upon further investigation, Chan-ho recognizes the silhouette to be that of a vampire elder. Knowing that he's been discovered, the vampire descends the golem and introduces himself as Bellis, master of the ruin and one of the blood relatives of the original vampire, all while bowing his head. In response, Chanyeol and the other idiots following him all point their swords toward the vampire's neck, demanding he explain his intentions. From his speech pattern, Bellis figures Chanyeol must be the leader of this pack of humans. Upon realizing that, he decides to make Chanyeol an offer. For starters, he gives Chanyeol and his men two choices. While explaining the first choice, Bellis pricks his hand with the edge of Chanyeol's sword and allows his blood to drip to the ground. For his first choice, he suggests Chanyeol and his men follow him without resistance. However, the moment his blood touches the ground, Bellis activates a skill called Bloodfest, which is of an unknown level, and uses the magic skill to multiply and solidify his blood's viscosity. He creates human-sized sacks that encapsulate and crush a few men from Chanyeol's strike team. As he watches the horror unfold, Chanyeol knows this vampire is the real deal, and he shouldn't beef with, after showing him what he can do if pissed off. Bellis gives Chanyeol the second choice. Resist him and piss him off, so he can drag them all off after devouring a few more of his men. From the look Chanyeol gives him afterward, it's pretty clear which choice he picked. But before we get to know his actual response, the scene goes blank. In the next scene, Teresa is seen using her level 5 divine decryption technique to refine the stat-inducing powers on particular artifact Kang just collected from the sarcophagus, the frozen tear. Just as she's about to complete her ritual, Kang gets to see some information about the SSS-ranked item with a possible magic absorption of 100 points. From the information given, it seems that the frozen tear is an item that can be used to increase magic stats periodically. Sadly, before a user can absorb it, it must be properly refined. Otherwise, it could cause fatal harm to the user. Once Teresa is done refining part of the frozen tear, Kang absorbs the refined part and gets his magic stats increased by 12 points. Because he's already obtained the Demon Marble Spirit and the Frozen Tear, all in one trip, Kang knows he has Teresa to thank for using her divine powers to refine the tear and save him some time. Having finished her part of the deal, Teresa asks Kang, "Have I done enough to refine the Frozen Teardrop?" Kang thanks her for the help and replies, "I've had enough for now." Just then, Teresa receives an invitation from the Master of the Corridor. The follow-up message notes that the Master had already taken members of the strike team hostage. So, you want to save them all, you must come to the innermost room and meet the real master of the corridor of the corrupt. Furthermore, the message continues, if you accept the quest, all monsters and traps on the path to the final room will cease to move. In the meantime, you're free to contemplate your decision and recruit whoever you want to follow you. Upon seeing the details of the next quest, Teresa's head spirals into depression. She knows the entire main strike team has been kidnapped. Before even telling Kang, she starts rethinking her life decisions, wondering if abandoning them in the first place was the wrong choice. When Kang gets concerned, she tells him everything. She decides she has to try to save them. Even if all I can save is just one strike team member, there's no reason to hesitate. The only issue now is feeding original vampire, because those MFs are strong as hell. As she ponders a viable way out, Teresa continues sinking further into depression, thinking about what could have happened if she'd done things differently. After watching the poor, saintly Teresa rant for a few more minutes, Cheon, the loser of the bunch, realizes he's had enough. Although the strike team has nothing to do with him, Cheon still gives Teresa some advice before heading out. He urges her to consider asking Kang for help, as he's the only person on this earth who can defeat an original vampire. Notwithstanding, he lets her know that he's a selfish bastard with no speck of honor, so she should be careful with him. With that said, Cheon heads out of the tomb, leaving Teresa with new information to act on. Having heard everything Cheon had to say, Teresa thanks him for the advice and rushes toward Kang to request a party contract. Before agreeing to her terms, Kang warns her, telling her his contract fee won't be cheap, so she shouldn't come crying to him when she's out of money. Teresa tells him not to worry about money or coins, as she has plenty. What really matters now is if he's in to help her defeat the original vampire or not. Moved by her tenaciousness, Kang agrees to help her defeat the original vampire and seals the deal with a fist bump. Moving on, Teresa accepts the quest, putting all the monsters and traps along the way into a deep sleep. With that done, the duo makes their way through tunnels and caves until they finally reach the entrance to the innermost chamber of the corridor. There, Teresa feels a chill run down her spine from the overwhelming magic radiating from inside. She starts to wonder if she's making a mistake. Kang notices her trembling and tells her to calm down. "We already know our opponent is strong," he says. Puzzled, Teresa asks, "How does knowing that change anything?" Kang replies, "Not every battle is won by the strongest." Hearing this, Teresa gets the sense that Kang has a plan. She presses him, "All right then, tell me this plan of yours." Kang answers simply, "I have only one plan." Before he can elaborate, the massive door before them begins to creak open. As a final word, Kang says, "Whatever happens in there, you must trust me until the very end." Teresa nods, and once the door is fully open, she enters the room with Kang. Inside, they are positioned at the center of a richly decorated chamber, with every pair of eyes fixed on them. Just moments before anyone speaks, Bellis is seen standing near the real master of the corridor of the corrupt, smiling at the guinea pigs who just surrender themselves to his master. Seconds later, the master of the corridor of the corrupt herself, Alice von Ataraxia, speaks up and welcomes her two visitors in her way. In response, Kang asks her, "Are the others safe?" To show Kang that they are, Alice snaps her fingers and releases the dimension severance she's been using to mask the captives all along. Kang does a head count on all of them and soon finds Park Hae-jin, Hana's idiot brother, amongst the bunch. Was he the one who woke the Guardians up? Kang wonders. After showing Kang what he wanted to see, Alice tells him why she invited him there. "Apparently, I was drawn to the delicious scent of your blood," she explains, "and I was eager to see you in person. That's why I invited you here." Initially, Kang has trouble digesting that. "Wait, you said what?" he asked again, making sure he's not hearing things. Alice doubles down. "Your blood," she says, "it's the sweetest scent I've ever smelled from a human." As she soliloquizes on how delicious Kang smells, he starts to freak out a little, wondering, why is she suddenly talking about the scent of blood? Even when he was playing the game, this never happened. Alice notices the disturbed look on Kang's face and asks him, "Why do you look so stressed?" Kang fires back, "Any normal human would be disturbed if a vampire were after their blood." Alice tells him not to worry too much about stuff. She adds, "I like to savor delicious things." This means she plans to keep Kang around for at least 60 years before killing him. Kang sees through her disguise and realizes she intends to suck his blood, keeping him alive as a living blood bag for the next 60 years until she's done with him. As an active man, Kang rejects her offer. He has no intention of living his entire life as a luxury juice box. Almost immediately, Alice attacks him to let him know of his place. Kang gets nicked by the attack, but he keeps cool, watching them rant about opinions and the fact that he doesn't have a choice in the matter. After she's done ranting, Teresa asks Kang if he's okay after hearing all that stupid woman had said to him. While preparing to reply to Alice, Kang lets her know, "I'm fine." Thereafter, he turns to the master of the corridor, kneels before her, and says, "I have an interesting offer for you, one that is much sweeter than his blood." Teresa tries to get Kang back on his feet, but then Alice becomes a little interested in Kang's offer. Before telling Kang to continue, she bashes him for trying to sweet-talk his way into their good graces. She lets him know that no offer is more precious to them vampires than delicious blood. "So, no matter what Kang has to offer me, I won't change my mind." Knowing fully well that she's lying, Kang speaks up nonetheless. He asks her, "Is delicious blood more important than your freedom?" Hearing this, Alice's eyes widen. She's never heard a human talk to her about her only insecurity before. Almost immediately, the other useless vamps around Alice start getting violent with Kang. Alice eventually calms them down and tells Kang to be ready to take responsibility for what he just said. Kang assures her that he won't chicken out from his words. Alice urges him to continue explaining his proposal. Once granted the audience he needs, Kang introduces his full name and calls himself a representative of the demonic ones in that tower. All the while, he puts on an oddly shaped mask with a dim purple glow to it. Having worn the mask, Kang promises to free Alice from the bondage she's been in for over 1,000 years. For some context, the demonic ones are those beings who've turned their backs on humanity. Whether it be for money, revenge, or even personal beliefs, they have abandoned their own kind. In the Tower of Trials, these disgruntled beings interfere with players ascending the tower. Sometimes they even join forces with monsters and labyrinths and ruins just to keep players away. After the crash course on the subject matter, Alice remembers the group name and asks Kang, "Are you truly one of them?" Kang replies, "I've already gotten in touch with the temple on the 27th floor." There, I met with the demonic ones. They told me to find the master of the corridor, Aka Yu, exactly in this room. Not only that, but they also told me how to fool the barrier encasing the ruins. I can temporarily disable it so you can sneak out of your bondage. While Kang keeps talking, Teresa starts to wonder what his endgame is. If there's one thing she knows, it's that Kang is pretending to be one of the demonic ones, but she still can't figure out why. Besides the temple thing, just muttered out. It's got the other small fries murmuring amongst themselves. Is the temple some kind of big deal to them? Before she gets her answer, Alice acknowledges Kang's authenticity since he knows about the temple on the 27th floor. Moving on, Kang asks Alice if she believes him now. She replies, no. Just because you're who you claim to be doesn't mean you can solve what has been impossible for ages. Moreover, she doesn't trust smooth talkers as they lie too easily. With that said, Alice activates her unique ability, Blood Spears, which helps her create countless spears forged from her blood. With her spears ready to attack, Kang pauses to regret not tasting such delicious blood. Once she's past that thought, Alice starts the attack by launching all her blood spears at Kang. Kang stands in place as Teresa steps in to save the day. Just as the spears are about to hit her, she activates divine reinforcement and creates a barrier that protects both her and Kang from the spears attacking them. As she takes the hit from the spear attacks, she urges Kang to stay behind her so she can continue blocking without worrying about him. As Alice's attacks become more intense, Teresa activates the divine shield to further protect herself and Kang from Alice's onslaught. After seeing Teresa try so hard to defend against only an inch of her power, Alice chuckles, finding it amusing. Once she's done with her fake laugh, she grows bitter, disgusted by how much divine power repulses her. To crush Teresa and Kang in one fell swoop, Alice uses another crazy skill, Blood Explosion, to create something like a large range she holds in her hands before unleashing it. Seeing just how big Alice's next attack is, Teresa becomes worried, wondering how long she will last against such an assault. Before fear can take over, she places her trust in Kang, who's right behind her, hoping he'll keep the promise he made earlier. Just then, Teresa feels a sharp object pierce through her back. She looks down and finds Kang's dagger gaping out of her chest. Was she dreaming, or did Kang just literally stab her in the back? Sadly, the latter is true. She finds Kang, masked, trying to hold her body up while leaving his dagger pierced through her. With tears in her eyes, Teresa calls Kang's name, as if hoping for an explanation for whatever the heck is happening. But Kang stays silent and urges her to play along. Soon after, Kang removes his dagger from Teresa's body and leaves her lying on the ground, gasping for breath. Moving on, Kang turns to Alice and asks, "Will you finally believe me if I prove that I'm not all talk?" After seeing him betray his colleague just to prove a point, Alice stops the blood explosion technique and gets amused by Kang's display of confidence. Before giving in to his request, she asks, "Show me more proof that you're truly on my side." Around that time, Teresa tries to call Kang and remind him of the promise to help her save the strike team. Rather than giving her a response, Kang raises his dagger and finishes her off. At this point, Alice bursts out laughing. She finds Kang's actions very impressive for a human. Eventually, she believes that Kang is on her side, so she gives him a chance to talk. Kang continues to trick the barrier confining you. I prepared a 7-star spell in conjunction with Bram's ring. If I can seal your soul in Bram's ring, then I'm certain I can temporarily fool the ruin's barrier. Shocked, Alice tells him, this is the first time I've ever heard of such a method, as she searches for other words to say. Kang gets to provide the reason why he hasn't been leveling up so far. As it turns out, the major reason he chose to stay at level 1 since he started the Tower of Trial was so he could use the 7-star skill, Soul Transfer, in the scenario he's in currently. Contrary to popular belief, the 7-star skill can only be used by a level 1 player. Since Kang needed to take care of the vampires before ascending, he had to avoid leveling up. At that time, Kang met the requirements for activating the spell. Moments later, he successfully activated the spell, creating a large magic circle on the floor around the room. For now, the spell's cooldown time is a year and only 1 soul may be transferred at a time. Also, before completing the spell, the subject must give their consent. Knowing this, Kang hurries Alice to make a decision and consent to have her soul transferred into the ring. He also tells her the circle will disappear forever in a minute, but if she can accept the conditions before then, the spell will take effect immediately. With that said, Kang turns to Alice to make the big decision. Moments before saying yes, Alice communicates telepathically with Bellis, her confident instructing him to unalive Kang and destroy the seal if he tries any funny business with the spell while she's gone. Once Bellis assures her that a backup plan has been arranged, Alice ends the connection and mumbles a few more things in her head before finally giving her consent to Kang. Naturally, she doesn't trust Kang, but even at that, she still wants to give getting out of that hellhole a chance. It's been over 1,000 years since she was exiled there, so if she doesn't take that chance, then she'll have herself to blame. When all's been said and done, Alice steps into the magic circle and asks Kang one more time if she can trust him about this. By this time, Kang activates Commune and uses it to nudge Alice towards accepting his offer. He also makes sure to sweet-talk her even further until she finally consents to transferring her soul into Bram's ring. Almost immediately, the ring zings to life and absorbs Alice's soul before sealing it inside. Once the soul transfer has been completed, Alice gets acquainted with her new space and compliments how good it feels to be inside such a cozy space. Kang grips the ring, knowing how relieved he is to hear Alice not complain about her new home. When she hears Kang talk about the ring being her new home, Alice gets concerned. She asks Kang to explain what he means by that. Just then, Teresa, who was thought to have been dead, activates her unique ability, Blessing of Stars, and staggers back to her feet. Kang welcomes her back to the land of the living and reads more information about the perks of the unique ability. He mentions its cooldown time, which is about 240 hours. After so much struggle, Teresa eventually gets back on her feet, a smile on her face. Watching Kang finesse her into playing his hand, Alice gets pissed. She starts yapping like a caged parrot. To punish Kang for his debauchery, Alice orders Bellis and the rest of the vampires to kill the filthy liar. Moments before the chaos ensues, Teresa realizes she has tons of questions to ask Kang, but for now, she reads the room and decides to save them for later. She suspects they're about to get busy. Kang, after listening to her, tells her to keep calm for now. They need to be ready to take care of the useless vamps. When it comes down to it, Bellis goes on a rave and asks Kang, "Did you think you'd make it out of the innermost room alive after pulling such an expensive stunt and betraying our master?" With no response, Bellis activates a level 13 blood wave and releases a blood prison so large that it almost traps both Kang and his girlfriend inside of it. Before the blood wave prison is completed, Kang activates a level 5 element of fire, Akamen's spell, and burns the entire blood wave to nothingness. While he's at it, he hurries Teresa to go save the hostages while he holds the vampires off. Teresa immediately gets to it, leaving Kang alone to face the vamps about to attack him. She reaches the Domain Dimension's severance barrier, situated in the corner of the room. Teresa uses her level 4 Sign of the Cross skill to release them all from their bounds. After getting his ass saved by a woman again, Chiana smiles and thanks Teresa for coming to save them. When he asked about the vampires, Teresa points to Kang and lets Chiana know that the man in the mask is taking them all on alone. Meanwhile, Bellis is seen carefully analyzing the type of powers Kang might possess. He's never seen a mere human block his magic like that. Kang, who can see the surprise on Bellis' face, tells him, "I blocked your blood wave. My magic and your blood are complete opposites, so they cancel out." Also, he tells Bellis not to get things wrong. The vamps already lost the moment their master was sealed in that ring. With her gone, they've lost the fight already. With that said, Kang arms himself with his dagger and activates the unique ability he copied from Chan, the fool from earlier, Grave of Swords. At the same time, Bellis activates the level 9 Dark Battle unique ability to amp up his sword skills. Since his magic doesn't work with Kang, Bellis seeks to unalive him with his sword. With that said, he orders the other vamps to destroy the ring in Kang's hand and free their master. The next minute, every vampire in that room turns their sights on Kang to attack him. Just mere minutes later, Chan Hua and Teresa watch Kang take down every single vampire in the room. After seeing what the masked man could do, Chan asks Teresa to tell him who the man in the mask is. Before replying to him, Teresa figures that Kang wearing a mask must mean he wishes to mask his identity from other people. So with that in mind, she lies to Chanhua and tells him he's just some random dude she met on her way there. Thankfully, Chanhua believes the lie and moves on to check on his men. Moments later, Teresa gets some time alone with Kang to talk. She tells him, "I never expected my first time dying to be in the hands of an ally." Kang fires back with a smile. The end justifies the means. "Since we won in the end, your death wasn't in vain." Teresa acts naturally, tears streaming down her face. She acknowledges both herself and Kang as an incredible two-person party. Moving on, she thanks Kang for helping her save everybody, including herself. Finally, she pledges her loyalty to the man in the mask. Having saved Teresa's life in the recent battle with the vamps, Kang satisfies the conditions needed to copy any one of her skills. Without wasting any time, he copies her unique ability, Blessing of Stars, and saves it in his memory of the world book. Following that, he checks out the details of the new skill and finds it to be the same as Teresa's. Once that's settled, he notices Teresa crying and asks, "Why are you tearing up so much?" Teresa replies, "I don't know why." Then she asks, "Did you know I'd come back to life after you killed me earlier?" Kang leaves her with a vague answer, which pisses her off in the end. After their conversation, Kang takes Teresa to the Archive and asks if she would help him take some of the relics they need so they can get the Freed out of that creepy place. Just then, the failure, Chianhua, dashes in and introduces himself as the strike team's leader. Moving on, he explains to Kang, all items collected in that raid are all for Guild Ball, so I can't allow you to get a single relic for yourself. Kang fires back, are you claiming ownership of the rewards even after I saved your pathetic life just minutes ago? Chiamwa, knowing fully well that this bastard isn't someone to piss off, calms himself down. He promises to give Kang something else instead. After a brief pause, Chiamwa blurts out, I'll pay you handsomely, in cash or coin. Kang pauses, wondering how such a failure of a team leader can be so confident when he chooses to be. Eventually, Kang caves in and allows Chianhua to get his hands on the relics. Chianhua asks, are you sure I'm not tripping here? Kang encourages him, go ahead, take it, but don't regret what happens afterward. Chianhua is a little confused by this, but his greed didn't allow him to think things through. After rummaging around, he finds a fragment of Merlin's staff just sitting pretty inside the relic room and grabs it without a care in the world. Even though the strike team was taken hostage, if he can bring back some relics from the ruins, Chianhua believes he'll be able to redeem himself. As soon as he touches the fragment, Chianhua feels a sharp pain in his fingers and yanks it out immediately. When he checks his palm, he finds some sort of curse symbol etched into it. Confused, he asks Kang, do you know what that symbol is? Kang doesn't speak, as he knows that the symbol is a curse. Turns out the fragment is a great ingredient with an annoying curse on it, one that can only be broken if Alice is dead. Since she's still alive, the curse remains. By then, Chewa freaks out and starts losing his sense. Kang quickly grabs Teresa and ushers her out of the room before Chewa starts blaming either of them for his demise. At the entrance of the Tower of Trials in Seoul, Korea, a large crowd of paparazzi stands outside, waiting for the Guild Ball to return after clearing the raid. Amidst the crowd, agents from the Association of the Awakened are seen waiting for a particular person who's piqued their interest. The assistant manager of the association, Jong Jun, asks her on-site superior if their source is legit and if the guy is really with the guild. The department manager of the association, Kim Tachin, lets her know that they're waiting there, whether they like it or not. As he picks out his cigarette, he urges his peeps to wait and see if their tip pans out. John reminds him that experts say it would take at least 3 weeks to clear the ruins. But then, Taichin says the ruins will be cleared soon. Moving on, he thinks about their POI and gets optimistic about what's to come. As he sparks his lighter, a notification comes in and everyone there realizes that the ruins have been cleared. Seconds later, a hero's waltz out of the portal, greeted by the paparazzi. Everyone there congratulates the Guild Ball for clearing the first floor ruins, with several reporters asking them to explain how they cleared the ruin and who the MVP was in the fight. Just then, the leader of the strike team, Su Hoa, exits the portal with no hair on his head, eyebrows, or even lashes. While some people feel sorry for him, others wonder what could have happened in there to cause such a devastating effect. While people wondered, the Saint of Amsterdam, Teresa, called their attention and informed them that Chien Hoa wasn't the one who cleared the dungeon. When they asked her to reveal the man who did, Kang stepped out of the portal wearing his mask, allowing Teresa to give him credit for clearing the dungeon alone. At that moment, Jong asked for permission to call the association, and Tae-chun gave her the go-ahead. Somewhere in the crowd, Park-a-jin, wearing a bandage headband, scoffed at Kang, almost as if he were angry at him for saving them all. His colleagues soon urged him to stop ranting and just let them get home safely. The next morning, Kang woke up to find blogs, forums, and nicknames all created online in his honor, with most of them demanding the identity of the man behind the mask. While having his cup noodle breakfast, Kang took note of the strange nicknames people had given him so far, and paused to wonder why people were going crazy over a single player who could do the impossible. If anything, he knew the reaction would be intense, but this was just taking things too far. Notwithstanding, wearing a mask to cover his identity was a stroke of genius, and even though Teresa knew his identity, he's still confident in her ability to keep secrets, so there's nothing to worry about. After his heartfelt breakfast, Kang stops worrying about someone revealing his identity and instead decides to have a nice little chat with the grumpy original vampire that's been in his pocket since he came back. With that, he dips his hands into his left pocket and takes out Bram's ring, which was tied to a chain at the time. After taking a breath of fresh air again, Alice speaks out. She condemns her new master for daring to keep her in his dark, smelly pocket for an entire day. For the next few seconds, Kang listens to the foolish girl yap and rant about him being a mere human and whatnot. To put her in her place, Kang comes up with a diabolical plan. He spins the ring she sealed inside around so fast that she loses balance. When she finally shuts her ass up, Alice finds Kang keeping an evil smirk on his face. She tries asking Kang what's up, but it's already too late. He spins her around till her head nearly pops off. Once he's gotten to his satisfaction, Kang pulls the ring up close and asks Alice if she's finally come to her senses. Still, she continues speaking about vampires, never letting go of their grudges and all that. Kang figures she needs to spend more time spinning, but then Alice sees the familiar smirk again and orders him to stop whatever he's planning. Kang figures she still needs to be punished, so he takes his stance and gets ready to roll. Alice tries to stop him again, but this time the spinning is much worse than the first time. After spinning her for 3 more hours, Kang finally drops her to rest. Moments later, while Alice is still struggling to regain her balance, Kang infuses the ring with some magic and releases a miniature version of Alice's soul into the real world, making sure to keep the seal intact. Within her first few minutes back in the real world, Alice vows to get revenge against Kang for making a fool out of her and her subjects. Sadly, when she's finally conscious of her size, she realizes she's merely a shadow of her former self. Confused, Alice asks Kang to explain what he's done to her. Kang tells her that he left the seal intact and only allowed a part of her to materialize. When Alice gets confused again, Kang elaborates further and lets her know that this version of her can only exert 1% of her original power. Even though he's still taking the necessary precautions when dealing with her, she's still way more powerful than a regular vampire. Upon hearing how nerfed she is now, Alice starts sobbing like an MF. Soon after, Kang tells her to stop crying and remember the words he said in the ruins. At that point, Alice tells him to shut the hell up, as this isn't the kind of freedom she wants. Kang reasons with her and then promises to give her back the kind of freedom she needs. Hearing this, Alice stops sobbing and asks Kang to explain himself. By then, Kang calls her full name and promises to get rid of the ones who betrayed her. He'll reclaim her spot as the head of the Aider. She'll see a family if she helps him ascend the tower. Before Alice gives her response, the scene goes black. In the next scene, the devs for the Tower of Trials upload a new video of Kang, aka the masked player's triumph over the original vampires, to the Hall of Fame for all to see. Minutes after the video was uploaded, the comments started pouring in with keyboard warriors and Discord mods analyzing a masked player's moves as if they could do half of what he did to the vamps. As more people watched the video, some soon recognized him to be the guy from the Mangrove video. After checking through multiple comments on the same video, Kang finally arrives at the guild building of Park Hae-jin's guild Black Crow. The mere sight of the building makes him realize just how much guilds monopolize resources and other things to keep themselves afloat. Not to worry though, as that isn't his concern at the moment. What's more important to him now is paying the bastards back for trying to kill him in the ruins earlier. With that, he puts on his mask and blasts a hole in their building to get inside. There, he finds a plethora of guards just waiting to take him out. Kang takes the fight to them by activating the element of the fire spell and roasting them all with the spell. Meanwhile, the guild master of Black Crow, Shin Jianu, is seen in his office on the top floor, punishing the son of a gun, Park Hae-jin, for failing to take the bastard who humiliated them out quietly in the ruins. All he did back then was ruin everything by waking up the guardians of the ruins and giving Kang his moment of glory. Now that he's messed up again, their guild's reputation is about to bite the dust. Shin takes another look at Hae-jin's disgusting face and kicks these out of it. Just then, the guards at the door hear a knock behind the door, but before they can open it, Kang blasted open with fire and magic. Following that, he moved in and asked Shin if he was the guild master. Surprised by Kang's confidence, Shin commanded his men to grab Kang, who was still masked at the time, and to deal with him. To get back in Shin's good graces, Hae-jin leaped into action and charged at the masked man to restrain him. Just as he was about to reach him, Kang removed the mask and helped Hae-jin remember who he was fighting. A second later, while Hae-jin was distracted, Kang kicked this out of his head and sent him crashing into a bookshelf nearby. Having seen Kang's face, Shin remembered him as the bastard who humiliated the guild in front of the association. He started making empty threats to the unfazed Kang. Upon hearing enough, Kang settled down on Shin's chair and urged him not to worry about the videos. Shin got super pissed off and decided to teach Kang a lesson. To do this, he picked up his katana and activated a level 5 fleeting sword technique. Before fighting him, Shin boasted about his fleeting sword skill being faster than the speed of sound. But then he got worried when Kang didn't look fazed by its presence. In time, he charged at Kang to stab him. However, before the sword gets to scratch Kang, he picks up a gold piece from the sack beneath him and throws it at the blade to break the sword in half. Shin takes a minute to digest what just happened. Did this fool just break his prized katana in half with a gold piece? Well, it turns out that was the case. Kang starts bragging about searching for something to throw. With the annoying sword out of the way, Kang gets serious and decides to try asking Shin a few more questions. Before he gets his chance, Shin interrupts and asks him if he came to the building for revenge just because he ordered for him to be killed. Considering how much of a mess Kang's made just to get to his office, Shin, the selfish bastard, had the nerve to call our bright young MC petty for simply trying to show him that he's not a person to be toyed with. Just as he's about to finish his useless speech, Kang flicks another go-piece at supersonic speed straight toward the useless Namrod's forehead. Shin's forehead bleeds from the effect of the dangerous aerial weapon, and in no time, the man finds himself sitting on all fours with his ass handed to him. By then, Kang begins his response. Firstly, he lets Shin know that he's been spouting nothing but inconspicuous ever since he opened his dirty mouth to talk. Petty, Kang asks as he holds another go-piece, ready to fire at Shin. Knowing fully well what's coming next, Shin makes a terrible attempt to de-escalate the situation. For starters, he urges Kang to calm down and tells him that he's done enough. Kang sees an opportunity and asks Shin, "Do you have anything to offer me in exchange for your life?" At that point, Shin just tells him to think things over calmly. Following that, he boasts about his 50 high-ranked players currently clearing the towers. He lets Kang know that if he manages to kill him, those guys will come after him for revenge. Surprised, Kang just watches the idiot continue to enact a power he no longer has. Shin, the shameless dumbass, continues to talk about the philosophy of war, trying to preach forgiveness to Kang. Simply put, the bastard wants Kang to forgive and forget, as if he won't try coming after him again. After hearing all that bullshit, Kang fires back, noting how strange it is for someone as lowlife as Shin to talk big about forgiveness when he knows he's powerless. Now, there's some truth to what Shin just said, but Kang chooses not to forgive or forget. Instead, he proposes to even out the playing field by enacting his revenge. Then Shin's men can do the forgiveness once they figure out who killed their pathetic master. As Kang prepares himself for the final attack, Shin calls Kang's logic nonsense, as it doesn't make sense to him. Kang then lets him know that he's just using his logic to converse. So if Shin sees a fault in that way of thinking, then he's a stupid fool to begin with. With that said, Kang infuses multiple go-pieces with magic and fires them all at Shin, who's currently sitting behind the edge of the top floor. The attack pushes Shin away from the safe zone, sending him crashing through the glass pane before falling to his death. Shortly after taking care of the useless guildmaster, Kang moves on to deal with the brainless oaf Parkajan. He lets him go just because his sister, Parkana, has been useful to him in the past. However, Kang threatens to make life a living hell for him if he ever comes after him again. This time, Parkajan takes the threat seriously and rethinks his life. After that, Kang calls one of the guards who had been playing dead after he knocked down the door earlier. He gives the man a chance to show Kang that he's useful so he can live. Without fail, the man introduces himself as Kim Hwang, a 26-year-old in charge of overseeing the general affairs of the guild Black Crow. Moving on, Oi tells Kong, "I've majored in computer science and accounting at a prestigious university, so if there's anything you need, I'm your man." Having heard everything the man just said, Kang smiles. He knows the guy is a smart one. He explains the situation to Hoi and says the guild shouldn't break up at this point just because the leader is dead. As such, Kang names Kim Hoi to be the new leader of the guild, effective immediately. Kim Hoi, upon hearing this news, freaks the hell out. He never expected such an important post to be handed to him on a silver platter. Just like that, Kang urges him to calm down. But Kim explains, "Nobody will follow me if I become the guild master." Kang sees the truth in his words. He thinks about what will happen if a non-combatant, especially a secretary, is made leader of the guild. Almost nobody will follow such a person, and there will be lots of opposition. Knowing this, Kang still tells him not to worry about the people opposing him. Kim Hoi asks, "Will you take care of them yourself?" But Kang says no, for now. He's going to lend him someone else to take his place as the guild leader. A few minutes later, every A-rank player from the guild Black Crow is ordered via text to stop whatever they're doing and show up at the penthouse office immediately. Seconds later, everybody pauses their raid and returns to the office pronto, with many of them complaining about the sudden summons. When they get to the entrance of their building, they find a crowd gathered there. Confused, one of the players investigates what's pulling the crowd. Seconds later, he finds his former boss, Mr. Shin, lying dead on top of a car. Almost immediately, the player and several others dash into the building, only to find the remains of what seems to be a brutal battle between their guild and someone incredibly strong. Before making assumptions, they head toward their master's office in the penthouse and are shocked to find Kim Hoi-on, the secretary, sitting in their boss's chair. The player from earlier attacks Kim Hoi and forces him out of the chair when he dodges it. After that, he holds Kim Hoi by the neck and tells him to explain exactly what happened, making sure not to leave a single thing out. While under duress, Kim Hoi tells the guy there's been a change in management. Just then, the guy notices a little girl with silvery white hair standing behind Kim Hoi, completely indifferent to the chaos around her. Upon noticing the commotion, the girl, who later turns out to be the miniature Alice, scolds Kim Hoi for making her do things herself. Shocked, the player speaks without manners and asks Kim Hoi, "Is this little kid really responsible for killing our boss?" When Alice hears the guy call her a kid, she snaps. Her patience breaks and she asks him one more time, "You just call me a kid." Before the guy can respond, Alice bombs the hell out of him, knocking him out cold. The explosion draws the attention of Kang and a few other passersby. Kang just sighs, clearly disappointed in how Alice is about to handle things. At that moment, he receives a text from the Association of the Awakened, requesting that he report the score of this second test by a certain time. It's been 2 months since the Tower of Trials first appeared, and the world is changing rapidly. Thankfully, people are adapting to the new order quickly, as special reports about the masked players are being shared on the news. All Kang had to do to receive this much attention was clear a ruin that the useless raid team leader had failed to clear. Currently, there are only 2 people who know that he's the masked player and that he entered the ruins as a porter. The first person, Mr. Kim, the leader of the porters, has promised to keep his secret. The second person, who knows his secret identity, Teresa, is also trustworthy. Kang finally starts choosing his path as the masked player. He steps into the Association of the Awakened in a few days to take everything for himself. Since the conditions to carry this out have been met, there's almost nothing for him to worry about. A few hours after taking the test again, he steps into the lobby with his official ranking as an F-rank player. Moments before heading home, he checks his certificate on his phone and complains about how plain and unoriginal it is. While he's at it, Yanhua and Taman, his OG buddies, call his name. Kang stops checking his phone to attend to them. After the small talk, Kang asks them to tell him how things are with them. In response, both Yanhua and Taman let him know that they've been good. Not only that, but they also let him know that they leveled up a lot, so they're much stronger now. Moving on, Yanhua notifies Kang to come down the stairs to check up on the people they're chatting with. As they all claim to know him, Kang steps forward and formally introduces the others to Taman and Yanhua. First, he introduces Alice as a player from Northern Europe, carefully leaving out the details about her being a vampire, so that no one gets unnecessarily alarmed. He then turns to Kim Hoang and informs everyone that he's put him in charge of managing Black Crow, the guild he recently took over. For now, Kang continues, he will focus on finding useful dungeons and ensuring you all have the necessary resources as you continue climbing the tower. Kim Hoang, excited to work alongside his new leader, gives a brief speech expressing his gratitude for being entrusted with such a role. In his mind, he feels deeply thankful to Kang for making him head of the guild. After hearing all of this, Taman asks, "So, does this mean you're now the guild master of Black Crow?" Kang responds, "Kim's the guild master on paper, but I'm the one really calling the shots." Hearing this, both Yanhua and Taman express their happiness for Kang's success. After chatting with them for a while, Kang decides to leave Yanhua and Taman to continue their conversation while he goes to check on Kim Hong. In the meantime, he spots Alice and notices she's acting a bit sassy, as usual. When he calls her, she ignores him, and this irritates Kang. Tired of all of her, Kang scolds her for blowing up a building just because someone called her a kid. Alice fires back, telling him they were the ones who got her angry in the first place. Thereafter, Kang asks her how she's lived this long, but can't handle a little provocation. Alice calms down and tells Kang that nobody's ever tried to provoke her before, so there's no way she can handle something she hasn't faced before. At this point, Kang just stands there, seething with rage over how annoying the little twerp is. To avoid losing his, Kang turns to leave and tells Alice to follow him so they can go hunting. Alice replies, telling him to go on his own, and Kang lets her know he needs her support since it's a drive hunt. Puzzled, Alice asks him what a drive hunt is, but Kang keeps quiet. Seconds later, she asks Kang if there's even a decent place left to hunt in the tower, but Kang ignores her again. Since the 3rd floor boss remains undefeated and the 4th floor hasn't opened yet, most of the well-known dungeons are controlled by the guilds. By now, everyone thinks there aren't any more good hunting grounds from the 1st to the 3rd floor. Except for him, of course. With this in mind, Kang heads to Moon Lake, located on the 1st floor of the Tower of Trials, to hunt. When he arrives, he takes a moment to enjoy the beautiful scenery and realizes how nostalgic the place feels, having not been there in ages. Before wasting too much time admiring the view, Kang refocuses on why he's here. Humanity's fate hangs in the balance. Just then, Alice, who's now back in the ring, calls out to him. How do you plan on hunting in such a beautiful place like this? While walking toward the lake, Kang urges her to wait. Watch the magic happen. Alice continues to rant about water filling up the ring, but Kang ignores her and proceeds deeper into the lake. Surrounding the lake are 12 statues of importance, and Kang takes note of each one. However, he singles out a particular statue, recognizing that it serves a purpose beyond just beautifying the lake. As he approaches, Alice asks, "Does the statue have a secret button or something?" Kang shakes his head. It's not that easy. Currently, hundreds of players have discovered the spot they're at. At one point, the location had been mentioned on message boards from time to time. But in the end, nobody could find a key to fit the slot. Contrary to what the other players thought, Kang says the key that fits this slot isn't a simple piece of metal. Instead, it's moonlight. If one can control the amount and angle of moonlight that goes in with the palm of their hand and shine it in the correct sequence engraved into the crystals, then they will unlock the statue's secret purpose. Around that time, Kang shines the moonlight in the correct pattern using his palm. He turns the mechanism, finally opening a door that leads to an underground room system. Once the door is wide open, Kang enters the first floor basement of the Tower of Trials. Inside, he releases Alice from the seal and lets her take in the atmosphere of the beautiful and massive basement. To her, this is a once-in-a-lifetime feeling, so she takes her time admiring the beautiful scenery and remembering what freedom feels like. Knowing fully well she's having an epiphany, Kang asks, "Are you glad you made the contract with me?" At this point, Alice can't complain. She just gets in her feelings and decides to trust Kang just a little bit. Moving on, Kang activates the Blessing of Star to exert divine power. He defrosts the frozen tear a second time, gaining a plus 18 increase in his magic stats. Once that's done, Kang returns the frozen tears so it can cool down for the next 24 hours. Now that he's absorbed the frozen tears a second time, he finds it much easier to maintain Alice's form. With a little more time to kill, Kang stops to wonder what the residents of the tower think of the players, especially now that the game has become a reality. To find out, he gives Alice a certain look of curiosity, which she notices and gets concerned about. Kang then wonders if she, a vampire who's lived for thousands of years, believes she's just a piece of data inside the game. To find out, he decides to ask Alice the question. Once he asks her the question, something really weird happens as Kang himself glitches out of existence till he's done with the question. Alice gets scared from the glitch and pulls back, but then Kang notices the reaction and takes notes. As it turns out, the devs behind this freak show reality are blocking out all information about the tower. Knowing that he can't have conversations about the tower with its residents is a huge find Kang plans to use later. Just then, something piques Alice's spidey senses, and in due time, she alerts Kang to get ready for what's coming next. Almost immediately, Kang creates a fireball in his hands and waits for the scuttle he heard earlier. Currently, Kang refers to the basement of the tower as the spawning ground, just because an endless amount of monsters keep pouring out from the abyss. With that, he activates his fire element spell and burns the monster beetle in front of him to a crisp. After taking down the first beetle, a giant level 20 gives scarab beetle pops out of the abyss, bringing along its friends to fight the intruder that dares disturb their peace. As she stands between so many bugs, Alice gets grossed out and nearly vomits. Kang sees her reaction to the bugs and quickly orders her, "Get out of my way so I can deal with them." Once she's out of his line of sight, Kang activates Teresa's unique ability, Blessing of the Stars, and releases a bright flash of yellow light that blasts the bugs to smithereens. With the monster's physical defense already down by about 30%, Kang decides to let Alice fight them for once. He wants to measure her miniature self's power output in the real world. With that, he turns and tells her, "Show me what you've got, since you're too disgusted to even look at the bugs." Alice starts ranting about being a noble and whatnot. To get her to stop whining, Kang threatens to do the ring centrifuge technique again. Alice would rather die than let that happen again, so she eventually gets hers together and takes action. To fight the bugs, she activates Bloodbind and creates blood sacks, which she uses to trap each bug. With the pesky bugs trapped in the blood sacks, Kang arms himself with his dagger and applies Gap to reduce the level difference gap by 33 levels. After that, he slices through every one of Alice's blood sacks and kills all the bugs in that room. In the aftermath of the attack, Kang levels up like crazy and is finally happy to release all that pent-up energy he's been holding back all this time. To continue farming XP from the bugs, Kang activates the unique ability Grave of Swords and slices through every single bug coming for him to level up as quickly as possible. Several miles away, guild masters from all over South Korea gather in a meeting room of Guild Olympus to discuss the current situation with their raids. Once everyone is seated, Guild Titans representative Patrick starts the meeting by laying out the current problem they all have with clearing the third floor. After launching 8 raids consecutively against the third floor's boss, they still failed. Out of the 100 players from 15 strike teams, only 9 came back alive. Notwithstanding, Patrick says the third floor's boss is relatively ordinary in terms of prowess and special abilities. However, the issue they have is finding a way to defeat the hundreds of thousands of statues the boss commands. Hearing this, Guild China's representative, Tenwei, bangs his hand on the table in frustration. "Tell us, Patrick," he says, "how are we supposed to defeat that swarm of monsters?" This is despite having tried using an anti-army relic and failing. Just then, Guild Olympus representative Maria cuts in. "You guild masters," she begins, "let your players clear the second and third floors a bit too quickly." She pauses before continuing. As a consequence, there wasn't enough time for them to grow and gather experience. If they had enough players over level 15, maybe things might have been different, she adds. To further buttress her point, Guild Dangman's third strike team leader, Baek Jinho, interjects. "Guild China," he says, "Tenwei's guild has taken control of dungeons to monopolize magic crystals and preventing other guild players from growing." Upon hearing this, Tenwei fires back, refusing to let that comment slide. To him, all Guild China did was ascend the tower for mankind. Watching Jinho insult them without evidence is something he isn't going to stand for. Jinho adds more salt to the wound by arguing with Tenwei, and the situation nearly goes out of hand. Thankfully, before it does, Patrick urges them to stop pointing fingers and instead focus on figuring a way out of this mess. With decorum restored, Rhea asked Patrick if he has something in mind. Patrick begins his grand plan by telling them a little story. "Apparently last night, my guild was contacted by the demonic ones who offered us a way out of our situation on one condition." Seconds after hearing demonic ones and help come out of Patrick's mouth in the same sentence, Maria, Tenwei, and Jinho all ask, "Are you even considering joining forces with the scumbags on the international wanted list?" Before getting an answer, the trio lets him know that an alliance with those outcasts can never work. Teresa, who's been beside Maria all along, starts thinking about why the guilds would seriously reconsider working with such a group of vile humans. Ever since the tower became a reality, guilds have had more power than even the government. As such, it only makes sense for them not to want to work with the demons. Moments into their discussion about the demonic ones, a spy for the demonic ones hiding inside the chimney finally reveals himself after hearing all the things the guilds had to say about his dogs. After making a dramatic entrance with the fire, the man from the demonic ones lets them know that it's all good. "Have pride," he says. "But then again, are you sure you can take care of this on your own?" After a brief silence, Jinho finally speaks up. "You know your place," he demands, "or you'll end up saying things you shouldn't." Before the man responds, Jinho sinks his fingers into the long table, hauls it up, and then flings it in his direction right after, threatening to kill a poor old man. Tenwei quickly gets in between the man and the table coming at him, slicing it in half, saving the man in the process. Moving on, he accepts the fact that he's finally agreed on something with Jinho and waits for the next big thing to happen. Just then, the old man calls everybody in the room hot-blooded and urges them to at least hear their condition first before judging them all. With that, he tells them to cooperate with him, as they're sure they have the power to defeat the third floor boss. At that point, Jinho angrily fires back at the cunning old man, calling on his words and asking him to explain how the demonic ones plan on taking down that huge army of statues. The old man replies, telling Jinho and the others they can make their own army. To prove his words to them, the man clamps his hands together and uses the unique ability Dark Gravekeeper to summon undead soldiers from the soil right outside the mansion where the meeting is being held. Patrick notices the skeletons bulging out of the ground and remains silent so the man can finish. After showing them what he can do with the soil in that space, the man moves on to let them know that there's a long history of war on that land. "So, that's why there are so many useful corpses in the land," he adds. "Since there are many talented necromancers among the demonic ones, creating an army of the undead shouldn't be an issue for them." After listening to everything the old man had to say, Patrick wonders how the necromancers can control that many skeletons. Just then, he looks at the old man's hands and recognizes the staff he's holding as special. The old man, flabbergasted Patrick, could recognize power when he sees it. He tells everyone that the staff, also called the Staff of Greed, is a special item that can only be made by gathering 99 different ingredients. Seeing this, Tenwei, Guild China's representative, starts considering the old man's offer. With a combination of the famous staff and the necromancers, he tells the others that they might just be able to defeat the third floor boss. Upon hearing Tenwei blurt that out, Maria replies, asking, "Have you forgotten who the demonic ones are?" Around that time, Jinho interrupts her, saying, "You're probably right to be wary of making a deal with the demonic ones. However, if we can ensure this deal doesn't get to the public, our plan may be worth trying." At this point, Teresa figures Jinho must have been pushed to the extreme. Soon after, she starts questioning the scene in front of her, unable to believe that about 60% of guild masters are choosing to work with the demonic ones. It's pretty obvious they're not in their right minds, and she knows this. However, what can she do to bring them back to their senses? She knows that if Kang Jin were there, this would have never happened. As she ponders her next move, she gets a video call request from Kang and contemplates accepting it or not. Eventually, Teresa accepts the video call request and gets on the call with Kang. After some small talk, Kang asks Teresa if she's leveled up a bit. However, before she can answer his question, Kang notices the presence of a demonic one. He asks Teresa to explain what kind of crappy situation she's in. The old man also notices Kang's presence on the video call and demands he avoid hiding his face behind a screen so he can introduce himself. In response, Kang puts on his mask to keep his identity hidden and enlarges the video call screen, now visible to everyone in the entire room. Kang waits for the comments to come in. Maria is the first person to recognize him as the unknown super rookie who cleared the first floor ruins all by himself. Currently, every major guild in the world is out to recruit this super rookie. Now he's appeared before them out of nowhere. All those who have been trying to get in contact with Unknown must be overwhelmed with joy by his sudden appearance, having recognized the masked player too. The old man smirks and says a thing or two about Unknown's show in the first floor ruins. Thereafter, he asked Unknown if he knows that the boss raid for the final boss of the third floor will be much harder than the raid on the ruins. Unknown, who's already seen the trick behind the old man's question, moves on to ask him if he thinks the demonic ones can pull it off. Without hesitation, the man says yes and directs Unknown's attention outside the window so he can see the huge number of skeletons outside. After that, he tells Unknown that the guild representatives were just about to agree to work with the demonic ones, so there's almost nothing he can do at this point. Just then, Unknown exposes the bastard and calls the staff he's been bragging about to the representatives a knockoff. The old man takes offense at Unknown's comment and asks him to explain himself. By then, Unknown calls out the last two ingredients those cheap bastards left out while creating the staff. The first one being the heart of an adult, and the second, burial clothes soaked in holy oil. With that said, he asked the old man to argue with his revelation. The old man keeps his useless mouth shut. When Patrick asks him to prove his claims, Unknown tells the group the OG staff of Greed usually has a red jewel below the skull. Also, he continues that there's no way any sane person can make the real staff while they're still on the third floor. Furthermore, he urges them to look outside and see the quality of the skeleton soldiers. You'd see that those soldiers are designed poorly and aren't very sturdy for long-term combat. If you're in a raid, he adds, the players won't last half a day in the boss room with those crumbling soldiers. Soon after fully exposing the old man and his crew, Unknown, who's also Kang in the mask, says the demonic ones wish to buy enough time for them to steal all of the players' coins and items before abandoning them and going into hiding. Since their grand plan has been exposed, the old man makes empty threats at Unknown before disappearing into a purple mist. Less than a second after his disappearance, the skeletons also vanish from the front yard. Now that the guild representatives are back to where they started, Patrick asks everyone in the room, what do you feel we should do? Just then, Unknown speaks up and urges them to leave things to him so he can give them a good reason not to cooperate with those fools. Concerned, Patrick asks, are you suggesting you can do things on your own? Unknown responds, yes. At that point, every single guild representative in the room starts thinking about how beneficial it would be for them to recruit Unknown into their guild. After a long pause, they all begin pitching their offers and ideas to Unknown, hoping to win him over to their side so they can control him. Some propose more money than he could ever need in life, while others suggest a fort. Then there's Jinno, who proposes something else. Before he can say what it is, Unknown interrupts and tells them, I don't need any material things from you. However, he adds, if you can block off the area so other players can't get in, then I'll be grateful and won't ask for any other compensation. Hearing this, Maria becomes concerned and asks, why would you go that far for the guild? Tenway supports her statement, calling Unknown suspicious before asking for his reason. Put on the spot, Kang searches for a lie that will fool them. When he finds one he can use, he says, I'm only trying to help out my precious friend. At that moment, Teresa's face turns red as she blushes in surprise. The whole room falls silent. Kang starts cringing hard behind the mask as he never expected himself to say something of that nature. Teresa asks him again to make sure Kang is sure he said what he said. Just then, Jinno gets super excited and admires Unknown's camaraderie. Unknown continues yapping with Jinno just to sell his lie to the others. Once he gets everyone in a good mood, Kang checks the screen record button to make sure it's on. Turns out, any regular player would have gladly accepted the sign-up bonus like it was nothing. However, Kang is not as short-sighted as a regular player. Giving up compensation just for his comrade is something he can use to get overwhelming benefits next time he needs their help. Upon ending the video call, Kang cuts out the parts with the demonic ones from the video before uploading it to the Hall of Fame. Following that, he checks his stats and information. He finds out he's already at level 12 after spending less than a day in the spawning grounds. If anything, things are working out much better than he expected. While he's at it, Alice returns from her fight with the bugs and chastises Kang for making her fight all those bugs on her own. Kang figures if she has enough energy to complain and she's not dying anytime soon. Pissed, Alice guilt trips Kang into making him feel like he's using her as his slave, not his partner. And Kang lets her know she's hurting his feelings. Moving on, he opens the tower's online store and tells Alice he's about to buy her a mana supplement. But then she lets him know that those things don't work against vampires. Kang asks her to explain herself. Alice said she won't be able to support him if she doesn't have enough mana. With that said, Alice takes out her fangs, dripping, and lets Kang know that she'll be taking all the mana she's used. Confused, Kang staggers and asks her to calm the freak down. Sadly, Alice was already too far gone to even listen to anyone, so she sinks her fangs into Kang's neck and sucks out a few pints of blood to feed herself. After lunch, Alice feels very refreshed and cleans herself up. Kang, who's feeling a little dizzy, asks Alice to tell him how much she sucked. Alice ignores the question and lets him know that she's all refreshed and ready to rumble. So, what now? Well, Kang continues shopping and buys a bunch of seemingly useless things for his inventory. Alice asks why he's bought so many useless things. Kang tells her that they all have their uses. Moving on, he calls Alice's name and lets her know that they're about to start getting busy. Since they have to finish up the basement floor by the end of the day, they need to get serious. With that, he tells Alice to hold on tight and leaps further into the hole in the abyss. After falling for a few minutes, Alice gets concerned and asks her partner, "Have you ever fallen through that hole before?" Kang mumbles a few more cocky words, then tells Alice, "Activate your reverse gravity spell." When she does, Kang uses the spell to land safely at the bottom of the hole. Now out of danger, Alice calls Kang reckless and lucky for being so carefree. Minutes later, she senses something coming for them. Kang lights up a torch with his element of fire right after telling her, "I know we're not alone." Just then, countless bugs and monstrous anomalies show their faces to intimidate Kang. Kang, who's not threatened by them, calls B and urges the real master of the abyss to show himself. Around that time, the master speaks up and asks Kang if he knows about him. To show the monster that he knows exactly who he is, Kang. Kang calls him the hound who prowls the desert, Anubis. Upon hearing how Kang just described him, Anubis gets super pissed. He tells Kang, "I was initially going to have some fun with you, but now that you've decided to be stupid and disrespectful, I'll just do away with you." Kang fires back, "I'm not here to chat either. I came to provoke you, dog. Hurry up and come at me." At this point, Anubis laughs, shaking his head at how absurd Kang sounds, challenging a god as if he's stronger than he looks. Alice, on the other hand, can see how dangerous Anubis truly is. To save her partner from sudden death, she steps in between them. "Kang, get back up," she says. "I'll hold him off for as long as I can." Kang smirks when he realizes just how much Alice cares about him. He pushes her behind him, saying, "Just watch me do the impossible." Alice warns him, "Don't get cocky." But Kang grins, "Relax. Watch me show you the kind of person you made a contract with." Amused by Kang's confidence, Anubis raises his staff and activates his unique ability, Anubis Judgment. Kang recognizes this skill immediately. It's the special ability Anubis always uses whenever someone faces him. This absolute judgment skill activates once the victim answers 3 of his questions. For the first question, Anubis asks Kang to tell him if Alice told Kang about him. Kang, who's already sensed the scales of obedience behind him, checks for the copy conditions of this skill. He realizes that he has to make Anubis lose his patience and destroy the vessel that contains his consciousness. If he can meet those conditions, Kang will be able to ask the strongest question in the world. So for now, he just needs to answer those questions, regardless of whether or not he tells the truth. To answer the first question, Kang confirms Anubis' suspicion and tells him yes. Moving on to the second question, Anubis asks Kang if he's come for the hive. Kang says yes, as he plans on selling the item on the black market for a quick buck. With the second question answered, Anubis continues to the final one and asks Kang if he thinks he can make it out alive after trespassing on his domain. Kang replies saying, "If I can't evade Anubis, then I might as well donate my stuff and fall dead." Once all 3 questions are answered, the conditions are met and Anubis activates his special skill. Moments later, purple spikes start growing out from the ground and Kang gets all of his stats reduced by 50%. Not only that, but he also gets his unique abilities and skills sealed for 1 minute, leaving him powerless and unable to fight Anubis monsters for a little while. To continue carrying out his judgment, Anubis brings forth his champion, the giant armored mantis, and gives it the responsibility of handing down his judgment on Kang. Moments before the fight, Anubis asks Kang to tell him what he thinks of his champion. Kang responds, "The monster is huge." He then summons a mini gramophone from his inventory. This item can be used to play a selected song once and cannot be destroyed while the music is playing. After watching Kang pick and play a song on the gramophone, Anubis gets confused and asks, "Why are you playing the music of the humans? Could you have lost your mind at the sight of my champion?" Kang replies, "I haven't lost my mind yet. I'm just getting lost in the music." As the attacks from the champion begin, Kang reflects on how many experiments he's done in the game just to discover the perfect song. Currently, this beat is in perfect sync with the giant mantis attack pattern. So, if he can follow the beat and conduct all of the mantis attacks, then Kang can successfully evade the armored mantis strikes. As the fight begins, Anubis starts to notice Kang evading all of his champion's attacks in time with the beat. If there's anything about this guy, it's that this isn't a coincidence, Anubis thinks to himself. He then begins to wonder, was using the gramophone part of his plan all along? Soon after, the 1-minute ban placed on his unique skills and abilities expires, and Kang can use his abilities again. Without fail, he activates the Grave of Swords and slashes the mantis limbs with his dagger. Anubis chuckles and asks, "Do you really think you can kill my champion like that?" He continues, "My champions can heal their wounds in the blink of an eye. Keep going like that, and you'll run out of stamina. Then you'll be cooked." Kang takes note of this and replies, "You're right. I can't kill a mantis at my current level, but I can make sure that mantis wishes it were dead." To prove his point, Kang continues slashing every single limb on the mantis body in quick succession. Alice, who sees what Kang is doing to the poor mantis, wonders what Kang's endgame is. She knew he was strong, but she had no idea he was this powerful. After seeing what Kang can truly do, Alice gets a feeling that Kang is the man who can help get her revenge against her family members. After getting his arm slashed so many times, the mantis gives up and just lays there on the ground. Confused, Anubis screams at the mantis and urges it to continue fighting Kang. Sadly, the mantis is just too tired of Kang. As it quivers in fear, Kang inches closer to it to unleash his finishing move that can break any warrior's belief that they ever lose. When he gets close enough, Kang teabags the mantis and insults it. Yes, folks, you heard it right. Our evil MC teabagged the innocent giant mantis. Eventually, after enough insults, the mantis gets up in frustration and kills itself just like that. Anubis, after watching his champion fall by such a method, opens his mouth wide in shock. On the other hand, Kang levels up and gets a special item, the spell book of the Pelteros Duke, courtesy of his Monopoly skill. Once interpreted, the book's user can learn ice magic. Kang puts a smile on his face when he finally obtains a book that can only be acquired on the middle floors. When he thinks about why he got the book so early, Kang figures it must be his Monopoly skill at play here. Without wasting time, Kang opens the book and acquires a level 1 spell that enables him to create ice sculptures. Soon after, he activates the skill and gets ready to use it in his fight against Anubis. Before round 2, Anubis acknowledges Kang's skill, but then asks, "Do you seriously plan on fighting me with that frozen toy?" Surprised, Kang calls out his BS and lets Anubis know, "I'm aware your real self is hiding on the 42nd floor right now." Shocked by Kang's knowledge, Anubis asks, "Why did you challenge me knowing that my real self wasn't on that floor?" At that point, Kang disrespects him by telling him, "I'm doing this just for fun." Anubis goes crazy after hearing such disrespectful words from Kang. Now, he can't let Kang go scot-free after hurting his pride and one of his champions just like that. With that said, Anubis' eyes glow purple. He starts ranting like a newborn, calling Kang a blasphemous idiot. With nothing else to lose, Anubis unleashes Hive, an ancient beehive that infinitely summons enormous bees, and orders them all to kill that blasphemous human. Almost immediately, the bees charge toward Kang to kill him. However, Kang fires the icicles he created earlier and destroys a few of the bees. When he realizes that didn't work, he switches to using fire against them. By this time, every single monster under Anubis' command is coming at him from all directions. Kang retains his composure and fuses the elements of fire and ice sculpture to create the skill Daylight. With this new skill, Kang blasts every monster coming at him from every possible direction. He holds them off for several minutes. The level 1 Daylight skill is a special mass destruction ability that compresses and releases mana with white magic. Anubis is forced to watch Kang massacre his army of monster bees. Soon, after witnessing more bees get destroyed by the second, Anubis decides to change his strategy. He will create monsters that even Kang can't destroy. To do this, he activates another special skill of his called Target Selection. Moments after creating the skill, a strengthened creature is birthed in the so-called hive and brought forth to face its new enemy, Kang. Mere seconds after its creation, the creature, which looks like a giant wasp, charges at Kang, armed with its stinger. Before the creature reaches him, Kang creates more ice sculptures and fires them all at the giant wasp monster. The ice sculptures pierce through the wasp's body, creating holes large enough to kill it completely. However, Anubis only chuckles at the sight of this, knowing Kang is simply wasting his time. Seconds after his initial attack on the wasp, Kang watches as it not only comes back to life, but also multiplies. Following this, Anubis seizes the opportunity to gloat about his new creation. He tells Kang, the monsters created with target selection don't just die, they simply multiply. He continues, still no matter how strong your skills are, they are useless now. You're fighting a battle of attrition. Fully aware of his new reality, Kang decides to try a different approach to killing the wasps. Instead of hopelessly fighting and waiting for a miracle, he picks up an enlargement pill, also known for multiplying the target size tenfold from the supplies he bought earlier at the store. He targets the main wasp's mouth and flicks it inside. After getting the pill in the wasp's mouth, Kang needs to wait one more minute before the pill's effects are activated in the wasp's belly. For now, he keeps his wits about him, hopping from wasp to wasp, evading as many attacks as he can. He does this when he can, all while making sure not to kill any wasp in the process. During his carry, Kang goes as far as holding the antenna of one of the wasps and riding it around like his personal chariot. Seeing this, Anubis understandably gets super pissed. He orders his wasp to stop fooling around and kill Kang that instant. What he didn't know is that Kang was not provoking him just for fun. As it turns out, everyone would expect a player fighting creatures that don't die and only continue multiplying to lose hope and give everything up. Kang, on the other hand, doesn't see things like that. As an outstanding player in this hellish game, he had seen his opportunity to create something good out of this seemingly hopeless situation. As he leaps from wasp to wasp, Kang takes out another item he bought from the store earlier, a mysterious cue, and uses it to trap all the wasps in the room. Furthermore, he combines 4 more things he bought from the store and uses the effects to enhance his mysterious cue so it can last a longer period. Once that's done, the wasps start banging and slamming every inch of the mysterious cue, hoping to free themselves from the restraints. Upon sensing the patterns through the wasp's repeated attempts and calmly analyzing the situation, Kang finally creates an infinite item glitch that forces the wasps into making something he wants. Right after trapping the wasps in the mysterious cue, Kang activates a level 5 fire element spell. He directs a flame inside the cue toward the wasps and makes it go kaboom. This action activates the effects of the enlargement pills. After a few moments of chaos, screeches and blazing inside a mysterious cue, several dozen enlargement pills start dropping like flies from the wasp's ass. If Kang plans to go up against any boss with a large army, then he needs as many enlargement pills as he can get. Monsters like this, which multiply indefinitely, are the most effective copy machines ever. Not just for copying experience points, but also for copying items. At that point, Kang levels up like crazy and shocks Anubis to the bone. Upon seeing what Kang just did to his wasps, Anubis questions his reality. He starts wondering if he's seen things or not. Shortly afterward, he starts asking rhetorical questions about Kang preparing the items in advance just to combine them. If anything, Anubis is sure Kang already knew the hive's characteristics and provoked him from the start. He led him into unleashing the wasps and trapping them. Having realized this, he slams his throne and reaches for the hive. When he gets a hold of it, he crushes the hive, destroying Kang's chance of infinitely multiplying the enlargement pills. Kang gets disappointed by the party pooper, but still takes what he gets in the long run. Now seething with rage, Anubis scoffs at Kang's humiliation attempt. He stomps his feet on the ground, screaming out the word blasphemy, so every monster in the depths of that room can hear him out. Once he's done letting off some steam, he points at Kang and tells him to make sure he survives and moves up the tower so they can meet again on the 42nd floor. In response, Kang tells him to stop shouting at him as he's going to climb the tower anyway. Anubis continues shouting anyway and tells Kang that once they meet again, he will personally judge him for his blasphemy. Following that, he smiles and destroys his vessel, causing him to disappear. Right then and there, Kang meets the conditions needed to copy Anubis' judgment skill and saves it to the memory of the world book right after copying it. He then checks out the details after copying it and realizes that he can now reduce his target's stats by 50% and disable the use of skills and unique abilities for 1 minute. Right after asking them 3 questions, they answer. For now, the ability can only be used on the same target just once. If used improperly, Kang will incur the wrath of the gods of ancient Egypt. Just then, Kang receives a notification stating that the gods of ancient Egypt are interested in him. When he looks further into it, he soon realizes that they're pissed at him for on Anubis like that. Turns out, the gods in the tower are that petty. But who cares? As for Alice, who's been watching the whole thing from the start, she speaks up when it's all over and asks Kang to explain what the hell just happened. Kang tells her Anubis just rage quit on me, but then he urges her to stop acting surprised since he already won the fight. Kang opens up his information log again and figures he's now at level 19 with average stats. Impressed by his progress so far, Kang says, "This is the first time I leveled up this much at this stage. I should be happy about it." Since he doesn't know what's going to happen from here on out, Kang uses his available stat points to raise all his stats evenly. Seconds later, he receives a video call request from an unknown player. He tells Alice, "Stay out of the camera frame to keep your identity hidden." Alice gets a little frustrated by this, but she obeys her master and lets him have his fun. When Kang picks up the call, he finds Jaeyeong, the loser who's been losing to him since the game began, on the other end. This time, Jaeyeong gives him a stern look and asks, "Where are you right now? Is this some place you recognize?" Kang just tells him, "Mind your business and explain why you're calling me." At that point, Jaeyeong explains his proposal. In 24 hours, the Association of the Awakened is hosting a tournament that requires all players ranked AA or above to attend. Kang wonders, why is the association holding a gathering now, of all times, especially after failing to defeat the third floor boss so many times? When it comes down to the reason for his call, Jaeyeong stares at Kang and says, "Come to the tournament and fight you one more time." Kang asks, "Why would I waste my time fighting you again?" Jaeyeong responds, "This time you won't be able to refuse my invitation." Kang asks, "Why?" Jaeyeong replies, "Because I have an invitation card to the black market." 24 hours later, Kang finally attends the tournament hosted by the association. According to Chan's description, the black market, unlike the normal coin market that other players use, is a secret auction where only invited members can purchase items with cash. While thinking about the ideal black market auction, Kang, who's sitting comfortably in the audience, starts figuring out the types of items he needs to beat the third floor boss. Now that the Tower of Trials has become a reality, it's only normal for auctions like this to appear as well. If it's a secret, as Chan claims it to be, then Kang might be able to find some decent items. Around that time, Kang gets a notification concerning the screen-recorded video conference call he uploaded earlier. After editing out the unnecessary parts, most of which include the part about the demonic ones, Kang had uploaded the video to Unknown's newly opened channel. Rankers from major guilds, including Teresa, could be seen in the video with the masked Unknown. Since he edited out the parts with the demons, no one can criticize the guilds for now. Nothing good can come from going against the major guilds just yet. After the soliloquy session, Kang checked the comments to see what people thought about the video. Thankfully, the video had passed the right message across. Everyone either thought he was a good person with a nice personality or remained hopeful and confident in his skills to beat the third floor's boss. Either way, Kang got the response he was expecting. The Veiled player, who everyone was curious about, confidently declared all that in front of the major guilds. It was only natural for the video to cause a stir. Now moving on to the view count conditions, Kang quickly calculated the revenue he was earning with the current views. At 50 million views, Kang calculated his total revenue to be about 500,000 coins. After deducting the 90% fee, Kang was left with just 50,000 coins at the end of the day. Although the fee seemed pretty ridiculous, Kang was still confident. It was more than enough to get good items from the black market auction. After a quick yawn, Kang snapped out of it and started wondering when the competition would be over. As it turned out, the small fries were still clanging swords like kids on stage. They were worried that their consecutive failures at clearing the third floor boss would lose them public confidence. The association and the major guilds decided to live stream the tournament, which consists of 24 AA or above ranked players to show the citizens how strong and reliable their players are. Kang sees through the beat, but then realizes that not everybody watches you too. As such, there aren't many chances to see a player's true abilities. All in all, it's not a bad plan to lighten the pressure. Earlier on, Cheyenne promised Kang to give him the black market invitation card if he agreed to a battle. During their video call 4 hours ago, Kang tried to let him know that he's not an AA rank or above, so he can't participate in the tournament anyways. Thinking Chin will just hand over the black market invitation card, Kang gets the shock of his life when Cheyenne says the winner of the tournament is given 2 choices. The first one being choosing a replica from the National Museum of Korea, and the other one being the right to battle with any player who didn't participate in the competition. Kang gets a bad feeling about things right after Chin mentions all that and listens to the overjoyed Nimrod promise to take him down this time in front of everyone. Knowing fully well that the fool is only going to embarrass himself, Kang takes him up on his offer. Now that he's at the tournament, Kang needs Chan to win this as quickly as possible so they can get their banter over with in time. Around that time, Kang watches two fools climb swords and mouth rubbish at each other just to add some fun to the tournament. Soon after, a familiar Anubis structure shows up on stage, swings its hand at them, and knocks both of them out like they were nothing, erupting flames from its hands. Moments after taking down the small fry, Jong, Woo, and Lee Jury show their cocky faces and smirk at the audience. Just then, about 4 suits from the front seat make their comments about the duo. From their play, most of them acknowledge their skills and confidence, hoping the public remains at ease after seeing them fight. As the audience cheers the fighters on, one of the suits asks his guild master if he's already seen any player they can recruit to their guild. By then, the guild master of the Black Cloud Guild, Hanjio, speaks up and tells his men that there's only one fighter who's caught his eye. That fighter is none other than Jaeyeong. As Cheon steps into the arena to fight the other players, Hong analyzes his fighting stance for strength, control, and visibility. So far, they're all exceptional. On top of that, Cheon executes his opponents cleanly and with a cute technique. Before that time, Hong had asked Cheon to join their guild, but Cheon blackly refused his offer to carry out his plan. Being the first person to ever reject an offer to join his guild, Hong remains hopeful that Cheon will change his mind after the tournament. Just then, someone behind Hong complains about how draining things have been for him so far. When Hong looks behind, he finds the four-eyed doofus telling him that if Hong had let him compete in the tournament, then he would have taken care of all those insects and made the cocky Cheon kneel before them for declining their offer disrespectfully. Upon removing his glasses, the Star Boy, identified later as Guild Black Cloud's AAA rank player, Jong Du, asks Hong if he agrees with him. Hong scoffs and tells him, "Focus on the interview. I spent so much money to get you and stop grumbling about the game." Du smirks and tells his boss, "Don't worry about me too much. The camera loves me. It won't fail me anytime soon." As of now, Dune has the talent to become an S rank shortly, but the only problem with him is that he likes to show off way too much. Anyways, if word comes out that Hong recruited such a promising player, then Black Cloud's status will naturally increase. For now, he just needs to tolerate Doyen's cockiness. With the tournament nearing the final stages, every fighter in the arena unleashes their greatest moves for a chance to get to the top and become the new face of Korea. Just when they all thought things were sealed for them, a mysterious person swoops in and knocks every single one of them down, including Min Jong-woo and Lai Yuri. Once he's done taking care of them, the mysterious player reveals himself to be Jaeyeong and is named the winner of the tournament. At that moment, every Korean citizen gets to see what a hottie the fool is. Soon after clutching the win, Chan appears on national TV with a reporter who congratulates him and then asks to know which choice he's yet to make. Is he going for the replica relics or will he go for the battle request? Without fail, Chang insists he's going for the battle request and shocks everybody watching him. While some thought the guy was just yearning for a fight, others thought he was going to fight a big shot like a guild master. After choosing the second option, Jaeyeong was given the chance to select his next opponent. As the whole of Korea waited for him to pick someone worthy, Cheon stared in Kang's direction and pointed at him. "Come down to the stage," he called. Since Don was sitting right in front of Kang, he flared up, thinking that Cheon was calling for him. Just before he got up, Hong pushed him back down. Trace Cheon's eye movements, he urged. When they did, they realized that Cheon wasn't even pointing at Don. Instead, he was pointing at someone sitting behind him. Just then, Cheon hurriedly motioned for Kang to get up. "Stop acting like you don't see me," he called out. Diane started wondering who Cheon was pointing to. He didn't think there could be another match for Cheon besides him and Hong. By then, Kang stood up and exchanged a few snide remarks with Cheon before heading to the stage. Once Cheon lowered his sword, the 4 suits from earlier rushed to check the database to identify the person Cheon was challenging. When they looked him up, they found his name, Kang Jin-hyuk, an F-rank player. Surprised by his choice, Hong wondered what Cheon planned to gain by battling someone who wasn't at his level. Does he enjoy harassing weaklings in front of an audience? Whenever Chan is scheming, Hong is interested in figuring out his endgame. Upon getting to the stage, Kang begs Cheon to stop challenging him once he loses this time, as it's about time for him to learn when to give up. Cheon asks Kang, "Why do you think you're going to win? How can you say such things after seeing me beat this out of the others?" Kang chuckles. "You've certainly grown stronger than before." Cheon takes offense at Kang's words. "I train nonstop just to take you down. If you want the invitation, you'll have to work for it." With that, Cheon activates a level 6 soul-chasing sword energy, makes Kang's fire powers tingle. To start his next fight, Kang activates his level 5 element of fire magic and gets ready to rumble. A few minutes after the fight begins, Kang easily overpowers Chan Yu Song. He blasts a hole through the arena's roof with his newly acquired ice magic, all trying to bring him down. With the entire arena in shambles, Jaeyeong uses the very last ounce of strength he has left to ask, "Just how many skills do you have in your arsenal?" Before Kang even gets to give him a response, Bro collapses and loses the fight. Shortly afterward, Kang rummages through the idiot's coat to fish out the black market invitation card Cheon promised to give him if he won. Since he's technically won the fight, Kang is just taking what's already his, not stealing it. Once he gets his hands on the card, Kang grins and promises to put the card to good use. By that time, everybody, including the 4 suits from earlier and the guild master of Black Cloud, had already seen what Kang, the supposed F-rank player, could do. While some of them try to figure out how he was able to create those ice missiles and the light beam, others are simply wondering if he's even human at all. Kang, on the other hand, takes a detour after the fight to check up on Lai Yuri and Min Jong-woo, his first recruits. When he gets their attention, Kang takes them through the small talk and reminds them about the first time they met. Min provides a detailed description of how their first meeting went, especially how intense it was. But then, Kang urges them to put it behind them and think of this as a new beginning, since they'd rather not be each other's enemies. Both of them accept his proposal. As a show of goodwill, Kang asks Yuri to give him her phone number, with the option to refuse the request if she wants to. Hearing this, Yuri decides not to share her number. But then Kang asks, "Would you rather deal with my petness after refusing to help me with your number?" Lai Yuri knows better than to be on Kang's bad side, so she willingly hands over her number and urges him, leaving alone. Moments later, Du Yan leaps out of his seat in the audience stand and lands in the arena to confront Kang, who just beat this out of Chan. As the tension in the air grows by the second, Du Yan tells Kang how shocking it felt to see him, a supposed F-rank player, beat this out of Chan, a man with potential. Kang ignores the man's comments and quickly activates his level 3 Eye of Truth to see Du Yan's information. From what he could find, Du Yan is a 33-year-old level 21 male with average stats for his level and the unique ability Titan Strength, alongside a bunch of others. To copy Titan's grip, Du Yan's unique ability, Kang has to discover Du Yan's true motive for coming outside and meeting him right there, in front of everybody. This information makes Kang wonder how the system always recognizes his opponent's intentions. Maybe there's more to this so-called system than just being a simple program. Before Kang gets too deep in his thoughts, Doan calls him back to Earth. He tells Kang not to give him such a scary look, as he's not there to fight him. When Kang asks him to get to the point, Doan begins his sob story. He says, "Since we're probably going to see each other often and work in the same field, I just want to shake hands with my future colleague, someone I'll be working with side by side." As Do reaches his hand toward Kang, he activates his Eye of Truth for a second time to see through the lies. Sure enough, Doan's words are nothing but a facade. Behind that fake smile, Kang sees the bastard's insecurity and rage. He also notices the reporters flocking toward them, as if they've been waiting for this moment. With Doan's hand still poised for a handshake and his Titan Strength ability at the ready, paired with a look of anticipation from Black Cloud's guildmaster, Kang figures that this doofus is trying to make a show of overpowering the Newbie, the one who just defeated the tournament winner, right in front of the reporters. Then he'll steal the spotlight. Right after figuring out Jong Du-young's ulterior motives, Kang meets the conditions to copy his unique skill and copies it without fail. Once he's done, he checks the description of the skill and realizes he can use it to dramatically increase his grip strength. Not only that, but he can also use items that are up to 10 times his total body weight. Back when the tower was just a game, there were very limited skills for Kang to copy, but now the opportunities are endless. Right after copying the skill, Kang asks Dian a series of questions. For the first question, he asked him, "Are you representing your guild with a handshake?" Du answers him and says, "Yes," also noting that if Kang joins their guild, he'll be given special treatment. For the second one, Kang asks, "Will I get a contract bonus once I join your guild?" Again, Doyen urges him to just drop them a number, and they'll match it ASAP. At this point, Kang extends his hand to shake Don's. Just as he's about to shake him, he asks Dian, "Do you really think you can defeat me in a battle of brute strength?" Down sneers, clamping his hands on Kang's after activating his level 5 Titan's grip, and answers Kang's final question by telling him that he can and will. With all 3 questions answered successfully, Kang activates Anubis Judgment, the skill he copied from the ancient god down in the abyss, and reduces all of Dian's stats by 50%. For the first few seconds, Doan's body freezes up, and he's unable to move. Just then, Kang activates Titan's grip and forces Dom to his knees. After talking down to the hotshot for a few seconds, calling him a big baby, Kang crushes his hand, causing the once strong dumbass to scream out in pain. When he can't take it anymore, Doan begs Kang to stop so he can be free. But then, Kang calls the guy a disgrace and punches him so hard in the belly that Doan instantly gets knocked out. With Doan now on the ground, Kang insults him and urges him never to act like they're close ever again. Almost immediately, the reporters start flashing their cameras on the stage to take pictures of whatever's happening there. Sadly for Kang, his glory days are short-lived as the guild master of Black Cloud itself, Hong, zaps himself to the arena in his red lightning shroud. Upon his arrival, Kong activates the Eye of Truth to check out Hong's information. But then, Hong screams at him, condemning him for throwing Dune around like a ragdoll. Kang just ignores the old fool and moves on to check his information. Apparently, Hong Deokyo is a 41-year-old level 34 male with good stats and a unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit. Looking further, Kang discovers he's the class berserker and takes note of everything. Moving over to the copy conditions for his unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit, Kang realizes he needs to destroy Hong's pride and make sure there's nothing left. To do this, Kang provokes him by telling him to back off like he were some low-level kid. Unable to stand the disrespect, Hong asks Kang if he is scared of him. But then, Kang says he's just not interested in crushing any guild masters yet. At that point, something snaps in Hong. He leaps high up into the air to activate his unique ability, Blood Demon Spirit. With his anger meter raised to the maximum level possible, Hong lunges at Kang to tear him limb from limb. By then, Kang also raises his hand to activate the level 2 daylight spell. As the light intensity increases with every second, it starts to affect the vision of others around them. Soon after unleashing the daylight spell, Kang summons his dagger and uses it to block Hong's incoming attack. This happens just after activating the stat gap, using about 99 of the 100 points to reduce their level difference by 33 levels. Confused, Hong wonders, how in hell was Kang able to block my Blood Demon Spirit attack? Back when he led the strike team in the raid against the second floor boss, the giant god warrior, Hong was the one who brought it down with his unique ability. Could Kang be on the same level as him? Hong wonders. The next minute, he stops doubting himself and instead rushes forward to continue the fight. Moments before round 2 begins, someone intervenes and stops them from fighting, using his level 4 mediation spell. Turns out the entire country is watching them, so the two should be trying to show how trustworthy they are. With that said, the mediator steps into the light and reveals himself to be Hansang Jin, the head of the Association of the Awakened. Kang takes note of Hansang Jin's presence and keeps his mouth shut, anticipating how Han will handle the situation with the bullies. Soon after his arrival, Hong reports Kang to Han, blaming him for Dian's sudden collapse and demanding punishment. Han tells Hong, "Stop crying. Injuries are expected in a tournament." Hearing this, Hong tries to get bossy, but Han ignores him and walks toward Kang. Once past the introductory phase, Han goes straight to the point. He lets Kang know, "I only became aware of your existence 20 minutes ago when the organizer called me down to the arena." Now that he's here, Han tells Kang, "I checked your rank on the database and went through the test. Turns out, you've been wronged." With that said, Hansang Jin calls Kang's name one more time and bows his head. Congratulations on becoming the 16th S-rank player in Korea. Moving on, Han apologizes on behalf of the association for mistakenly giving Kang the wrong rank. "I hope we can all move forward from whatever happened." Soon, reporters start flocking around Kang, just minutes after he's named the 16th S-rank player. Poor Hong and his dog are still knocked out, left behind as everyone stops noticing him. After a while, Hong pauses to wonder why they're being overshadowed by Kang. To get his shine back, Hong calls a reporter and tells him, "Get the others. My guild will reveal a special plan to take down the third floor boss." Unfortunately for him, the reporter yanks off his coat and makes his way to Kang's position. In the end, Hong gets so overshadowed that nobody even knew he was in the arena in the first place. They were all flashing their cameras at Kang, the new zero-to-hero player who appeared from the rubble. Tired of begging for attention, Hong drops the reporter's coat and leaves the arena. At that point, Kang meets the conditions to copy his unique skill, Blood Demon Spirit. After copying and saving the skill, Kang heads home and goes to bed. The next morning, he wakes up on an airplane to see various forums and news outlets talking about him, Korea's 16th S-ranker online. As for the video that was uploaded to the Hall of Fame the previous day, Kang logs in to check the comments. There, he finds some pretty hilarious ones, all aimed at praising how easy it was for an F-ranker to get the S-rank position. Satisfied by his findings, Kang can rest easy now. He enjoys his flight. Now, how did he get on a plane? Well, it turns out Kang's next stop was to get to Las Vegas so he could attend the black market auction. As an apology gift from the association for defaulting on his rank, Hansang Jin covered his flight expenses and ensured Kang flew first class. So far, Kang isn't complaining. Soon after getting comfortable, Kang starts to understand why everyone wants a high ranking. The treatment is good, the food is good, heck, even the chair is immaculate. As the plane hits the skies, Kang is greeted by a friendly flight attendant and served a gourmet dish. Once the attendant is gone, Kang digs into his meal, savoring the taste. A few minutes into eating, Alice suddenly calls him for inside the ring around his neck. She tells him that the blood of the guy talking to the flight attendant gives off a strange, unpleasant, and vile smell. At first, Kang just thought Alice was yapping, but she insists she's not joking this time. If anything, that guy is probably not human at all, she adds. At this point, Kang takes Alice seriously and decides to see things for himself. After activating his Eye of Truth, Kang discovers something is way off about this guy. His name is Alex Judro, a 24-year-old level 27 player with the class Necromancer and the unique ability Forgotten Ancient Tomb. After checking the conditions to copy his skills, Kang figures out that he needs to befriend Alex and join the Association of the Demonic Ones. By this time, Kang starts wondering how the guy can keep calm knowing he's evil. Before he knows it, the guy walks toward him and stops when he recognizes his face. He then asks, "Are you truly Kang Jin-hyuk, the recently promoted S-rank player?" In that instant, Kang realizes the guy must have taken the same flight as him just so they can talk privately. To avoid keeping him waiting, Kang confirms that he is indeed the most recent S-rank player. By then, Alex formally introduces himself as a businessman and proposes they drink to kill time. Kang accepts the proposal and has Alex take out a top-shelf cognac for them to enjoy while they chat their sorrows away. After listening to so many of Alex's sad stories, Kang stays on alert as he realizes Alex might change the subject soon. When it's finally time to reveal the real reason why he's in Korea, Alex tells Kang that he isn't really there because of his cosmetic business. Rather, he's there to expand his other business related to the Awakened. Confused, Kang asks him to elaborate. Alex says he's run into a bit of a problem. When asked to share, Alex inquires about the masked player, Unknown. Kang talks about the video he saw recently where Unknown declared he beat the third-floor boss all by himself. Moving on, Kang asks Alex if his problem has something to do with a masked guy. Alex responds, yes. Truth be told, Alex continues, the fool says his associates were also planning to take on the third-floor boss. Sadly, Unknown stopped them pretty firmly and lied to the public, saying he did it to protect a friend when, in truth, he had something to do there alone and preferred not to be disturbed. To remain as vague as possible, Kang asks, do you know this Unknown guy personally? Alex responds, yes. However, before saying anything further, Kang insults Unknown, calling him a greedy player. When all's been said and done, Alex starts nudging Kang, suggesting they go to the third floor to clear it together. Kang fires back, why would you need me? Even after Unknown said he was going to defeat the boss alone. By then, Alex cajoles Kang into thinking he can do anything he likes since he's an S-ranker. He also promises him a hidden item in the boss room if he agrees to come with them. Around that time, Kang starts thinking about the sneaky way these bastards wish to enter the third floor, despite the guild's strict monitoring. To reply to this question, Kang tells Alex he's asking for too much. He would rather not oppose the major guild's decision. Hearing this, Alex urges him not to worry, saying he'll be well compensated for the job. To ease Kang's tension, Alex brings out a legendary medicine that can cure any and every disease, even a broken heart. He calls it the elixir and presents it to Kang. Kang, who's pretty shocked to see such a rare item, wonders what the demonic ones had to do to get their hands on it. After getting his hands on the vial, Kang lets Alex know that although he's tempted, he's still not sure. Alex continues gazing at the elixir, noting that he'll give Kang that as an advance payment if he signs the contract he brings out shortly after. Kang uses his Eye of Truth and realizes Alex has already activated the contract of the dead. Moving on, Kang ignores Alex's words and uses his eye to check the real truth behind the contract paper. From what he could find, the contract, though poised to look normal, was a cursed contract that kills the Snee if they violate the terms. Now that he knows the truth behind the contract, Kang refuses to sign it. My cautious nature won't allow me to get on the bad side of the major guilds, Kang states. Disappointed, Alex mutters a few words and decides to get his elixir back. Unfortunately for him, Kang refuses to get it back. When Alex asks Kang for an explanation, Kang replies, I'm going to steal the elixir. Alex becomes hostile toward him. As the plane enters the turbulent zone, Alex, who initially thought Kang's magic was affecting the plane, calms down when the pilot speaks to them from the intercom. Keep your seatbelts fastened so you don't get injured, the pilot urges. Hearing this, Kang smirks and tells Alex, let things slide for now. I'm returning to my seat. Before Kang gets out of sight, Alex angrily asks, did you know the group you were a part of from the start? Kang smiles and replies, I only had a feeling, but I'll give you some credit. You are a pretty good actor. Hearing this, Alex threatens, I'll send unknowns after you. Don't provoke them. Kang nearly breaks character as the buffoon still didn't know he'd been talking to Unknown all along. In time, Kang turns and lets Alex know that he's a blatant liar. Following that, he asks Alex, do you think I'm that dumb to believe that Unknown is on the same side as us, especially after humiliating the bastards at the Olympus meeting? At this point, Alex is shocked to the bone. He never once realized Kang knew so much about the Olympus meeting. For a second, he convinces himself that Kang might be an acquaintance of Unknown, but then he quickly dismisses the thought. He figures Kang's just bluffing, and that the major guilds might have shared information with him since he's now an S-ranker. Right before leaving, Kang tells him, I might even share some information about Unknown with you, if you behave yourself. By then, Alex keeps his mouth shut and lets Kang go. A few minutes later, the plane lands in Las Vegas, and Kang bids Alex farewell. Moments after landing, Kang summons a part of Alice out of the ring as a reward for helping him figure out Alex's true intentions. He lets her sightsee the beautiful buildings around the state. About an hour later, Alice speaks up for the first time and asks Kang, is this what a human city looks like? When Kang tells her yes, she compliments the beauty and walks with him. Soon after, Kang reminds her to stay quiet as promised or else he'll send her back to the ring. Currently, the tallest he could make her with his magic was 150 centimeters, so there's that. To prepare himself for the casino he'll be visiting next, Kang invokes the memory of the world. He fuses the skills Eye of Truth and Blood Demon Spirit to create the skill Eye of Gluttony. The Eye of Gluttony is a higher version of the Eye of Truth that allows the user to see all of a target's stats and cast vision sharing and mind reading all at the same time. The only downside to using this skill is that the nature of the Spirit skill makes frequent use by the user increase the risk of the user's personality becoming contaminated. Also, vision sharing and mind reading can only be used on players with a lower level than the user. Initially, Kang was going to fuse the Eye of Truth with a safer Spirit type ability, but since he needed the Eye of Gluttony right away, he had no choice. Right after fusing both skills, Alice calls Kang and points to a certain beautiful casino building before asking him, is that where we'll be going? Unfortunately, Kang says no, as they're not there to have fun. You see, players aren't allowed to use their skills or magic at regular casinos like that. Although Kang could take their money by force, it wouldn't feel right. It's not fair to rob ordinary, hardworking people just to make enough cash for an auction. Turns out our MC's moral compass is still intact. Alice, getting bored, asks, where are we going next? Kang grins widely and says, we're going somewhere incomparable to a place like this, someplace truly special. Alice, with a sparkly smile, asks, incomparable. To answer her question, Kang takes them both to the private casino, Tortuga. At the entrance, Alice frowns. I like the other building better, she says, disgusted. Kang, still calm, reminds her one last time, we didn't come here to have fun. As he's about to continue, they overhear a private conversation. One of the casino staff is speaking with a loser who's being kicked out. The loser claims he saw his opponent using skills to cheat and win the game. He was trying to warn the staff that the game wasn't fair. Just then, the staff kicks the loser's mouth and asks him why he wasn't complaining when he was using plenty of his skills. As Kang and Alice get to the door, Kang overhears the staff telling the loser that whoever gets cheated on is the idiot in their casino, and there's no help for such a person. Kang concurs with the staff's words and eventually gets into the casino. Inside, Alice instantly gets excited by the chimes and dings from every single machine in the casino. She asks Kang what's so different about this place, and Kang tells her it's a casino where one can use their magic freely. With that said, Kang picks her up and places her on a stool near the bartender. After that, he opens a tab and tells the bartender to give her any drink she wants to try. Alice starts yapping and complaining about him, wanting her to stay before asking him what he plans on doing by himself. Upon taking a drink, Kang says he's going to earn himself some dollars. Before approaching the table, Kang uses the Eye of Truth to check out what skills the house uses to deceive the gamblers. He finds one of them to be using Advanced Blockade, a skill that blocks all of the gamblers' skills from affecting the house for 10 minutes, all while retaining the skill of the users themselves. Soon, after observing the game closely, Kang reaches Pedro's spot at a Tortuga table and plays with him for a while. After losing about $500,000 to Kang, Pedro finally receives a strong hand. In an effort to minimize further losses, Pedro decides to go all in and places all of his money on the table. Seeing this, a crowd begins to gather around the table, eager to watch the final round between Kang and Pedro, the dealer. To raise the stakes, Kang matches Pedro's bet by putting all of his own funds on the line. This bold move draws attention, with many onlookers from the casino floor circling around to see what Kang is planning next. If Kang wins the bet, the casino will owe him $5 million. Before the game begins, Kang asked Pedro if he wants to back out, as the amount at stake is significant. Pedro confidently replies that the house never backs down and urges Kang to continue with the game. With the first question out of the way, Kang proceeds to the second, asking Pedro to reveal which guild manages the casino. Pedro responds that the Scavenger Guild oversees the operations and investments of the casino. Pedro stops to think about why Kang's been asking a bunch of questions after keeping quiet the entire time. Just then, Kang asks, "Am I allowed to ask questions in the casino?" Surprised by how Kang read his mind, Pedro tells him, "Ask anything you wish to ask. I must answer." After giving his answer, Pedro gets worried that Kang might have some mind-reading skills. Notwithstanding, he still moves forward with his play and tells Kang, "I'll be revealing my cards now." To him, it doesn't matter what Kang does, as long as he can switch the cards as soon as he flips them. With that said, Pedro activates a level 3 Sleight of Hand skill and uses it on the cards as he's about to flip them. When he finally flips the cards, Pedro is shocked to see it's still a Jack mixed pair. What the freak happened? Pedro wonders. As it turns out, Kang activated Anubis' judgment on the fool's ass right before he flipped up the cards, stopping him from using his skills to their full potential. Bro just keeps the fool Pedro, wondering how in hell he lost the bet. At that point, nothing made any sense to him at all. Meanwhile, Kang reveals his hand, and Pedro figures he's having a king mixed pair. This means Kang won the game narrowly, and Pedro just lost $5 million. Before asking for his money, Kang dedicates the win to his mind-reading feature and realizes just how useful it is. Eventually, he reaches for all the chips so he can cash them in by the receptionist. Before getting a chance, though, a group of men rush to the table and demand he stop whatever he's doing. When they get there, one of the bouncers tells Kang that he's going to have to come with them to the back rooms. Kang asks, "Is that how you treat your guests?" Another replies, "We don't consider someone who tries to make off with this much of our money a guest." Kang smirks and asks, "Is that so?" Just then, the loser orders his men to take Kang to the room. Before they can carry that out, Kang beats the out of the biggest bouncer there and tells the redhead about something he heard on his way into the casino. If I remember correctly, whoever gets cheated in this casino is an idiot. With that said, chaos ensues. Kang finds himself dodging bullets, hauling expensive stuff at the guards coming at him, and using Doan's brute strength ability to smash some of the pesky guards into the floor. Several other players flock around him and cheer him on. While the show goes on, Alice takes her time to enjoy her drink, ignoring whatever the hell is going on behind her. After taking a sip from her first drink, she asks the bartender to tell her its name. The drink is called Kiss of Fire. The bartender replies, "It's a cocktail that expresses the passion between two new lovers." At that point, Kang was already burning guards and everything in the casino. Yet Alice just stares at her drink, boredom written on her face, and continues drinking. After getting their arses beaten for a while, the redhead asks one of his underlings, "Tell me, when are the guild executives showing up?" The underling responds, "At least 30 minutes out." But then the redhead starts to suspect something fishy is going on. Although there are no rules at the casino, nobody goes on a rampage like this all on their own. Before he knows it, the same underling shows up with new information on Kang. The redhead checks it out and sees Kang's true identity as the most recent S-ranker in Korea. He knows he's screwed. The redhead thinks about the odds of an S-ranker visiting his casino out of the blue and tries to count how many S-rankers are currently in the US. Eventually, he realizes that if Kang meant to destroy this place, then the casino would easily cease to exist. To avoid that, the redhead orders every guard fighting Kang at that moment to stop whatever it is they're doing and let him handle things. Once the fighting stops, he removes his coat and goes to his knees to apologize on behalf of the casino for mistaking Kang's identity and acting stupid earlier. Moving on, he begs Kang for his forgiveness. Kang frowns and asks, "Why are you suddenly apologizing? Perhaps you saw my rank and realized you'd messed with the wrong person, huh?" The redhead stutters while searching for a response, but Kang shuts him up. He then asks, "Hasn't the casino always been a place where those who get screwed over are the idiots?" Before the redhead could even say anything, Kang demands, "Pay me the money I won fairly, plus compensation for the emotional distress I've experienced from being attacked by your men." After doing the math, Kang surmounts everything to be about $10 million. Sweating hard, the redhead repeats the amount as if trying to tell Kang it's too much. Kang gives him the option to either pay him now or close up the casino. Eventually, the redhead pays the full $10 million before Kang leaves for the auction. About an hour after getting paid, Kang stands and waits for his ride by the side of the road. Moments before his ride arrives, Kang checks his account balance and keeps his money safe for the auction. Minutes later, a black sedan shows up and stops right beside him. The driver rolls down the blacked-out window and asks, "Are you guest number 117? When Kang shows him the invitation card, the driver urges him to get in so he can take him to the auction house. Kang does the needful and soon gets on his way. He takes note of the blacked out windows. When he arrives at the top secret auction house location, Kang gets excited and lights up the car when it reaches the gate. Before he gets too far, Alice speaks up and reminds Kang not to forget his promise to her. Kang fires back, "Calm down, I need to find a secluded spot first." Alice continues hurrying him until he gets super pissed and just releases her from the ring. Alice takes in some air and appreciates how well this big house suits a noble being such as herself. When she's done, she asks, "Are we ready for the auction?" Kang ushers her toward the entrance, warning, "Don't do anything that'll draw too much attention to us." Confused, Alice asks him why. Kang says it's because there are lots of watching eyes. As they walk into the large lobby, Kang overhears two clients talking about the 175th auction. They note how excited they are to finally attend one with lots of items from the Tower of Trials. He also hears them discussing certain rumors that have been flying around the community recently. One rumor is about an ichthyosaur heart being one of the items appearing at the auction. One of them asks if the other is exaggerating, but the other replies that it's all thanks to the tower thing showing up. Ever since its creation, treasures that disappeared in ancient times have been reappearing because of the mana waves and whatnot. Anyway, they're both still very excited. Even if they don't win a bid, they're just eager to watch how it all goes down. The minute they're done talking, Alice catches a whiff of a disgusting smell just like that of Alex's and covers her nose. Kang notices her reaction and asks her what's wrong. Just then, the source of the stench appears. He's holding a staff and introduces himself as Julius Kendrick. Beside him is a beaten-up Alex who stays silent throughout. Moving on, Julius tells Kang that he's Alex's mentor, and Kang acts like he didn't know Alex at all. Judging by the bruises on Alex's body, Kang figures the doofus had gotten a good beating because he lost the elixir without anything to show for it. When he activates the Eye of Gluttony, Kang sees Julius Kendrick as a 58-year-old level 30 male with impressive stats and class. Necromancer, coupled with the unique ability Guardian of the Pyramids and other noteworthy skills. Right after checking his information, Kang takes note of the rarity of his unique ability and remains impressed by Julius's details. His unique ability, Guardian of the Pyramids, allows a necromancer to summon many corpses with limited mana. It's an ability sought after by other necromancers. To copy any of Julius's skills, Kang figures he has to learn dark magic from him and receive an A+. As Kendrick is furious due to Alex's consecutive failures and having seen the ridiculous condition, Kang gets pissed and calls the system crazy for giving such absurd copy conditions. Eventually, Kang decides to taunt the man, and he does so by reminding Julius about his student's failure in the plane. Julius keeps things mature and tells Kang he's glad to hear that from him. Moving on to the reason why he's there, Julius tells Kang that he's there to ask about the information he claims to have about Unknown. He also notes that it's a very important issue for the demonic ones. Kang compliments the man for being straightforward, but then lets him know that there's no time for them to talk about something like that there, insinuating that they talk about it next time. As Kang's about to leave, the old man stops him with his staff. He tells Kang that there won't be a next time as he needs to take care of this as quickly as possible. Unfortunately for him, Kang flicks away his staff and lets him know that it's not his problem. With that said, Kang joins Alice as they move into the auction room. Alex gets pissed and tries to stop Kang, but then Julius holds him back and tells him to calm down, saying there's still a way for them to bring him back. As they enter the auction room, Alice asks Kang if he wants her to get rid of those smelly, annoying guys. Kang just tells her to leave them be, saying nothing good will ever come out of making a scene. Once they're past that, Kang urges her to just buy it on what they want and get out of there. Just then, the auctioneer steps up to the podium and welcomes everyone to the 100 and Sunday black market auction. Kang and Alice quickly got to their seats as the event began. For the first item to be auctioned, the auctioneer brought out a fragment of a meteor that had landed in Arizona. The fragment had been known to emit powerful magical energy ever since the tower appeared, so buying it would be a huge help. Soon after, the auctioneer started the bid at $100,000. Kang just sat there, waiting for the others to raise the bid to around $200,000. Knowing full well that no one knew how to work with fallen iron, Kang decided to buy the item for cheap. Once it came down to it, he bid $300,000. The auctioneer asked if there were any other counteroffers. Just when Kang thought he'd finally gotten his hands on some fallen iron for a bargain price, Julius raised his placard and placed the bid at $1 million. The auctioneer immediately called for a counter, banging his table, but Kang took one look at Julius and figured out his endgame. Since nobody could come up with a counteroffer in time, the auctioneer sold the Arizona meteorite to Julius and moved on to the next item up for auction, the sealed psychiatric ward catalog. For this one, he started the bidding at $100,000 as well. Kang ignores Julius's first attack and waits for the other pesky bidders to call their prices. Once the room falls silent, Kang raises his placard and calls his price to be $300,000. Again, Julius raises his placard and calls his price to be $1 million. This daring move brings stares to the faces of the other clients, as they just can't understand why Julius would suddenly triple the price of the item. Unfortunately for Kang and everyone else, the auctioneer isn't backing down on the bid. He asks for a counteroffer a few more times and eventually sells the catalog to Julius for $1 million. At that point, Kang finally realizes that the old geezer plans to buy everything he bids on. Upon knowing his endgame, Kang comes up with a plan and decides to see how things turn out. For the third item of the auction, the auctioneer brings out a relic of the Mayan civilization found in South America. Before he even explains all the details, Kang raises his placard for $500,000. Alice gets concerned and asks, Kang, are you sure you want to buy something you don't even know about? Kang tells her to keep quiet and just watch him act out his plan. Once Alice sits her ass back down, Julius raises the bid to $1 million again. The hosts ask for a counteroffer and Kang raises the bid to $1.5 million. Seconds later, Julius raises it to $3 million yet again, and the auctioneer asks for another counteroffer. This time, Kang keeps his placard down and allows Julius to get the relic for $3 million. Right after getting another item Kang coveted, Julius takes one look at his rival. After calling him a bastard, he gets ready for the next item. As soon as the next item is called, both Kang and Julius place their bids. By the end of that auction, Julius gets the item again for $2 million. Over the next two auctions, Julius steals all of Kang's items by placing a bid much higher than Kang's initial bid. At one point, even Alex had to interrupt his master and advise him to pass on the next item. Upon hearing what Alex just said, Julius snaps. He smacks the idiot on the head before asking him what he thinks he can do if Kang gets his hands on what he wants. Even though he's accumulating huge losses for his association, Julius still believes they have plenty of capital to purchase whatever item Kang's after. Once he gets everything Kang wants, he'll use them all as a bargain to obtain information about Unknown. In other words, the old fool is still chasing a wild goose. Anyways, the auctioneer showcases the next collector's item up for auction and calls it the first chessboard. Around that time, every other ordinary client scoffed at the lameness of the piece, as nobody could figure out what to do with a chessboard with no pieces. Most buyers save up their money for more important things. Then Kang raises his placard to start the bid at $50,000, honoring his offer. Julius bids $100,000. Kang refuses to let this one go, so he keeps raising the bid until it reaches $1 million, thinking Julius will finally fold. Just when he thought he was winning, the geyser raised the price to $8 million. At this point, other buyers start wondering if there's something about that item they don't know, because these two bidders don't make any sense at all. Out of nowhere, Kang raises the bid for the chessboard to $10 million. Julius counters by raising the whole thing to $30 million, realizing that $10 million is the highest Kang can bid. When all's been said, Julius turns back and tells Kang that he's finally figured out the item he wants. So, if you want this item so badly, you're going to need to come crawling to me to get it. After a loud cackle, the auctioneer asks the crowd for counteroffers. By this time, Kang is devastated. Julius has just exceeded his expectations. If Kang doesn't come up with a plan quickly, Julius will make off with the item he wants the most. Just as Julius is about to secure the chessboard for $30 million, someone unexpectedly gets up and raises the bid to $100 million. When Kang turns to see who the person is, he discovers it's none other than Alice Fawn Ataraxia. Julius's soul nearly leaves his body when he hears the little girl near Kang outbid him. Seriously, who the heck buys a chessboard for $100 million? He becomes obsessed with the kid near Kang. Soon, he realizes he can't stop now, or else he'll have spent $70 million on useless garbage. So he raises the bid to $110 million, only to be outbid by Alice again, who bids $200 million. Julius pauses the auction. Stop all that nonsense, Alice. There's no way you have $200 million just like that. At that point, the auctioneer asks Alice to show them proof that she has those funds ready. Annoyed by the disrespect, Alice opens up a portal to her vault in the tower and reveals all the shiny treasures and items she has in her collection. One of the auction's curators checks out just one headpiece from Alice's vault and estimates its value to be around $500 million. Shocked, Julia soon realizes that the kid near Kang isn't just some ordinary kid. Instead, she's the most dangerous person in the world after Kang Jin, since she allows him to treat her like his subordinate. After giving the matter a little more thought, Julius realizes that Kang might be a far more troubling opponent than Unknown himself. With that said, Julius stops bidding altogether and orders Alex to enact Plan B as the tables have turned on them. Alex smiles at his master for giving him the choice before getting himself ready for a fight. Meanwhile, Kang and Alice walk down to the podium to claim their prize. After buttering them with congratulatory words, the auctioneer finally gives the first chessboard to the lady with the winged bid. As Alice ushers the auctioneer to give Kang the prize, Kang thanks her for the help and asks to ensure she didn't use too much money. Alice tells him she's been looking for a way to clear her full vault, so she doesn't mind. More importantly, Alice says she'd rather die than let those bastards look down on her partner. The duo get a moment, and Kang smiles at the first nice thing she's ever said to him. Just then, a part of the theater goes kaboom, and the entire roof is sent into pandemonium. With the building's roof caving in, all the buyers in the theater start rushing towards the exit to save themselves, creating a stampede. Before any one of them could make it to the exit, though, Alex catches up to them and slits the throat of a few of them, so he can make them into his precious sacrifices. To do this, he activates the magical furnace and tortures a few people in the head, making them feel bloated and crazy. Eventually, Kang decides he's seen enough. He comes down from his high horse and faces the useless buffoon who toys with human lives. Moments before their showdown, Kang calls Alex a sick bastard and lets him know that he's incurred his wrath because he's gone too far with things. Alex ignores Kang's snide remarks and instead uses his disgusting necromancer magic to transform the life force of his victims into monsters that he calls his babies. Once the transformation is complete, Kang finds himself facing a horde of zombie monsters with immense strength and prowess. Before fighting them, Kang insults the sick fool Alex, calling him a disgusting necromancer and all. On the contrary, Alex smiles and says, "Don't call me disgusting. The creatures I created are adorable." Thereafter, he commends Kang for withstanding the magic oozing all over the place and reminds him of the humiliation Kang made him endure on the plane. "Now that I have permission to kill you," Alex says, "I have no reason to hold back on my revenge." With that, Alex sends his horrible creatures to attack Kang, and they all charge toward the S-ranker. Kang responds accordingly, destroying as many creatures as he can when he has the chance. After round one, Alex compliments Kang, saying, "You're very agile." He then asks after Alice, the rich little brat. Kang lies. Alice bolted out of there. He doesn't like gross things. But in reality, Kang could maintain her corporeal form because of the magical furnace, so he had to send her back to the ring while he sustained damage from the furnace, with more monsters coming at him. Kang figures out how disadvantageous the situation is for him the longer it drags out. For now, he needs to finish things as fast as possible. To do this, Kang activates the Grave of Swords, leaps high into the air, and finishes off every single monster attacking him. After watching Kang exterminate his monsters, Alex yaps around for a bit before utilizing every material he has in the room. Simply put, he gets a bang for his buck as he empowers himself and his monsters, his babies, with energy from the ancient treasures and materials previously used for the auction. Upon seeing what Alex just did, Kang realizes that the doofus intends to continue sucking out the life force of the people, so he can keep this up and make Kang run out of mana, the standard fighting style of necromancers, as Alex calls it. Following the realization, Kang continues evading every monster attack until he figures out a good plan to take them all down. As the fight continues, Kang calls Alex a fool for revealing his trump card way too easily. Now that he knows the secret behind his technique, Kang threatens to torch all the monsters before Alex can revive them again. Seconds later, he activates daylight and flashes the bright light at the monsters and their master. Alex scoffs and tells Kang, "I already knew you'd use that skill. I watched the tournament video and figured out all of your moves before the light from the skill even consolidates." Alex orders all his monsters attack Kang. Kill him. Seconds later, Alex notices something wrong with his monsters and realizes they aren't moving. He gets confused for a second and waits for the light from the skill to dim. When it does, he finds the feet of all his monsters frozen by Kang's ice magic sculptures. After freezing the feet of all the monsters in the room, Kang prepares himself for an even stronger version of the daylight spell. From the look on Kang's face, Alex figures it all out. Turns out, the first daylight spell was a distraction, so Alex wouldn't see Kang freeze his monster's feet. Now that Kang's sure they won't be moving around anytime soon, he blasts them out of reality and takes the building down with them. After that large-scale attack, Alex gets back on his feet and tries to figure out how powerful Kang really is. Once he's done questioning, reality hits. Alex searches around and sees a red smear on the ground where his babies had previously stood. Just then, Kang shows up behind him and says hi. Just as Alex is about to react, Kang shatters his right hand and leaves him to scurry around for a bit. Now that he's lost the fight, Alex knows he needs to get out of there and meet up with his master. Unfortunately for him, before he can get too far, Kang throws his dagger at his behind and sinks it into Alex's lungs. Alex takes the hit and falls straight to the ground, while Kang smirks at the good weapon throw. With his enemy down on the floor, Kang inches closer and asks him, "Are you seriously trying to run away after all the shit you've caused so far?" Before Alex can offer any response, Kang recovers his dagger and explains how he's going to die. For the next 30 minutes, Kang says your lungs will slowly fill with blood, and when they're full of the red stuff, you'll suffocate to death. According to what Kang knows, the most painful way to die, aside from burning to death, is suffocating. So you should prepare yourself for the most painful 30 minutes of your life, Kang adds. As he's about to leave, Kang gives Alex an option to relieve him of his suffering, if he can tell him more about the association of the demonic ones. Alex is about to talk when Kang takes out the elixir and dangles it in front of him. The sight of a solution that can cure all diseases gives the dying Nemron a ray of hope. He immediately does his best to say something about his association. Sadly, since his throat is already blocked, Alex can't speak. He then tries to rain on the floor with his blood. But before he can finish, Kang steps on his hand and seals his fate. Alex eventually realizes Kang never intended to hear him out. As such, he resigns to his fate and waits for death's call. Thereafter, Kang takes out Alex's business card from his pocket and flings it at the man, urging him to have it back. While walking out of Alex's sight, Kang calls him a piece of trash and hopes he dies as slowly and painfully as possible. After taking care of Alex, Kang moves on to check out Michelangelo's safe and the ichthyosaur's heart, both of which were just lying around like nobody's business. Kang knows he can combine the items to make a huge inventory, so he does so thinking nobody is in the room with him. Upon fusing both items, Kang successfully acquires a large pocket dimension inventory capable of holding up to 5 tons. Just then, someone notices Kang from behind and turns, shivering, to see the auctioneer and his son thanking him for saving them earlier. Kang remembers the kid and is surprised to see that he's the auctioneer's son. Since he needs the items he just took, Kang clears his throat and tries to talk himself out of trouble. However, the auctioneer isn't a selfish person. He allows Kang to have the items as he has no intention of reporting the man who saved the life of his only son. Kang's a little surprised at the man's reaction, calling it a first, but he chooses to feel good about himself as he heads out of the auction with his new items. Several thousand miles away, 2 other idiots from the Demonic Ones brute are seen on the 3rd floor of the Tower of Trials, desperately trying to navigate their way through the Cathedral of Hatred's complex security systems. After evading about 100 arrows and boulders from the traps designed by the nutcases who built the cathedral, one of them, the female, complains about the complex security. She asks her partner if they have to go through the pain each time they come to that spot. Her partner, who happens to be a dude, calls her Molina and urges her to stop complaining, as he's still upset about the 3rd idiot, Alex. Hearing the name Alex, Molina turns in rage and asks her partner why she has to consider his feelings as if they were her problem. Her partner replies with the same energy and urges her to care about his feelings as she doesn't want to die. Moments before they start fighting, an older man wearing a black death mask appears before them and silences them. Since the two of them have been working together for over 10 years, one would expect there to be some cordial relationship between them. Unfortunately, assholes will be assholes, so there's that. After asking them a few more questions about why they're always fighting, the Black Death Man tells them the reason why they're there. As it turns out, their new POI, Kang Jin Hawk, has been a pain in their butts for a while now, and they want him eliminated. Maliva starts by telling their master that he must have played the game before for him to be this good. Even then, she bets he's no different from the other normal players scattered around. The man tells her not to relent, as they suspect Kang might have reached a higher floor than they ever have. Molina scoffs and says there's no way Kang has gone higher than the 20th floor, so she doubts that. Besides, why would he care enough to play the Tower of Trials? It was still just a game. As the other guy interrupts her, he states, the only reason why we even chose to play and study such a dying game was to avoid Interpol surveillance. Molina agrees with Do Four Eyes and says there's no special reason someone might have even touched the game. She adds, so, no matter how bored or depressed a person can be, playing a sadistic game is never an option. Only a perverted psycho would have kept playing the Tower of Trials without a good reason. After hearing both of their inputs on the matter, the Black Death Man starts thinking about why these two aren't taking this threat seriously. Eventually, he realizes that only people who are the real deal can recognize each other. Notwithstanding, they shouldn't underestimate Kang Jin Yak and should eliminate him as quickly as possible. With that said, the Black Death Man tells the other two, follow Julius Kedrick and make sure things don't go off course before disappearing. Molina gets up and, while leaving, assures him, don't worry too much. Things are going to be fine. The following day, Yana and Taman are seen doing some moral training in the indoor gym of their apartment building. This time, Yana is the one doing the attacking while Taman defends with some pads. Throughout the training, Yanhwa beats the crap out of Taman and nearly breaks some of his ribs, but in the end, everybody's fine. After cleaning themselves up, Taman ushers Yana over to check something out on his tablet. Once she gets closer, Taman shows her Unknown's live stream and tells her he thinks Unknown is up to something. Yanhwa calls him an attention seeker, but Taman insists there's something special about him. He just hasn't figured it out yet. When they cast the feed to their TV, Yana recognizes the place as the Face Tree Temple within the third floor's boss's room. Taman also remembers the place and says if one can answer the Face Tree's 3 questions correctly, they can win an item with a special attribute. Unfortunately, the questions the Face Tree asks are ridiculously hard and nearly impossible to even fathom. As Yana and Taman glue their eyes to the live stream, Kang, who is under the alias Unknown, gets comments from several thousand viewers accusing him of cosplaying as Unknown and sneaking into the 3rd floor and gain points. Kang ignores their comments and awakens the Face Tree so he can proceed with the questioning. Soon after, the Face Tree wakes up. He welcomes Kang, the first person he's encountered in a while during his questioning phase, and Kang encourages him to ask whatever questions he has. The tree then tells Kang that if he can answer all 3 questions correctly, he'll be allowed to choose any 3 maple leaves. However, if he answers even 1 incorrectly, he'll face a severe punishment from the 2 large wooden golems standing behind him. Once that's settled, the tree asks Kang the first question. What is the optimal depth and temperature for the marine species, Kelgorn, to thrive in? At this point, even Taman and Yanhwa are worried, as they never imagined they'd have to know such an obscure detail. To their surprise, Kang provides the correct answer and urges the tree to proceed to the next question. The tree remarks that it can't verify if the answer is right, but Kang reassures him that it is, so they move on. The tree scoffs and asks the next question. Before he finishes speaking, Kang provides the correct answer, leaving the tree astonished. He acknowledges Kang's correctness and proceeds to the final question. For the last one, the tree asks Kang to tell him the time of year when the giant eagles of the Sky Plateau mate. Again, Kang tells the correct answer, which is the first snowfall inside the tower, and impresses the tree even further. Being the first human to ever answer all of the Face Tree's questions correctly, the tree chuckles and commends Kang for his extensive knowledge. In response, Kang also lightens the mood by throwing in a few compliments about the tower and whatnot. After that, the comments come in and Kang gets overwhelmed by the shocks and exclamations in most of them. Eventually, the time came for Kang to get his reward. The tree asked him to choose 1 out of the 3 colored maple leaves, green, red, or yellow. For some context, red leaves have the fire attribute, yellow leaves strengthen defense, and green leaves increase speed. Yana chooses the green leaves so she can have enough speed to defeat the large-scale battles of the 3rd floor boss. As for Kang, he tells the tree to forget about those lame leaves and give him something else he's hiding. When the tree asks Kang what that is, Kang, Haka Unknown at the time, leans in and demands the black leaves he's hiding. Instantly, the Face Tree gets scared and asks Kang how he knows about the black leaves. At the same time, Yana and Taman stare at each other, wondering what black leaves Unknown is talking about. Eventually, the Face Tree begs Kang to choose other colors and even offers to throw in some extras if he can be considerate. At that point, Kang starts taunting him, calling him a creature of false honor who's going back on his promise. Soon, he tells the Face Tree to stop rambling and hand over the black leaves he asked for, or he'll report him to the Overseer for besmirching the honor of the tree spirits. By then, the Face Tree gives up and releases the reward to Kang. The very next minute, Kang receives over 1,000 black leaves and checks out their details. Currently, they're useful for inflicting the decay effect on weapons and armor, transforming the enemy's stamina into damage and whatnot. Now that he's acquired the last piece of the puzzle, Kang takes care of the remaining tree monsters before he gets going. In the meantime, 2 random guards protecting a certain portal on the 3rd floor outskirts alongside a few others are seen talking to each other to alleviate the boredom they're facing. One of the guards asks the other if he's heard of Unknown's triumphant entry into the 3rd floor boss room on his own. Surprised, the other guard makes his comments and listens to the first one talk about sitting things out until he's done so they can get back home. Soon after, the listener asks the first guy, why are we guarding this spot in the first place? I don't think anybody would be crazy enough to come here. By then, the first one stopped him from whining and says, just continue guarding the place. There's a good reason why we're here. To seek validation for his words, the first guard turns to the others to ask for their opinions, only to see that they're all alone in the room. Confused, the man asks the other guard, do you know where everyone went? He doesn't notice the purple mist forming under their feet. When they let their guards down, the purple mist transforms into magical ropes that trap both guards and absorb their life force. Soon, the culprit, who turns out to be Julius Kendrick, reveals himself. He hurries his men to absorb and save the guards' life forces so they can gather enough power to fight whatever's coming. Once they're done, Julius ushers his men through the portal so they can catch up to their target. At the same time, Kang, still disguised as Unknown, finishes taking care of the wooden golems from the face tree and moves on to his next task. While he's at it, comments start pouring in from thousands of his viewers. Most of them admire his fighting spirit, while some just troll his skills and spew snide remarks as usual. Once he's had enough of the insults, Kang finally speaks up, letting his viewers know that he doesn't care whether they have faith in him. I wish you'd all just stop yammering on so I can focus. This shocks a lot of viewers, as they never thought a streamer would even dare talk to them like that. When more viewers ask who he's talking to, Kang turns to the camera and lets them know, "I'm talking to you." He pauses, then adds, "Keep watching if you want to watch. Leave if you don't." This sassy response from Kang leaves his followers with mixed feelings. They'd expected someone like him to kiss up to them to boost his views and likes, but now that they realize he doesn't care what they think, many of them actually like him more. In the end, most of his viewers stick around curious to see where Kang's bold attitude will take him. Kang simply ignores them, continuing to walk toward the gate in front of him until an explosion happens, a few clicks away. Seconds after the explosion, Kang stays alert, wondering if there's another person on the same floor with him. To keep his skills and powers secret from the public, Kang bids his viewers farewell and proceeds to turn off the stream. Several comments pour in, begging him to keep the camera rolling so the viewers can get a glimpse of a real fight. But Kang ignores them, ends the broadcast, and moves to a safer spot where he can observe the battle. Moments later, the demonic ones and their army of undead, led by Julius Kedrick, storm the battlefield to fight the third-floor bosses and army of statues. Kang watches as several dozen necromancers unleash their most powerful spells to control the minds of their undead soldiers, forcing them to fight against the thousands of statues advancing on them. Over the next hour, the battle drags on. Several dozen soldiers clash swords, stabbing and striking at each other. Meanwhile, Kang remains in his safe spot, analyzing the battle neutrally. As the fight rages on, the tides of battle shift between both sides, each evenly matched. But when the demonic ones start gaining the upper hand, one of Julius's henchmen speaks up. "We need to push the statues back further here, Argos. If we ride the momentum of this battle, we'll wipe them out in no time." Just then, one of them gets hit with an ice-themed attack. Confused, the others cast up a shield to protect themselves from the new enemy attacking from afar. But then, the intensity of the ice sculptures gets even greater. They start investigating where the attack came from. Soon, Kang reveals himself to be the attacker, and they all recognize him immediately. When they find out he's all on his own, the necromancers make a move to take him down quickly. They redirect all their focus on Kang and attack him with everything they've got. Sadly, Kang isn't a joke like them. He brings down every single enemy on the battlefield, necromancer, undead, and even statues alike. When he's done taking down the small fries, Kang activates the Blessing of the Stars and uses its divine powers to free the undead monsters from the necromancer's control. The necromancers soon realize that they're cooked since they can't control their monsters anymore. To avoid getting crushed by their own creations, they ignore Kang and focus on controlling the minds of their monsters again. Unfortunately for them, it's already too late. The biggest monster in the third base turns on its masters and finishes them off, like a hot knife through butter. Moments later, Kendrick Julius sees what's happening to this third base and figures out that the perpetrator's identity is unknown. Earlier, Julius had created 4 bases to keep his army in check, but now that Kang has already destroyed the third base, all he needs to do to destabilize the army is destroy your first base and sever their connection to Julius himself. To do this, Kang, aka Unknown, takes the fight to Julius. He lets him know that he's the one destroying his army, all by himself. With the combat-type statue, the Moai statue, chasing after him, Kang runs as fast as he can toward the first base, so the statue can do the hard work for him. The necromancers at the first base could already see Kang coming toward them, but before they could do anything to stop him, Kang shows up behind them and holds them in place, allowing the statue to deal with them accordingly. Once the statue arrives, it leaps high into the sky and stomps its feet onto the first base, crushing them all in one fell swoop. The henchman behind Julius reports the status of the first and third bases to their master so Julius can tell them what to do next. Julius, after taking note of his failure, loses his composure and cries out in agony. Why does he keep ruining their plans? Before he gets a response, Julius activates his top spell, Guardians of the Pyramid, using a vast amount of his mana reserve to maintain the spell. Despite being warned by his henchmen about the mana draining effect of the spell, Julius ignores their concerns. "I'll do everything in my power to kill Unknown and end this once and for all," he promises. With that said, Julius orders his guardian mummies to rise from the underworld and fight their new enemy, Kang. After summoning his guardians, one of the henchmen beside him speaks up, his voice filled with concern. "Master, are you feeling okay?" he asks. Julius responds, his tone strained. "I think I overted it a bit. I've lost all feeling in my limbs." Moving on, Julius motions for the henchman to come closer. The henchman does so, cautiously approaching his master. Once he's close enough, Julius touches him and with a grim smile begins absorbing the poor man's life force until nothing remains. As the man struggles to break free, Julius simply urges him, "Stay still, so your suffering can end quickly." Having witnessed Julius, a so-called master, absorb the life force of his own ally, Kang realizes the truth. Julius is far worse than a piece of trash. He replenishes himself with his henchman's mana, the life force already drained. Julius gets back on his feet, apologizes for keeping Kang waiting, and tells him to prepare for round 2. Soon, Julius displays the strength of his steel mummies to intimidate Kang. Following your horrifying shrieks, Julius cackles and asks, "What do you think of my powerful army?" With no answer, Julius continues, "My mummy soldiers can control their strongest steel bandages freely without any hassle. And right now, they're the strongest undead, armed not only with solid defense, but with incredible offense as well." He pauses before adding, "If I hadn't met you, Kang, I'd have used them on the 3rd floor boss. But now, I'm perfectly fine using up my trump card just to kill unknown." After his rant, Julius cackles again in madness, his voice full of anticipation. "I hope you die, Kang." With that, round 2 begins. Molina and her partner watch the fight from the sidelines. It turns out they've been there from the very beginning. They're surprised to see how stressed Julius is. He's never been this tense in a fight before. Fori starts his one-sided analysis of the entire match, praising Kang for taking down the bases earlier. However, he quickly calls Kang stupid for not ditching the battlefield afterward. According to Fori, Kang miscalculated Julius's strength after seeing the frail skeletons and death knights. He thought this was a fight he could win. If anything, Fori thinks Julius's unique ability is a lot trickier than what Kang is seeing. As such, Fori insinuates that they have no reason to get involved in the fight or help Julius, since the outcome of the match is pretty obvious. Molina gets irritated by her partner's cocky behavior, but soon ignores him when something else catches her attention. Turns out Kang is already exceeding both their expectations, seeing as he leaps into the air and prepares himself for a large-scale attack. Seconds before carrying out his operation, Kang recalls a moment from his past, back when the Tower of Trials was still a game. On that fateful day, Kang met a master of the sword arts and became his apprentice for a little while. One time, the master praised Kang's dagger, but then let him know that he'd put too much energy into his swings. This made his power dispersed. To show him the right way, the master picked up a rope and told apprentice Kang that true masters of the sword can produce twice the amount of power with the same energy Kang infuses into his dagger. While demonstrating the technique, the master tells Kang, "Ensure your attacks are gentle at their core, but snap out powerfully at the right moment." After the demonstration, the master advises Kang to try applying the technique to his soul-chasing sword. Since he's in a scenario similar to the one back then, Kang revives a part of the soul-chasing sword dance skill and uses the same rope technique on his dagger to finish Julius's guardian mummies. With every slice, Kang's understanding of the skill increases rapidly. In time, Kang, aka unknown, creates a magical whirlwind so strong that it pulls in everything around it, including Julius himself. After pulling in enough specimens into his whirlwind, Kang activates the soul-chasing annihilation skill and destroys every living thing within a 1-kilometer radius. To avoid getting vaporized, Julius quickly activates the double shield and protects himself with every last bit of mana he has left. While receiving damage, Julius wonders, how did someone like Unknown become so powerful when it's been just less than a year since the game became a reality? Fortunately for him, it's already too late to be seeking answers now, as his defense fails him shortly and he's sent plummeting down on all fours. Once the attack is over and Julius is out of mana, he's seen shivering and crawling like a pathetic old dog trying to escape, realizing that he's entered a losing battle. Before giving up on himself, Julius screams at the top of his voice and orders his people to stop Unknown and protect him. Sadly, before anybody can move a muscle, Unknown appears behind Julius's ass, resisting all his instinct to react. He talks down on him for acting like his disciple, Alex, who was a coward right before he died. Moving on, Unknown says people like Julius start off cocky, but soon begin trying to run away once they notice they're in a losing fight. Before finishing Julius off, Unknown asks if Alex learned this cowardly tactic from him. Upon hearing this, a trembling Julius pieces 2 and 2 together, finally figuring out the truth. Unknown is, and always has been, Kang Jin-ok. By this time, Kang doesn't even try to hide the truth from Julius, knowing these are Julius's last moments alive. as he prepares his sizzling fire spell to bathe the old man, Kang, or Unknown. Tells Julius to stay hide Alex for him when he gets to hell. When all's been said and done, Kang bathes Julius in fire and watches his soul burn out of his crumbly, pathetic body. Shortly after destroying Julius, the other necromancers lose total control of the monsters they had summoned earlier. As the pesky fools watch their monsters turn on them, most of them wonder what has become of their master, Kedrick Julius. Little did they know, bro was already sizzling hot and ready to join his dudes in hell. Too bad for them, as they soon get crushed and turned into red paste by their monsters. A few moments later, Kang, or Unknown, leaves the battlefield and continues his journey to the final boss's room. On his way there, he complains about the pain he feels in his joints after trying to pull the annihilation technique at that level. To keep himself and his mana in check for the next battle, Kang purchases 4 mid-grade mana supplements and uses them all to replenish his MP. While he's at it, Kang reminds himself to tough out the next few fights so it'll all be worth it in the end. And before he gets far, Kang finds a shield lying on the ground and recalls how he used to play with shields a lot back in the day. As he moves forward, he picks up the shield feeling nostalgic and arms himself with it. Just mere seconds later, Kang stares up at his new visitors, the 4 great king guardians of the temple, and welcomes them all to the fight of their lives. Without uttering a single word, the 4 guardian kings immediately start attacking Kang as if he owes them money or something. In response, Kang deflects most of their attacks with his shield and enjoys every single moment of quiet the guardians are giving him during the fight. Once it's time for him to counter, Kang wastes no time showing those 4 Big Daddy statues what he's made of. He slices them up with his enchanted dagger and hurries them to cough up the key he needs to enter the inner sanctum, where the real boss is hiding. With that said, Kang gives them a minute to consider his offer. When he gets no reply, he continues smashing and dicing them up into sizable rock chunks. At one point in the battle, Kang, while deflecting an attack, notices the change in the attack pattern of the 4 guardians and wonders what could be going on just then. One of the guardians takes out a shimmering green key-like item called the Pagoda of Enlightenment and jabs it into its chest. Seconds later, the key to the inner sanctum starts reacting. This keeps Unknown, aka Masked Kang, on his toes, as he's unsure of what to expect. Soon after, he gets a notification that the being beyond the gate is responding to a summons. This being manifests as a bright yellow cob on the guardian that summoned it. Kang is impressed by the guts the guardian has, calling it spirited and bull, as he watches the yellow cob from Earth. The cob reaches its final form as a Buddha-like eternal being. Kang calls this final form the big brother of the guardian that summoned it. And as for the name of the being, it's a mouthful, folks. Put simply, this golden Buddha statue calls itself the Bodhisattva of 1,000 arms and eyes, or better still, Avalokshvara. For the sake of our sanity, we'll call this monster Avalo for short. Being his first summons in a long time, Avalo takes a moment to feel the fresh air breezing through his 1,000 arms. Thereafter, he tells Unknown that he never expected any intruders to be an actual threat to the key of the stone pagoda. Kang, on the other hand, urges his new visitor not to be too impressed over a small feat, as he's still going to take out the 3rd floor's boss too. Hearing this bold statement coming from a human, Avalo scoffs and calls Kang a very daring human with guts and balls of steel. Kang knows the statue thinks he's joking, so he avoids too much talk and tells the big monster to begin the fight quickly, as he's exhausted. Surprised, Avalo tells Unknown to take a chill pill and instead answer a few questions from him so they can get to know each other first. Kang, who's already armed and prepared for a fight, tells Avalo that he's not really into chatting with statues at all, so he can forget about asking questions. At this point, Avalo gets enraged and calls Unknown, or Kang, a very young and foolish person who hasn't realized yet that every moment is a gift. Eventually, he decides to teach Unknown a lesson and promises him that he will miss this moment when he finally dies out. Kang ignores all the useless remarks and keeps his wits about him. At the same time, Avalo clenches his weapons in preparation for the fight. After the long pause, Avalo summons green orbs and attacks Kang with them. Kang remains uptight and deflects the orbs coming at him with his shield, quivering with every passing second. Just as Kang expected, Avalo is incredibly powerful. Just by deflecting his blow, Kang's body felt as if the bones were going to shatter. Now that he's in the thick of it, Kang, or Unknown, knows he has to keep at it to get the reward in the end. If he placed his cards right, he'll be lucky to get just one shot at defeating Avalo. After the first attack, Avalo praises Kang for reacting to his orbs at the speed of sound. Knowing fully well that his opponent Kang is strong, Avalo smiles with excitement. Things are becoming even more interesting. For round 2, Avalo lunges at Kang to take him down. In retaliation, Kang quickly activates the ice sculpture to block Avalo's attacks. He manages to pull it off just in time before he becomes red mush. After watching his second attack failed because of Kang's cheap tricks, Avalo pauses the fight. He accuses Kang of using dirty tricks of the West. Following his accusation, Avalo yanks Kang's shield from his hand. He calls him foolish a second time, saying that the petty tricks Kang used shouldn't work a second time. Just then, Avalo notices something piercing through one of his hands. He checks it out and finds Kang's dagger infused with a red magical aura. Enraged, Avalo calls Kang a bastard. He suddenly realizes the shield was all a ruse to distract him long enough for Kang to pierce his arm with the dagger. Unable to understand why Kang would resort to such cheap tactics, Avalo demands an explanation. Poison doesn't work on a being like me, he says. Kang takes his time and explains something called the blood demon spirit. Once wounded, the victim will continue enduring damage over time. Upon hearing this, Avalo rips the affected hand from his body. It doesn't matter, he says. I won't fall for your little stunts anymore. After throwing the arm in front of Kang, Avalo asks, "What do you plan to do now?" Kang responds, "I know taking one arm isn't enough to kill you, and I know I can't use the same strategy twice, but I've gotten exactly what I wanted." With that, Kang rips a jewel from the severed arm and stares at it. Avalo, still confused, tries to figure out if Kang's been aiming for the hand with the jewel from the start. Kang continues to tell Avalo that he only has himself to blame for thinking his arm is insignificant. While he's at it, Kang fuses the spell book of the Pelteros of Princeton with the Valocates for his jewel to create the Golden Dawn's Limigaten. Now, this new book, written by King Solomon, is a relic that contains the essence of 72 demons. It enables the user to demonstrate their magical powers to their maximum limit. The max cap is limited though, since Kang's demonic potential hasn't fully manifested. Soon after that, he activates the Eye of Gluttony and checks out Avalo's information. Well, it turns out Avalo's level, age, and gender are all inconclusive, as well as his other stats. One thing Kang could make out from his information panel was that his unique ability was Mandala. As for his other skills, Kang's level was way too low to see them. To copy Mandala, Kang realizes he needs to insult him by using ice magic to create a giant, beautiful sculpture, since Avalo abhors Western magic. To properly meet those conditions, however, the system informs Kang that he needs to wear proper attire and dance to suitable music. After seeing the second condition, Kang does a double take on the conditions and discovers he read them right the first time. At that point, Kang realizes that the system is just getting crazier by the minute. As he urgently needs this power, Kang opts into the needful. Avalo looks at the dude confused and asks him to explain what he thinks he's doing. All of a sudden, Kang tells him he can't give up now, as this is the only place below the 25th floor where he can get Mandala. Avalo becomes even more confused, challenging the bastard and demanding he explain what he's playing at. Kang brings the gramophone from earlier, puts on a wig before pleading with Avalo not to ask him any questions, mostly because he hates what he's about to do. Instead of keeping quiet and observing, Avalo rages, calling out Kang for daring to play games before him. Before Kang can finish his dance ritual, Avalo activates his unique ability Mandala and arms most of his hands with various weapons. He promises to give Kang a taste of pain equal to 1,000,000 life cycles. When all's been said and done, Avalo charges at Kang and attacks him consecutively. To protect himself from Avalo's onslaught, Kang activates and erects a glacial sculpture, effectively blocking most of Avalo's attacks. Amidst the fight, Kang tells Avalo a thing or two about his more powerful version of ice sculpture and asks if he finds it impressive or not. Avalo gets even more disrespected as he increases the tempo of his attacks just to get to Kang. In the meantime, Melina and her partner Four Eyes are seen nearby, spectating Kang's second fight with Avalo. So far, they can't believe the lengths Kang went through to brawl things out with the Valocates. Putting on music and using very impressive ice magic against such a powerful creature makes no sense to the average mind. On top of that, the random wig. Melina calls the wig a disposable wig from the coin market and wonders if it's some sort of hidden relic. As she brews on the whole matter, Four Eyes, who's been silent the entire time, gets up and starts his half-assed analysis again. This time he acknowledges Kang's strength and realizes he never thought Unknown would kill Kendrick and then take on Avalocates as an overwhelmingly powerful being who most players would try to fight only after clearing the 10th floor. Avalo does deserve to be called the second boss of the 3rd floor. However, the man facing him right now already surpassed human limits a long time ago, so he's good to go. Just then, Melina asks Four Eyes if he thinks they would win if they go after Unknown. Four Eyes says it'll be very tough for us to win. Upon hearing his response, Melina turns her back and urges her partner, who she calls Lai Chao, to give up on challenging Unknown. "We can't do this on our own," she says. "Even if we were to fight them, we need help from the other executives at the association." Lai Chao, or Four Eyes, refuses to give up just yet as it would compromise their positions at the association. Pissed, Melina turns and asks him, "Are you willing to die just to save your position?" Four Eyes ignores her question and instead brings out a dark coin. "It's time to use its powers," he says. Seeing the darkness being emitted from the coin, Melina smiles and remains convinced. Back on the battlefield, Kang gets distracted when he notices some dark energy oozing from behind him. He takes his eyes off Avalo and recognizes the two Nufuses from the demonic ones set to kill him after Kendrick failed. Around that time, Avalo uses the slip in Kang's concentration to land an attack on him. Right after that, he asks Kang, "Why are you so distracted?" Kang apologizes for losing focus, all while activating the element of fire. After lying to Avalo that he was fixing his hair, Kang, or unknown, opens his ice book and activates a glacial sculpture. He uses it to block and deflect the rest of Avalo's attacks. Over the next few minutes, the battle intensifies on both sides as they match each other in strength and prowess. When Avalo reaches an impasse, he activates Heaven's Trap. A giant, bright green dome covers the entire battlefield, trapping both Kang and Avalo inside. Having realized the cheap tricks Avalo wishes to use, Kang remains unfazed and stands his ground against the giant. Although now he can barely block Avalo's attacks, and he knows it. Knowing this, Avalo asks Kang why his confidence has dropped since the beginning. Before he gets his answer, Avalo shoots several plasma beams at random places within his dome. He ensures that, once the dome deflects them, they all come back to attack Kang. As the attack reaches its peak, Avalo calls it between heaven and earth. Again, Kang activates Glacial Sculpture, but this time he encapsulates himself inside the sculpture to keep himself safe from all of his attacks. Shortly after releasing the Heaven-Earth technique, Avalo exits the dome, carries it, and waits to see what happens to Kang inside it. As Kang deflects the attacks, Avalo lets him know that resistance is futile, as it'll only prolong his misery. As if that wasn't enough, Avalokiteshvara still activates his Infinity Spear, just to make sure Kang has no chance of winning. Kang screams out the monster's full name as he sustains heavy damage from Avalo's Infinity Spear attack. After smashing Kang's Glacial Sculpture a second time, Avalo chuckles and asks Kang if he's forgotten that his tricks won't work on him twice. Kang responds, telling Avalo that his tricks worked pretty well. With that said, he leaps into the air and activates a special glacial prison meant for trapping big, monsters like Avalo inside a huge chunk of ice. Once Avalo, who's none the wiser, gets trapped inside the Western magic he hates so much, Kang taunts him, letting him know just how sad it is that he hates ice magic, especially after someone who's reached enlightenment through intense training. Avalo shouldn't be so prejudiced against such beautiful magic spells. Soon after imprisoning Avalo, Kang erects a giant, hilarious FU hand sign made completely out of ice to taunt the bastard in prison, hoping to provoke him into attacking. He then tells Avalo, "There's nothing like shock therapy to resolve your obsession with hating ice magic." Avalo somehow recognizes the hand sign and starts threatening to throw Kang into hell to suffer for all eternity. Not just that, the bastard continues throwing as many curses and threats as his puny brain can possibly think of. Having met the conditions to copy his unique skill, Kang wastes no time. He copies Mandala and saves it to his memory book. For some context, Mandala is a unique ability that can be used by players who have learned the teachings of Buddha. With this skill, special powers can be added to a weapon and meditation can be used to predict the direction of an opponent's attacks to some extent. Once the skill is saved, Kang urges Avalo, "Don't waste your energy on anything. You're already cooked." Now that he's copied the skill, Kang eats the wig from his head and starts activating Mandala. Avalo notices the hand and the sigils behind Kang, and is flabbergasted over how Kang can use a unique ability that he spent an eternity creating just like that. In response, Kang promises to use the technique well as he tells Avalo to get lost. To finish him off, Kang levitates the giant FU hand sign he made from ice earlier and throws it at Avalo, who's still trapped in the glacial prison. Unable to do a single thing, Avalo watches as Kang pierces through his skin and blasts him to smithereens using his technique. Following his triumphant victory over Avalo, Kang levels up twice and searches through Avalo's remains for the stone, a key. Soon, he finds the shimmering green key and keeps it. For context, the key is an item that can be used to summon the boss of the current stage, regardless of the player's progress. Unfortunately, it can only be used on the 3rd floor. Shortly after finding the key, Kang, still in his mask, complains about how hard it was for him to take down Avalokiteshvara, even before the game became reality. As he walks away from the battlefield victorious, Kang figures he's overexerted himself during his battles with Kendrick and Avalokiteshvara. So, for now, he needs a good meal and some rest. Before getting to that, he checks his stats and invests all of his available stat points into his magic. He does so right away, increasing his magic stat from 71 to 77. At that moment, Kang remembers one annoying little thing he still has to take care of before he gets his rest. Before fixing himself a meal, he gets right to it. For some time now, the environment of the Tower of Trials has been quite different from that of the real world. At night, the temperature drops so rapidly that monsters become much stronger and more violent in their attacks. Due to this weird phenomenon, most players eat themselves out of the tower right before it gets dark. The ones that don't make it out stop hunting and find a place to stay the night. Kang is one of the latter, as he couldn't make it out in time. To avoid starving to death, he sets up a large campfire and cooks himself a big dinner from the giant shrimps he caught a few moments ago. Once his food is done, Kang takes one of the fattest and juiciest shrimp rumps he could find in the pot and digs in. As he enjoys his food, Kang hears a branch snap in the bush facing him. Just then, two silhouettes appear in front of him. One of them complements the smell of the amazing food. When the duo gets into the light, they reveal themselves to be Melina and Linchow, or Four Eyes. To keep things from getting awkward, Melina smiles and asks, "Would you let us spend the night by your campfire until sunrise?" For a moment, Kang remains silent, chewing his food. Then he nods and accepts their request. "You can sit down and avoid the cold," he says. Almost immediately, Melina and Linchow take their seats. They introduce their real names to Masked Kang. Kang makes a few comments about their day, and Melina keeps up the chit-chat. Moving on, Masked Kang offers to share some of his delicious food with them, but Linchow refuses. "We can't accept anything from a stranger who wears a mask," she says. Understandably, Kang asks, "Is the mask bothering you?" Linchow responds, "It's normal for it to bother us. Besides, wearing a mask must mean you're trying to hide something." Kang thinks about her words for a moment. Then he asks, "Would you like me to take it off?" When they say yes, Kang proposes, "Let's play a little game first." The duo looks at him curiously. "What kind of game would you like to play?" they ask. Kang grins. "We'll take turns asking and answering questions." If the duo answers all of Kang's questions, and he will take his mask off immediately. Liko, who believes Kang has no way of knowing if they're telling the truth, decides to go along with the game since they have nothing to lose. He gives a subtle nod to Melina, signaling her to prepare for whatever questions Kang might ask. Once all three are ready for the game, Melina takes out a coin which earlier seemed to radiate a strange aura and flips it to decide who will go first. Melina chooses heads and Kang opts for tails. After flipping, Melina's side wins, granting them the first turn. Kang is aware that Melina subtly altered the coin, but he lets the game proceed without protest. Unbeknownst to him, the coin known as the Coin of Caligula can be infused with magic for 5 minutes to influence the outcome. Afterward, the caster can momentarily exert control over the mind of the subject. For the first question, Melina asks Kang if he's there with anyone else. He replies that he came alone. For his first question, Kang asked them why they were simply watching him fight when they had been pursuing the boss. Melina lied, telling him that they were being careful and watching for the right time to enter the temples, since it was a pretty tumultuous place to be in. Coming over to Melina's second question, she asked Kang to tell them why he was ascending the Tower of Trials. Was it for money, fame, or was there some sick, twisted reason for him doing so? Kang answered their question by asking if they were in a position to give him what he wanted. Melina chuckled, assuring him that they'd try their best as long as they were on the same page. With that said, Kang moved on to ask the third question. If they could answer it, then he'd remove his mask as promised. Tired of all the chit-chat, Melina hurried him to ask the last question. For the last one, Kang asked the idiotic duo to tell him if the Association of the Demonic Ones truly thought both of them could take him on alone. At this point, Melina smirked and told her partner she knew Kang had already figured them out from the beginning. Moving on, she also let Kang know that they'd seen what he did to Avalocates and were still amazed by how he was able to do it alone. Despite that, they were sure he'd overexerted himself and was severely making him an easy target for them. For the next few seconds, Melina yaps on about how easy it'll be to defeat Kang using just the Coin of Caligula. Once she's done yapping, she points the coin at Kang and waits for some plasma beam to just show up and destroy him. Sadly, nothing happens. Melina is confused. After trying a few more times, she grows restive. Her partner, Linchow, urges her to hurry up. At one point, Melina asks if the coin is broken. Kang answers, holding a bowl of giant shrimp and some other food items. "The Coin of Caligula is just fine," he says, "but I've only prevented you from infusing magic into it." Melina and Linchow stare at Masked Kang, confused. They don't realize that the 3-question game they'd played with Kang earlier already helped him activate Anubis Judgment. That judgment reduced their stats by 50% and locked their unique abilities and skills for a minute. Having realized that they've been made, Linchow barks at his partner and hurries her to switch to Plan B to use her skill. Sadly, Melina can't even use her skills at all. Lai Chao watches both of them struggle, trying to understand what the hell is going on. Kang places the bowl of food on a flat, rocky surface and tells them, "You're a hot mess." Just then, he gets a notification informing him that the spirits of the shrine are pleased with his offering. Soon, Mask Kang is given the option to select the target that will execute Anubis judgment. He pauses for a moment before choosing the totem, Great General of the World, and its counterpart, Great General of the Underworld, to carry out the judgment for him. When everything is revealed, Melina falls to her knees in fear. She's never seen or heard of anything like this before. As both guardians loom over Kang's enemies, Liko figures it all out. It turns out the food he placed in the bowl earlier was a sacrifice to the shrine, just to wake the totems up. Right after completing the ritual, Kang relaxes his body and warns both Lai Chao and Melina, "Don't move. You won't be able to escape anyway." Just then, the Underworld General activates his skill, access denied, and surrounds the enemy with a ring of talismans. Ignoring Kang's warning, Liko leaps out of the entrapment, determined to kill Kang. He hopes the talismans will disappear before he can move a muscle. The General of the World activates exemplary punishment and squashes Lai Chao as punishment for moving. Lai Chao feels the weight of 1,000 men's asses all sitting at the same time on his back. After its first strike, the Great General of the World continues slamming and smashing Lai Chao further into the ground till he almost loses all feeling in his lower torso. After seeing the horrible thing that just happened to her partner, she gnashes her teeth and starts regretting not running away earlier. Seconds later, Kang tells the Totem of the World to stop pounding Lai Chao into the ground so he can talk to his partner Melina. Now that he's established who's in charge, Kang calls Melina in for a chat, after which he activates the Eye of Gluttony to check her stats. This time, his luck stats fail him, and Kang is unable to check her stats due to the difference in their levels. Eventually, Kang settles for studying Melina's body language to decide whether or not she's telling the truth. So, he lets her know that he's going to ask her some questions and that he needs her honest responses to those questions. When Melina tells him to fire away, Kang tells her he knows about her association since he hears about them often. However, he still doesn't understand their motives. If nobody reaches the top of the tower, all of humanity will perish, including them. So, why would they interfere with other players attempting to ascend the tower? Melina is just about to answer the question when a very weak Lich Chao screams out from where he is, trying to stop her from telling Kang anything. With only about half his body left, Liko tells Melina to shut her mouth, insisting that she can't reveal their true motives. As the doofus continues screaming at his partner, Kang allows the Totem of the World to squash whatever's left of him, ending his life. Melina screams in horror as she watches her partner get turned into a puddle of red liquid. After finishing Li Chao off, Kang praises him for remaining loyal to the end, but then turns to Melina and warns her there's a time and place for that. Once he's got her attention, Kang adds, "I've made it a habit of mine to kill anyone who tries to kill me. However, if you have any information that can prove useful to me, then I'll let you go." Melina turns her eyes wide open and asks him again to make sure he isn't lying. Kang, while dangling his dagger in front of her, assures her, "I'm a lover of some inside information," as it's extremely valuable to him and can be important if used right. Melina's heart thumps in fear of death. Since she isn't ready for that fate yet, she starts spilling the milk. For starters, she tells him, "I don't know the real name of the person who ordered them to kill you." However, they refer to him as Lancelot, aka Black Death Mask Dude. Apart from him, she continues, "There are about 11 more executives I know nothing about. I'm nothing but a mere assassin." After hearing her speak, Kang activates the Eye of Gluttony and finds out she's telling the truth. "Keep going," Kang says. Melina hesitates, then adds, "The executives told us that if we collected all 12 cursed relics in the tower, we'd survive, even if humanity perished. Not only that, but they promised us a great reward once the mission is completed." After saying all that, Melina says, "I know nothing else." Kang uses his eye again and realizes she's telling the truth. After his interrogation, Kang analyzes the information Melina gave him. Lancelot and the 12 cursed relics. What could they be after? Just then, it all makes sense to Kang as he finally figures out their endgame. Turns out these 12 useless assholes leading the association are trying to summon a demon king. Why would they need one, though? And also, what do they mean by surviving even after humanity has perished? As more unanswerable questions pop up in Kang's mind, he stops thinking and decides to figure out their answers later. As for Melina, he thanked her for sharing the information as it helped him. Melina then asked if she can go, and Kang says no. This response sends chills down her spine, and she starts yapping. When he gets tired, Kang gets up and tells her not to worry, as he isn't going to kill her. Before he lets her go, however, he needs to seal their contract first. Melina gets confused and asks Kang to elaborate. Just then, Kang activates the brand of obedience and tells Melina that the contract states she has to listen to him from now on, without question. Melina gets scared about his condition, but then she gives things a little thought and decides that this is 100 times much better than dying like a fish as long as she can continue living. With that said, Melina gets branded by Kang and listens to her flesh sizzle from the heat. After granting her, Kang posted a notice on his channel. Informing his viewers that he won't be streaming the third floor boss raid, Kang announces, "Instead, I'll just upload an edited video later for those who want to watch." Soon after, the comments pour in. Most of them call him lame for being so bossy. Kang ignores them and makes a few comments of his own before commencing phase 2 of his third floor boss raid. When he gets to the temple, Kang takes out the stone pagoda key and inserts it into an invisible keyhole. The key reacts, opening a large gate that summons the master of the third floor. After a few more dramatic scenes, the master of the third floor and his battalion of over 100,000 statue soldiers answer Kang's summons. In his first few minutes there, the third floor boss yawns and demands to know who is disturbing his rest. Kang activates the Eye of Gluttony, canceling out the level difference with his luck stats, and checks the boss's information. According to the details, the boss's name is Muhan, with both age and gender unknown. One interesting thing Kang notes is that the boss's level is over 100. Aside from his impressive stats, his unique ability, Heartless Army, is one to die for. Kang checks out the copy conditions for the unique ability and soon discovers he can't copy it due to the level difference. Soon after, Newbie tells Kang, "Many humans have attempted to defeat my army, but you're the only one who's ever summoned me with the stone key." Moving on, Newbie asks, "What army do you plan on using to confront my 100,000 statues?" Moments later, Kang summons the first chessboard and slams it on the ground to activate it. Once fully maximized, he summons 2,851 magical chess pieces. Having seen what Kang can do with his cute little pawns, knights, bishops, and rooks, Muhan praises his idea as novel, commenting, "Those pieces can pass off as a good army." However, he asks Kang, "What do you plan on doing with those tiny little things?" Kang replies, "I'm not done yet." Before long, Kang takes out the same number of enlargement pills from his inventory and uses them all on the chess pieces. This transforms each piece into fully functional soldiers and warriors ready for battle. Muhan, sipping his tea, admits, "You're different from the other humans who've come here so far." Once all his chess pieces have been enlarged, Kang gets his legion of 2,851 enlarged chess pieces. Outside the tower, 3 of Kang's servants, Min Jong-woo, Lai Yuri, and even Park Hana, are seen carving some black material into chess pieces. Judging by the condition of their bodies, they've been at it for a long time. At one point, Min gets tired and asks his partner, Yuri, "How many more do we have to make? My joints are killing me." Yuri, who's also tired, replies, "I'd like to know that too. Just telling us to continue making the pieces infinitely makes no sense at all." As the duel winds, Hana tells them to stop and just continue making the pieces like their master ordered. Following that, she activates magic infusion and fills the pieces with magic. She then reminds the other two Kang said to make a minimum of 2,000. If you decide to quit and get on Kang's bad side, you might as well kiss your lives goodbye. After all, things aren't so bad for you guys, she continues. You get to keep living as long as you stay on Kang Jin's good side. As for Kang, or Unknown, he taunts Muhan, calling him a pretentious loser who's full of shit. Right before rejecting his acknowledgement, enraged by his statement, Muhan asks Kang to repeat what he just said. Kang lets him know that he's just full of shit, thinking he's a big deal after beating a few weaklings. That's probably why he's still stuck as the boss of the third floor. He doesn't have the skills to go any higher. The boss monsters of the tower are also gatekeepers of their floors, given abilities to exert their influence over the floor they guard. Like the other players, boss monsters can expand their influence by ascending the tower if they're powerful enough. Upon hearing Kang's lazy attempt to rile him up, Muhan laughs. He calls Kang cheeky and asks, "Do you think I'm stuck on the 4th floor because I lack power?" When Kang says he's stuck on the 3rd floor, Muhan tells him he's seen through his plan to provoke him. "It's not going to work," he says. "You can say whatever you want." On the other hand, he promises to show Kang the difference between military strength and superior tactics. After all that yapping, Muhan calls his first battalion of 1,000 soldiers forward. He commands them to advance toward the enemy. Kang sees the army count, 1,000, and figures Muhan must want to test how well he'll respond to his attacks. To show Muhan what he's made of, Kang activates the ability of the first chessboard and increases the attack and defense stats of all the chess pieces by 30%. Once that's done, Kang commands his pawns on each end to advance 3 spaces forward. As for the rest of the pieces in row 1, he tells them to prepare their defense. The pawns activate Steel Endurance, With his formation now set, Kang tells his soldiers to keep it up as Muan's 10,000 soldiers charge at them. Seconds later, the soldiers clash and chaos ensues. Muan's soldiers desperately try to push Kang's pawns back. Kang tells his soldiers to hold out until the end. Once Muhan's battalion is fully deep in their trap, Kang tells his rooks to fire their arrows at the enemy. They all activate arrow barrage right before firing every arrow they've got at the enemy. Following the arrow attacks, Kang makes his bishops activate flame strikes. They use the flames to burn up all the soldiers in the 1,000-man strong battalion. After the first wave, Nguyen is impressed with Kang for taking out his first battalion at record speed. Just then, he calls battalions 2 and 3 forward and commands them all to advance toward Kang and his pesky soldiers. Almost immediately, his 2nd and 3rd battalions charge toward Kang's army. Before they reach him, however, Kang orders about 100 of his knights to take a detour to the side and activate the wedge formation. Once the formation is activated, Kang and the rest of his army see their damage upon impact stats increase by 200%. With that, Kang leads the formation and charges toward the approaching enemy, intending to break through their ranks all in one go. When they finally clash with the opposing side, Kang and his knights smash a few of Muan's soldiers to pieces. By this time, Muan starts understanding how skilled Kang is at commanding his forces. Not only does he switch seamlessly between offense and defense, but he also times his commands perfectly. What Muan just couldn't understand was why Kang would leave a tempting gap in the middle of his formation like a poison apple dangling before him. To be sure of his suspicions, Muan activates weakness detection to figure out Kang's weaknesses. From the results, he realizes that if the crown is destroyed, then all chess pieces will cease to move. However, only the king or queen can wear the crown. If the piece not wearing the crown engages in battle, their stats will increase by 100%. Nguyen realizes that if he can destroy the crown, he can take Kang down. Just then, he spots something beyond the gap and suddenly understands why Kang left it open all along. As it turns out, Kang made Alice the vampire wear the crown as his queen. He placed her beyond the gap, leaving her exposed, daring Muan to try and attack her. Nguyen happily takes his chances and commands his scouts to move forward. Kang notices the scouts advancing towards Alice and figures there are about 3,000 soldiers, including the ones just a few meters away. Despite that, Kang had already anticipated Muhan's move, so he chooses to ignore them and advances towards the enemy's weakened defenses. For now, he knows Muhan intentionally created a trap by making an opening in his main army. This was to draw Kang in so that Muhan could attack the crown at the same time. With that, Kang lets his base soldiers handle the foot soldiers coming at them. To do this, the bishop lights the soldiers ablaze and focuses on handling the giants. As for the giants, they make sure to give Kang's foot army a tough time as the battle ensues for several minutes. In the meantime, Alice just stands there with the crown on her head, enjoying the chaos as Muan's scouts surround her. Knowing fully well that victory is within his grasp, Nguyen smiles and tells Kang it's already over. My man surrounded Alice. Thinking he's already won, Nguyen gloats, "You should feel proud for getting this far, Kang." Kang, however, says, "I already know about your trap, Nguyen. Don't get too full of yourself." Confused, Nguyen wonders, why would Kang willingly walk into his own trap? With victory within his grasp, the fool underestimates Alice. He moves forward to attack her nonetheless, since Kang's already in his trap. Following that, Nguyen summons the giant statues of Achisma and David to take care of Kang while he sits comfortably and watches the whole thing play out. Just then, both statues, David and Achisma, complain about the weakling they see in front of them, Kang, without any idea of what he's capable of. Nguyen, however, stares at the young human, confused as he wonders, how can Kang smile in a situation like this? You see, moments before Kang got deep into Nguyen's territory, he had a conversation with Alice, who was worried sick about him. She knew Nguyen wasn't the protector of the 3rd floor for no reason. Kang, feeling a bit playful, teased Alice about Nguyen being stronger than her. This, of course, pissed Alice off. She snapped back, correcting him never to compare her, a noblewoman, to a knucklehead ever again. Before leaving her, Kang asked, "Are you sure you can handle Muhan's scouts?" When Alice assured him she could, Kang headed out. Now that she was surrounded, Alice kept her calm. She let the doofuses get close enough, and once they did, she activated over 1,000 blood spears, unleashing them all on the pests while cursing at them. The effect of her skill caused severe damage to most of Muhan's army. To finish them off, she activated Blood Explosion and blasted them all to smithereens. With those pests out of the way, Alice took a deep breath of fresh air. After seeing the scrawny little girl take out all of his scouts, Nguyen freaked out. How could a little kid have that kind of power? Just then, Kang replied, "Your biggest mistake was underestimating my queen and letting him get this close to his base. Soon after, he activates Blood Demon Spirit and fuses it with one of the black leaves he got from the face tree earlier to create an item he can use to take down Nuan's army. The item, which is imbued with a skill called Mental Breakdown, continuously applies decay damage. This makes it so the targets can't discern between allies and enemies. With this, Kang hurls the spinning pointy thing towards Muan's remaining army. Once it bursts out, Muan's army gets infected by the decay virus and starts attacking each other. At the same time, Chuzma becomes infected by the virus, turns against David, the pretty boy statue, and smashes his face out of jealousy. As Muan watches his entire army and strategy crumble to nothingness, all because of one puny human, he starts panicking. Soon, Kang calls him to order. While galloping towards him, Kang tells him not to back down now, so he doesn't look like a coward. Moments later, Kang activates Glacial Sculpture and blocks the path behind Chuzma. Following that, he arms himself with an ice weapon and tells Muan not to try escaping. Scared for his life, Muan screams out to his remaining men and orders them to stop Kang. Chuzma manages to get there in time and extends a blow to take Kang out. Before he lands it, Kang leaps into the air, allowing Chuzma to kill his men and activate Mandala midair. Upon gearing up, Kang taunts Muan. "You're always dumping your responsibilities on your subordinates," he says. "I'll teach you a lesson you'll never forget." With that, Kang fuses Glacial Sculpture and Mandala together to create a Glacial Mandala arrow. He aims and shoots it at both Chuzma and Muan. Achma tries his best to block both arrows, but only one hits him. With no cards left to play, Muan accepts his fate and is struck by the Mandala arrow. His screams echo from the explosion, which roars into the sky. Once the screaming stops, Kang is notified that the third-floor boss, Muan, has fallen. At the same time, Alice sees the bright yellow Mandala light and smiles at her partner for a job well done. With the third-floor boss defeated, the fourth floor opens and the timer resets. Around that time, the other players are notified that the third-floor boss has been destroyed. This news brings smiles to the faces of every guild player and master across Korea, as this means that they all get to keep staying relevant. As for Kang, he stays neutral and refuses to let this W get into his head. Moreover, this is still the third floor, so he still has a long way to go. Shortly after winning the battle, Kang levels up like crazy and invests his new available stat points into his magic stat. Once that's done, he walks towards Muan's carcass to get his reward. There, Kang's shocked by the type of reward he's given. As it turns out, monster rewards are classified by color rankings, with red being the lowest and purple being the highest. Since Kang only defeated the third floor boss, which is still below the 10th floor, he's supposed to receive a red crate with mediocre items. This time, however, Kang gets an orange crate thanks to the effect of Monopoly, which lets him get the best rewards when he hunts alone. Upon opening the crate, Kang receives so many valuable items that even he's surprised by how lucky he is. Just then, he gets another rare item, the Solar Eclipse Stone, right after absorbing the rest into his inventory. At this point, Kang might as well waltz through the fourth floor like it's nothing. He puts on a wicked smile and cackles as hard as he can, with Alice getting weirded out by his face. Eventually, she too cracks up a smile as the duo prepares to exit the tower in the meantime. Elsewhere, Guild Titans representative Patrick hosts another summit with the other representatives, Beck, Tenwei, and Maria, with Teresa observing. After a brief silence, Patrick reminds everyone of Kang's success and asks for their comments. While Beck and Maria are pretty optimistic about things moving forward, the same can't be said for Tenwei. He appears to be mad at Kang for buying humanity some more time and sucking up all their views. Having heard what the guild representative of China's guild just said, Teresa flares up and confronts him. "Are you seriously mad at the person who not only stopped us from collaborating with the demonic ones, but also bought humanity 90 precious days without asking for anything in return? If anything, we're the assholes for talking trash about the only person who lent us a hand when we were in crisis." To prove her point, Teresa asks for Maria and Beck to back her up. Unfortunately for her, Beck and Maria refuse to make any comments. This makes her realize something about them. Shocked by their reaction to her speech, she asks, "Do you really feel the same way Tenwei does?" With no answers provided, and utterly disappointed, Teresa resigns from the Summit of Ashholes so she can be with the real people. After hearing Teresa talk about resigning, Maria and the other idiots try to get her to change her mind. Maria tells Teresa that she's worked hard to get her there, and Patrick tells her that the summit is an invitation-only elite group of people, and she can't return if she quits. Having heard everything they had to say about her quitting, Teresa moves forward with her plan. She tells them she'd rather trust unknown with her life than be with them. Hours later, Kang exits the tower and takes a stroll beside the beach, tired and weary from all the fighting. As he thinks of where to go, a call from Yu Yin Hua comes in and he picks it up. On the other end, Yanhua tearfully tells Kang that her grandpa hasn't woken up yet since the incident happened. Kang asks to know where she is, and Yona describes her location to him. For some context, Yu Yanhua is the granddaughter of the legendary martial artist Yu Cheong, a leading figure in Korea's martial arts field. Now, Yanhua is a tough, lovely, and bright young lady with a heart of steel. But when Kang gets to her location, he finds her crying, which is odd to him. Without wasting time, Kang holds her shoulder and tells her to explain what happened. Yana reminds him about the outbreak in Incheon after the Tower of Trials appeared. When Kang remembers a few things about the outbreak from the news, Yana tells him her grandpa was there when it happened. After awakening and successfully defeating the monsters, Yana says her grandpa was badly hurt and has been having trouble recovering. Recently, his condition has gotten worse. Kang gets to see the man who was once named Korea's strongest. After getting a good read on the man's details, Kang figures he could copy his skills by saving his life. Although he's surprised by Chanyong's low level, Kang still keeps his mouth shut. Just then, a few people stroll in and ask Yana to explain what she's doing there with someone who's only known for fighting. As the leader reveals his face to be an A-rank healer, Heo Jin-soo, he faces Kang and lets him know that his skills aren't needed there. Kang looms over the idiot and lets him know that he's only there to see if there's anything he can do for his long-term friend Yana. Hi, apologies, Yanhua says, offering a few words before walking over to check on Cheong. Firstly, Yanhua apologizes to Heo for calling Kang as she's frustrated. Then, she moves on to ask him why her grandpa isn't recovering, despite them being the experts in the field. Heo Jin-soo reassures Yanhua that they are doing their best as they haven't had enough time to research the illnesses caused by the Tower of Trials. After a long pause, Yanhua apologizes for being on edge and blames it on her frustration. Just then, Kang, who's been sensing something fishy with these healers, activates the Eye of Gluttony and reads their minds. While Yanhua ushers him out of the room to give the doctors space, Kang stays behind, seething with rage after seeing what these useless bastards were thinking. For starters, Kang finds out that Heo Jin-soo has been pretending to treat Cheong all along and has been secretly usurping all the money he's been receiving from Yanhua. As if that wasn't enough, Heo continues spouting nonsense about Cheong's illness before asking for more money from Yanhua to try experimental monon treatments. At this point, Kang can only watch as Yanhua promises to go through heaven and earth just to get the money they needed. Unable to take it anymore, Kang calls out the scumbag and asks him to explain why he's ripping Yanhua off. On hearing him, the other two start gaslighting Kang to make him the bad person. Ho Jin-soo plays along, telling Kang that he can't insult them because they're friends. In his mind, however, Ho Jin-soo starts thinking about the money he separated into 7 accounts under different names and a cryptocurrency wallet. He notes that even if Kang caught them, he'd never be able to find those accounts. Kang calls him out again and asks, "How much money have you stolen?" At this point, Yanhua starts suspecting the fraudsters and watches Kang work his magic. Just then, Ho Jin-soo stutters, saying whatever comes to his head while thinking about the contract the Guild Black Cloud have made with the Tower Dwellers. When Kang finds out about the last part, he's shocked to the bone. For one, he can't believe Hunjio contacted a Tower Dweller just like that. As Tower Dwellers view outsiders as threats, what could be his endgame? As Kang wonders, Cheong starts coughing violently. Scared of being caught, Ho Jin-soo makes a run for the door to escape. Yanhua's wrath. Unfortunately for him, Yana slams the door shut and accuses him of being guilty for trying to escape. She then threatens to harm him if her grandpa doesn't make it through. Kang urges her to stay calm and focus on the real priority, her grandpa's treatment, not the distraction from the troublemaker. Even after being caught, Ho Jin-soo attempts to shift the blame, claiming that Yana attacked him first when he was just trying to get medicine for him. At this point, Kang decides that Ho Jin-soo deserves some consequences for his actions. He allows Yana to give him a swift kick as punishment, which lands so hard that it nearly knocks his mouth out of place. Having diagnosed the illness as magic excess syndrome, Kang prepares to treat it using the elixir he obtained from the demonic ones. After recovering from the kick, Ho Jin-soo notices the bottle Kang is holding and asks if it's an elixir. Impressed by the man's knowledge, Kang confirms and explains that although he originally planned to save the elixir for an emergency, he now needs to use it for the sake of Yana's friend and to replicate the legendary skill. With that, Kang opens the bottle, pours the elixir on the old man, and waits for the effects to take hold. A few minutes later, the purple veins bulging out of Chanyong's skin disappeared and Yanhua's grandpa recovered. Yana could already tell her grandpa was back to normal as his body moved around a little and he tried to speak. Just then, Kang met the conditions to copy any skill he wanted from the legend, and he chose to copy Pure Meditation, an S-rank martial arts skill. This skill allowed its user to absorb mana from the air surrounding them, all while increasing their magic recovery rate by 30%. Having seen Kang succeed where he had failed, Hojin-soo and his buddies still tried to escape, thinking Kang and Yanhwa were fully distracted. Before they could get away, however, Kang kicked Hojin's butt a second time and urged the kids to get lost while the adults talked. In a few minutes, Kang found time to deal with useless fraudster. After locking himself and the bastard in the store, Kang told Hojin to rest easy as he wasn't going to kill him. However, if he wanted to go scot-free, he must return Yanhwa's money. Upon hearing this, Hojin began to suspect something was wrong, as Kang wasn't known to be that merciful. Kang, who could read his mind, asked him if he's willing to live. Jin-soo nods in agreement and gets on with returning all of Yanhwa's money. About an hour later, Yana gets a credit alert of over 36 billion. Heyo, Jin-soo gets to leave the hospital alive. As the idiot races through the streets to get back to the mastermind, Alice asks Kang, "Are you just going to let the dude go just like that?" Knowing Kang, he says no, then instructs Alice, "Follow the Nimrod and see who he runs off to." By then, Alice figures out Kang's plan and asks him, "Why did you let him go on purpose?" Kang tells her, "If we try to wring out information from the dude, we won't get much. It's better to follow him to his base." With that, Alice gets excited and flies off Kang's back to pursue her target. As he watches her go, Kang smirks, wondering why Alice is so excited. Eventually, he returns to Mr. Jeeyeong and asks Yanhwa to excuse him so he can check the progress of the elixir. Once Yanhwa is gone, Kang tells the old man, "Stop pretending to be asleep. There's nobody in the room with us." At that point, Jaeyeong wakes up fully and asks Kang, "How did you find out I was pretending?" Despite having controlled his breathing initially, after hearing the legend apologize for trying to trick him, Kang buttered the man up with sweet words. He made him laugh, impressed by how accurate he was in saying exactly what the man was thinking. Upon seeing the old man laugh heartily, Kang moved on to talk about his granddaughter and the lengths she went to just to get him to treat her. After helping the man understand that he's Yona's good friend, Kang became more serious. He told Jaeyeong that he had a question to ask. When Jaeyeong told him to fire away, Kang asked the geyser to tell him exactly what happened on the day of the outbreak. Jaeyeong, while touching the scar on his chest, began his story. As it turned out, he had been on his way to a conference when the portal opened. Back then, Jaeyeong had been more surprised to see such a thing appear on Earth as monsters oozed out of the portal in droves. As the chaos ensued, one of the police officers nearly got crushed by a giant spider monster. Fortunately for him, Jaeyeong came through, saving the officer by kicking a monster away. Shortly after saving the officer, Yanhwa's grandpa urged him to get everyone out of there so he could stop the creatures. Just then, Jaeyeong heard the voice of a human complimenting him for being a gifted person. Soon after, the man reveals his face to Jaeyeong and asks for a fight. Well, Jaeyeong gives him the fight he's after, but can't seem to lay a finger on the man. After taking down countless monsters in the end, Jaeyeong finds himself back where he started, with the Tower Dweller. While wondering what to do to take him down, the Tower Dweller leaps past him into the air and slashes Jaeyeong without even breaking a sweat. As he ends his story, Jaeyeong tells Kang, "That's the last thing I remember, as I've never seen anyone be so quick with a sword before." Kang pauses to think about Jaeyoong's description of the man. If Jaeyoong's description is accurate, then he must have fought with the Miram forces on the 21st floor. Now, those Merv guys are known to be persistent, guys who would do anything to get what they wanted. Even back in the game, they were a pain to deal with. So, why would they come out of the tower into reality? What could they be plotting? Before spacing off, Kang explains the nature of the Tower Dwellers to Jaeyeong and lets him know that he fought one during the outbreak. When Jaeyeong gets confused, Kang tells him things might get harder now that they're in real life. Moving on. Jaeyeong changes the subject and asks about Kang's relationship with Yanhwa. Kang makes it clear to him that they're just friends, but then again, Gramps starts talking about setting a wedding date. After a few more murmurs from Kang, he changes the subject again to talk about Kang's character. As an old man with lots of experience judging people's character, Jaeyeong tells Kang about the 10,000-hour rule to becoming an expert in a field. Having spent over 50 hours playing Tower of Trials in the past, it's only natural that Kang is the way he is. On the other hand, those idiots at the Association of the Awakened are severely overestimated, acting like they're experts after only a few months since the tower appeared in real life. Jaeyeong tells Kang that he has the feeling of someone worn down and battered. He can see the bitterness of someone who's experienced unimaginable hardships to become a seasoned human being. Kang remains humble and chooses not to let Jaeyeong's compliments get to his head. At the same time, Jaeyeong sees his humility and lets him know that his natural confidence is obvious. Moving on to the most important topic, Yanhua's grandpa asks Kang to name anything he wants, so he can repay him for saving his life. Kang thinks about his next words very carefully, as they could make or break him. After making sure Jaeyeong can't go back on his words, Kang tells the legendary martial artist what he wants. Soon after, Kang exits the room with a smile on his face and finds Yona outside. "How's Grandpa?" she asks. "He's doing just fine," Kang replies. When she gets overly grateful, Kang shrugs it off. "It's no big deal. Your grandpa has thanked me enough already." Inside, Jaeyeong can be seen tearing up, struggling to give up something he's personally attached to, just to repay the man who saved his life. The object is not shown for now. After leaving the hospital, Kang checks into a luxury penthouse hotel. He takes his time sightseeing the beautiful view of the city before calling for room service. Upon spending just a few seconds on the hotel phone, Kang is served a lavish and sumptuous dinner. Without wasting a single second, he digs in and savors every bite, noting how insanely delicious the food is. Alice, who's been watching him eat, asks, "Is the food really that good?" Kang smiles, wiping his mouth. "You could say I was a mukbanger back in the day." While they discuss the new TV show Beyond the Tower of Trials airs on TV, the host presents an expert from the field, Jaeyeong from Gildangan, to give comments on how to rank up quickly in the tower. After the usual his and hellos, Yunok urges the players to start their tower ascension journey by building their strength first. To build strength, he says you can either raise your skill level and general level by working hard, or use the coins from the Tower of Trials to secure better items that will help you level up. To Yunok, the second option is the greatest path to becoming a ranker. As Kang finishes his hearty dinner, Alice continues watching Jaeyeong on live TV. Shortly after eating, Kang retires to take a shower before going to bed. Jang continues talking on the TV, saying nobody has even entered the 4th floor yet. When asked why, Jang explains it's because only the one who clears the 3rd floor is given the benefit of entering the 4th floor first. With that said, Yunok explains the 4th floor to be a unique dungeon where 100 massive waves occur. And the key to clearing it, he adds, is protecting your base in the field. If all players fail to protect their bases, the 4th floor will be sealed for 20 days. If that happens, humanity is doomed, as a disaster will strike in 90 days. Even Unknown won't be able to simply announce that he's entering the floor. The reporter then asked him, "Do you think humanity will be destroyed if 90 days pass?" Jen responds, "There's a huge possibility that the tower will destroy humanity if left untouched." At that moment, Kang takes a shower, ensuring he listens to the show carefully. After the show, the host escorts Jen Yunok outside his Lamborghini and asks, "Are you truly going to be free for the next month?" Yunok replies, "I'm free. It'll take at least a month to prepare to enter the 4th floor." As they enter the Lamborghini, Jang suggests, "Why don't we go somewhere nice for about a month?" Just then, he receives an announcement from Unknown. "I will attempt to clear the 4th floor in 8 hours. All players, prepare yourselves." Almost immediately, Jineng speeds off in his supercar and calls all the rankers to notify them of the emergency. Meanwhile, Yang Yunsai and the other anchors haven't had time to prepare for the 4th floor. They know they're screwed. Jen gets super pissed off at Unknown for just acting weird and starting the raid out of the blue. But at this point, he has no choice. The next morning, Kang gets up an hour early and gets ready to head out to the 4th floor. To complete the 4th floor of the Tower of Trials, players must fight against 100 waves of zombies. They can either erect thousands of combinations of defense towers in the proper positions or choose a stronghold they can defend effectively. For players like Kang, however, who've already reached the 4th floor on their own, things should be much easier. With only 20 minutes left before other players join him on the 4th floor, Kang hurries to pick a stronghold before the other idiots come to spoil things for him. For his choice of stronghold, Kang picks the Sangam World Cup Stadium and uses priority-based selection rights to mark it off as his base. Following that, he scatters squishy grains all over the field and plants 5 solar seeds. He then uses natural water to increase the plant growth speed by 20%. Once he's done preparing, Kang gets back outside to the 4th floor starting line and finds players from most of the famous guilds all present, attempting the 4th floor. While observing the players, Kang hears his name from the crowd. He looks down to see Lee, Taman, and Yanhua, his 2 best buddies, waving at him. Not only that, but Teresa soon shows up behind them and says hi as well. Shocked by her presence, Taman and Yanhua try to understand what she's doing there, but then Kang tells them he invited her before they came in, so they rest easy. After all the niceties, Kang apologizes for calling them on short notice. Before he gets to the main topic, Yanhua says she's good, and Teresa, blushing, says, "I prefer being with him anyway." Just then, 2 random players not too far away recognize Kang Jin Yuk's group and make comments about every single player on his team. When they see Kang leading the team, however, they immediately gained some respect for the small but mighty team with legend members. Around that time, Kang asked his peeps if they all came prepared, and although they did, Yanhwa and Taman still complain about how small their team is compared to the enemy's sides. Kang chuckles and lets them know that he intentionally picked the stadium as their base just to make things more challenging. When they hear this, Yanhwa and Taman immediately get depressed, as they don't understand why Kang would choose a base that needs about 100 people or so to defend Barasso. They aren't in a game anymore. This is real life, and they die for real if they die in the tower. Kang ignores their complaints and continues smiling at his genius. Eventually, he urges them to stop their whining and lets them know that the stadium is the best place for drive hunting. Once all the chaos stops, Teresa tells Kang we need a minimum of 5 people to defend a base. Since they are only 4, she wants to know how Kang plans to make up for the deficit. Hearing this, Kang tells her not to worry. The 5th person will be here with us soon. A few seconds later, the 5th person, Jaeyeong, appears in front of them all and threatens to kill Kang as he prepares himself for a fight. Earlier that day, while Jaeyeong was busy training nonstop, he received a message from Kang telling him to come to the 4th floor starting point within an hour. At that time, Jaeyeong didn't want to obey Kang and give him the liberty of thinking he owned him. However, Kang pulls him further into his trap by promising to fight him without using his left arm or right leg. Jaeyeong knew fully well that Kang was provoking him. Jaeyeong refuses to fall for the temptation and plays into his hands. Sadly, Kang's handicaps get even more tempting until he makes Jaeyeong snap by asking if he's scared. Pissed off by the challenge, Jaeyeong gets his ass right to the 4th floor, armed and ready to take him down. Kang, on the other hand, thinks about the elemental sword as an item that allows one to fuse elemental magic into their sword to make up for a swordsman's weakness in long-range combat. Since Jaeyeong has already gotten his hands on the sword, Kang can use it as his bargaining chip to get him to join the party. By then, Jaeyeong continues confronting Kang, determined to get into a fight to prove that he's not scared of him. Kang, however, asked him, "Do you plan on fighting me with the incomplete version of the elemental sword?" Confused, Jaeyeong calms down and asks him to explain further. Like he said, the elemental sword isn't bad, but Jaeyeong can only feel its full power if he completes it. Luckily for him, the item he needs to complete the elemental sword, the fire element, just happens to be included in the 4th floor's random box. Jaeyeong tells him to come off his high horse, saying the random box is nothing, just a random box. There's no way of knowing what will come out of it. At that point, Kang promises to give Jaeyeong a round with his completed sword if he can help them with base defense. Jaeyeong gives Kang's offer a second thought and finally sheathes his sword to accept. Once Jaeyeong agrees to join their party, Kang meets the minimum number of people for base defense and forms a 5-person party. With that, Teresa asks Kang, "Do you think it's okay to have someone like Jaeyeong on our team? He could easily stab us in the back." Kang assures her, saying Jaeyeong isn't a betrayer until he gets what he wants. Though he may not look like it, the doofus has an innocent side to him. After hiring the last person for the team, Yana rummages through her backpack and fishes out something her grandpa left for Kang. Upon acquiring the Twin Dragon's sword, Kang smiles at how beautiful and impressive they look in person, especially now that they've been infused with magic. After giving Kang the twin swords, Yanhwa asked him to explain how he got her grandpa to give the items he cherishes so much to him. Kang lies and tells Yana, "Chanjeon probably liked me on a personal level." As he opens the wrapping cloth to see the weapon, Kang sees a sticker titled Dari written on it and chuckles at the joke. When all is set, all 4 of Kang's teammates stare at the giant base and ask to confirm, "Do you want us to protect this giant stadium?" Kang tells them, "I have a plan, so don't worry." Just then, another person recognizes Kang as the owner of the stadium base and calls his attention to it. Kang, on the other hand, takes note of the seal on the guy's sword and recognizes it instantly. As for the hobo-looking player, he presents himself as if getting ready for a challenge.